The young woman blinked in disbelief. The very idea of being transported to another world was absurd, and she immediately and flatly declined the offer. She offered a polite but strained smile, raising a hand to gently dismiss the glowing orb hovering before her. The entity protested loudly, boasting that its previous summons had eagerly jumped at the chance to fight monsters and go on adventures. Unfazed, she calmly explained that being over 30 meant she had likely outgrown such reckless excitement, her rejection landing like a sudden thunderclap. The radiant sphere, which audaciously referred to itself as a deity, pulsed with a soft light. It conceded her point, but insisted that her presence was still required to save its realm. Hearing this, Mizumori Tsukino reflected on her ordinary life. At 33, she preferred the quiet comforts of reading and cooking in her own room over wielding swords or casting spells against monsters. While she knew such fantastical tropes were common in the stories she read, the prospect of actually living them seemed preposterous. She stared skeptically at the entity, questioning how someone as unremarkable as herself could possibly be expected to save an entire world. She initially tried to brush the bizarre encounter off as a strange dream, admitting she wasn't even a fan of the fantasy genre. The orb quickly shattered that illusion, confirming the reality of the situation and reiterating that its previous, randomly selected candidates had departed with joyous enthusiasm. Catching on to this detail, she logically pointed out that if others had already gone so willingly, her own participation was surely unnecessary. Pressing her advantage, she deduced that these eager volunteers were likely much younger than her. The glowing entity hesitated for a moment before sheepishly admitting that they had, in fact, been teenagers. The entity's admission sparked a vivid image in Tsukina's mind of classic sword and sorcery adventures, complete with brave warriors, mystical crystals, and grand quests. She acknowledged that being the center of such an epic tale sounded thrilling in theory, but a heavy dose of pragmatism anchored her thoughts. She reasoned that while her younger self might have leaped at the opportunity, her current age demanded a more cautious approach. Reminding the orb of the inevitable battles it had mentioned, she refused to rush blindly into danger. With a serious expression, she demanded to know the exact parameters of what saving this world would actually entail, causing the entity to freeze in its tracks. Recovering its composure, the sphere painted a grand picture of its realm, explaining that the humans it summoned were revered as saviors. It described how their bestowed magic was potent enough to unite entire nations, and it earnestly requested that she use such incredible power to restore harmony to its fractured lands. Despite the grandiose pitch, she simply smiled, raised her hand once more, and delivered a cheerful, absolute refusal, shutting the divine request down completely. She continued her pragmatic defense, listing the stability of her current life. At over 30, she had built a comfortable existence with a decent salary and good relationships. To her, abandoning her hard-earned practical knowledge and social skills for an unknown world simply had too many drawbacks. Desperate, she protested that she had no combat abilities whatsoever. The glowing sphere darted downward, its tone turning absolute. It declared her departure non-negotiable, muttering almost as an aside that having a quiet, standby savior might actually prove useful. The finality of the entity's words sank in. Looking up at the radiant light, she finally realized that her refusals were futile. She was going to this other world whether she wanted to or not. A low growl of frustration escaped her lips as she clenched her fists, accepting her forced relocation. Sensing her irritation, the sphere offered a concession. In exchange for her compliance, it would grant her any single wish. The entity elaborated, explaining that it bestowed a gift upon every departing savior, be it fearsome weapons, immense physical strength, or unparalleled beauty. It prompted her to consider if she had a grand dream she wished to fulfill, leaving her deep in thought. Ignoring the grand offers, she simply asked if she could live a quiet, hidden life. When the orb casually agreed, she pushed her luck, asking if she could make multiple wishes. To her absolute shock, the entity cheerfully consented, revealing that previous saviors had simply assumed they were limited to just one. She stared at the floating light in utter disbelief, appalled that it had never bothered to correct the others. Shaking off her indignation, she refocused her mind, realizing she needed to quickly formulate her demands before the entity changed its mind. Raising a finger with newfound authority, she laid out her first conditions: immediate fluency in the New World's language and a comprehensive understanding of its basic facts. With a flash of light, the orb granted the knowledge, prompting her to ask if the locals were aware of the savior's existence. The sphere confirmed her suspicion, projecting an image of a glowing, intricate pentagram. It explained that this savior's mark would manifest on her body upon arrival, warning her that every nation coveted such power and would actively hunt her down. Determined to maintain her low profile, she touched the back of her head, requesting the mark be hidden beneath her hair. The entity agreed to the discreet placement, though it cautioned that the symbol would still glow whenever she cast powerful spells. She pressed her inquiry further, asking the glowing sphere if this new world contained monsters and magic, and whether nations employed knights to protect their citizens. The entity confirmed that at least one major kingdom possessed such defenses. With that assurance, her face lit up with a bright smile. She detailed her next desire: to live on the outskirts of town, nestled within a hidden forest, residing right above her very own cafe. The orb readily agreed, promising to construct the building exactly as she envisioned it. A sudden, brilliant flash of light filled the void as the entity materialized a small, ornate pendant. It explained that since her cafe request was so specific, this item would act as a search interface, allowing her to summon any food or currency she needed. Delighted, she quickly secured a promise that the pendant would automatically return to her if ever lost. Clasping her hands together in anticipation, she then asked if she would be able to wield the powerful magic typical of saviors immediately upon arrival. The sphere pulsed with a tone of amusement, sensing a catch in her expectations. The entity clarified that she was the first to ever ask such a practical question. Using a video game analogy, it explained that while she would possess boundless magical energy, she wouldn't inherently know any spells. Without the knowledge of how to cast, her vast reserves would be useless for even the simplest tasks, like starting a fire. Realizing the oversight, she quickly asked how one learns magic. Upon hearing that teachers or textbooks were required, she immediately amended her wishes. She demanded the innate ability to use the absolute strongest defensive magic right from the start, rapidly listing off a few final, crucial additions to her repertoire. With her exhaustive list complete, a massive, intricate magical circle erupted beneath her feet, illuminating the dark void with blinding rays of light. As the summoning process initiated, she called out to the entity, trusting that she had secured everything necessary for her survival. The blinding light faded, leaving her sitting on the polished wooden floor of a rustic, spacious room. A residual magical ring dissipated near the ceiling above a sturdy staircase. She took a breath, declaring the start of her new life. She stared straight ahead at the sturdy double doors and the quaint, multi-paned windows letting in the daylight. The architecture and atmosphere were a perfect, flawless recreation of the sanctuary she had pictured in her mind. Rising to her feet, she began to explore her new domain. She noted the layout with satisfaction. A fully equipped kitchen and cafe space occupied the ground floor, while a staircase led up to her private living quarters and washroom on the second level. She wandered through the halls of her new home, pushing open a heavy wooden door to reveal a spacious bedroom. Peeking into the adjacent closets, she marveled at the generous storage space hidden within the walls. Stepping outside, a gasp escaped her lips. The building was a picturesque, two-story cottage with a steeply pitched roof, nestled perfectly amidst a serene, snow-dusted pine forest. A neatly paved stone path led right to her welcoming front door. Gazing down the winding, snow-covered road, she recalled the deity's words. This was the kingdom of Othel, a large country shielded by towering walls and defended from monsters by an order of dedicated knights. The path ahead seemed peaceful enough, leaving her to wonder if it led directly to the nearest town. Pushing the thoughts of the outside world aside for now, she headed back indoors. Stretching her arms high above her head with a soft groan, she surveyed the empty wooden interior of her very own cafe, pondering exactly where to begin her work. Her expression hardened with quiet resolve. The isolated location meant she wouldn't be overwhelmed by a flood of customers, which suited her perfectly. She had no intention of running herself ragged in this new life. Deciding to give the space her own personal touch, she gripped the magical pendant resting against her chest. With a gentle squeeze, a glowing, translucent search bar materialized in the air right before her eyes. She quickly put the magic to use. With a few mental commands, tall, sturdy bookcases popped into existence against the walls. Next, she conjured cozy reading nooks separated by wooden partitions, modeling the layout after the manga cafes for her past life. Moving on to her personal quarters, she envisioned a comfortable bedroom. With another soft pop of displaced air, a beautifully crafted door and the accompanying furnishings materialized, bringing a satisfied smile to her face. In no time at all, the ground floor was completely transformed. She spun around, proudly admiring the classic wooden cafe counter and the elegant antique decorations, including a vintage globe and a brass gramophone, that now gave the room a warm, inviting atmosphere. With the physical setup complete, her mind turned to the logistics of her business. Humming thoughtfully, she considered her plan to lend books to her future patrons, wondering if she could weave a spell to keep the fragile pages in pristine condition. She eagerly continued her preparations, using her pendant to conjure a specific magic textbook designed to alert her whenever guests arrived, along with several other useful tomes that materialized with soft pops of light. Turning her attention to the room's infrastructure, she admired the newly installed fireplace, specially enchanted to prevent the flames from spreading. Realizing that horses were the primary mode of transportation in this world, she decided a stable was her next priority. Stepping outside into the crisp air, she summoned a large, fully equipped stable complete with a fountain and a spacious pasture. To ensure its upkeep, she applied enchantments that would keep the area self-cleaning and deter any potential thieves. Back inside, a sudden sneeze caught her off guard as she gazed out the window at the snow-covered pine trees. Shivering slightly, she realized that a magical barrier was absolutely necessary to keep the freezing temperatures at bay and maintain a warm, inviting atmosphere within the cafe. With a focused expression, she activated her magic, projecting a complex, glowing runic circle from her hands. A massive, invisible heat barrier instantly expanded outward, enveloping the entire cafe and the newly built stable in a comforting, protective dome of warmth. With the exterior secured, she made her way upstairs, her footsteps echoing softly against the wooden floorboards. She peeked around the corner, taking in the results of her hard work. The space had been transformed into a breathtaking, multi-level sanctuary. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, framing a cozy seating area with a plush rug, a sturdy table, and elegant hanging lights that cast a warm, inviting glow over the entire room. Clutching her magical tome to her chest, a bright, satisfied smile spread across her face. She declared that everything was finally ready for business. To celebrate her accomplishment, she settled into a comfortable chair beside the crackling fireplace. She treated herself to a quiet, well-deserved meal, enjoying a spread of warm food and freshly brewed tea while the fire danced in the hearth. After finishing her meal, her hand reached out toward the neatly organized shelves, her fingers gently brushing against the spines as she selected her next read. Humming a cheerful tune, she browsed her newly organized shelves. A sudden realization hit her. She had been so caught up in the excitement of preparation that she forgot she wouldn't be getting customers anytime soon. With a soft sigh, she decided to pass the time by studying magic. Just as she settled on a book, the heavy wooden door creaked open. A tall figure draped in a dark cloak stepped across the threshold, causing her to turn, her eyes widening in sudden surprise. The newcomer stood fully revealed in the warm light of the cafe. He was a striking man with sharp features and dark, intense eyes, dressed in a heavy coat and a sweeping black cloak. She stared, utterly captivated, her mind racing as she marveled at his almost otherworldly, model-like appearance. He met her gaze with a silent, piercing stare. As the initial shock wore off, her eyes drifted downward, catching the glint of a sheathed sword resting heavily at his hip. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pointed at the weapon, stammering out a question about whether it was real. The man simply tilted his head, offering a confused but affirmative reply, leaving her momentarily speechless. The reality of the situation finally washed over her. Clutching her magic textbook tightly to her chest, a thrill of genuine excitement bubbled up inside her as she fully grasped that she was, without a doubt, living in another world. Pushing past her initial awe, she composed herself and stepped forward. With a bright, welcoming smile and an open gesture toward the shelves, she officially welcomed her very first guest to her book cafe. The swordsman blinked, his intense expression softening just a fraction as he took in her enthusiastic greeting. She maintained her warm, inviting smile, radiating a sense of genuine hospitality. The two stood facing each other in the quiet warmth of the shop, the air settling into a comfortable stillness as the cafe's first true encounter began. She stood safely in her new establishment, facing her imposing first customer. Far away, observing this very moment through a mystical viewing sphere, the glowing entity of light breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see her secure arrival. The entity's thoughts drifted back to their initial encounter. It recalled her flat refusal and skeptical questions about being sent to another world, a stark contrast to the previous girl it had transferred, whose own unique issues still weighed heavily on the being's mind. Returning its focus to the present vision, the sphere noted with mild surprise that she had ended up in the specific region of Othel. Watching her gentle smile as she held a book, the entity reassured itself that everything would likely turn out fine, though a lingering sliver of doubt. Stepping into the warmly lit room, the tall swordsman took in the sight of towering bookshelves and hanging star-shaped lamps. The young woman gestured enthusiastically, welcoming him to her book cafe. Her warm, genuine smile caught him slightly off guard, softening the sharp, observant look in his dark eyes as he processed his surroundings. Shrugging off his heavy black cloak, he inquired if his horse would be safe in the nearby pasture. She eagerly assured him that an anti-theft barrier protected the grounds, allowing the animal to graze freely, a detail he noted with quiet approval. Now standing in his dark tunic, he sought clarification on the nature of her establishment. With a bright smile and a book clutched to her chest, she swept her hand toward the extensive collection, inviting him to relax and peruse any volume on the shelves. She proudly presented an ornately bound tome, explaining that protective magic preserved the entire collection in pristine condition, encouraging her guests to enjoy a good read alongside a warm meal. Taking her advice, he scanned the nearby spines until his breath hitched, his gaze locking onto a specific title with sudden, wide-eyed recognition. He pointed at the volume in disbelief, certain that the text had long been out of print. Beaming with shared excitement, she confirmed its rarity, revealing she had managed to secure a copy and eagerly offered it for him to read. He accepted without hesitation. Cradling the rare find, he followed her gesture to a comfortable armchair, honored to learn he was her very first patron. As he settled in, she presented a detailed menu with a flourish, leaving him thoroughly impressed by the extensive selection of black teas. He flipped through the pages, his eyebrows rising as he muttered his approval of the hearty entrees. The offerings range from simple sandwiches and scones to rich curries, stews, and pastas. After a moment of deliberation, he requested a breakfast sandwich and a cup of tea. She cheerfully acknowledged the order and turned on her heel, heading toward the kitchen while he eagerly opened his newly discovered book. While her first customer settled into his reading, the young woman retreated to the kitchen. With a determined smile, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to get to work. She began by gathering fresh ingredients. With a snap of her fingers and a soft clink, a bounty of plump tomatoes, a loaf of bread, fresh meat, and a pitcher materialized on the counter in a soft puff of magic. Wasting no time, she took a knife to the tomatoes, the blade rhythmically tapping against the wooden cutting board as she sliced them with practiced precision. Next, she tossed the thick cuts of meat into a hot pan. They sizzled loudly as she expertly flipped them, the savory aroma beginning to fill the air. Assembling the cooked ingredients between the freshly baked bread, she pressed down firmly and sliced the massive, hearty sandwich in half. She plated the meal alongside a steaming cup of tea. As a finishing touch, she held her hands over the tray, casting a gentle wave of healing magic over the food before stepping back to admire her handiwork. Out in the reading room, the swordsman remained engrossed in his text, quietly turning the ancient pages. His concentration was broken as the young woman approached with the tray. He looked up, immediately noticing the mouth-watering scent of the meal. She sat down beside him. As she cheerfully informed him that he could drink as much tea as he liked, explaining that the enchanted teapot would refill itself automatically, he offered a slightly stunned, quiet word of thanks. Before leaving him to his meal, she reached into her apron and presented a beautifully ornate pocket watch, offering it as an alarm clock just in case he needed to leave at a specific time. She explained that the magical timepiece would chime directly in his mind at the set hour, adding that he could simply ring the table bell if he required anything else while she read at the counter. He offered a polite thanks, internally noting her casual use of such high-level magic. Leaving him to his rest, she turned and made her way toward the back of the quiet room, settling in at the counter while he remained seated with his open book. Alone at the table, the swordsman pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaustion weighing heavily on him, before reaching out to pour a cup of the freshly brewed tea. As he took a slow sip, his eye widened in mild surprise. A sudden, sparkling wave of revitalization washed over him, clearing the fog of fatigue from his mind. Setting the delicate teacup back onto its saucer with a soft clink, he reached for one of the thick sandwiches she had prepared. He inspected the simple meal for a brief moment before taking a hearty bite, chewing thoughtfully. Swallowing the bite, a look of genuine astonishment crossed his face. He marveled at the texture, wondering to himself if the bread and offal had always been so incredibly soft and fresh. He continued to eat with renewed vigor, his gaze drifting toward the young woman quietly reading at the counter. It had been ages, he realized, since he had enjoyed a meal this delicious. Watching her peaceful profile as she turned a page, he couldn't help but be thoroughly impressed by her unexpected culinary skills. Fully at ease in the warm, quiet atmosphere of the cafe, he poured himself another cup of the restorative tea, finally allowing himself to truly relax. He approached the counter to settle his bill, surprised by the low prices she quoted. As they finalized the transaction, he mentioned a book he had been meaning to read but hadn't finished. Noting that her cafe was a bit out of the way, he asked if she could hold the book for him until he could return the next day. She happily agreed, grinning at the prospect of a returning patron. Her smile widened into a bright, genuine beam as she explained her eagerness to accommodate him. After all, she confessed, he was currently her very first and only customer. The revelation caught him slightly off guard. His intense gaze softened as he repeated her words, processing the fact that he was the inaugural guest of this hidden sanctuary. A comfortable silence settled between them in the warm, softly lit space of the shop, the quiet intimacy of the moment contrasting with the snowy world outside. Breaking the quiet, she prepared a bookmark to reserve his chosen volume, asking for a name to write upon it. Moments later, he stepped out into the cold, mounting his white horse. As he prepared to depart, he promised to return, and she waved from the doorway, eagerly anticipating his next visit. Back inside, she examined the simple bookmark, now bearing the name L. A soft sense of satisfaction washed over her as she watched his cloaked figure disappear into the swirling snow. Glad that her first guest had been so pleasant, her thoughts lingered on the mysterious traveler. She mused on his handsome features and how his initial aloofness had given way to a mature, laid-back demeanor, especially pleased that they shared a similar taste in literature. Gazing out the window at the retreating rider, she noted a distinct change in his posture. He seemed significantly more relaxed now than when he had first arrived, leading her to hope that, like her, he found solace in the pages of a good book. Meanwhile, out on the snowy trail, Illinois guided his steed through the biting wind. Despite the chill, a lingering warmth remained with him as he reflected on the cozy atmosphere of the cafe he had just left behind. His mind raced through the details of his visit, the comfortable seating, the surprisingly delicious sandwich, and the impressive selection of books. But above all, his thoughts centered on the enigmatic owner. He pondered her true identity, deeply intrigued by a young woman who could casually weave such powerful restorative spells into a simple meal without a second thought. He made his way down the long, snow-covered path leading away from the grand estate, the winter air biting at his dark cloak. As he walked, his thoughts lingered on the humble librarian, musing that it would be ideal if the realm's designated savior shared such admirable qualities. Meanwhile, within the opulent walls of the palace, a sharp crack echoed through the halls. A young servant boy flinched violently, throwing his arms up to protect his face as an unseen force struck him, leaving his fellow staff members frozen in wide-eyed terror. The assault continued as a bowl of hot soup was callously upended over the cowering boy's head, the thick liquid dripping down his uniform. A shrill voice demanded to know why there were carrots in the meal, expressing a violent disgust for the vegetable, while the trembling servant could only stammer that he hadn't known. The source of the cruelty stepped forward, her sharp heel crushing a dropped saucer into pieces. The young woman, dressed in an extravagant, ruffled gown, glared down at the terrified staff with absolute disdain. She cut off the boy's apology, reminding him that as the chosen savior, she possessed absolute authority to do as she pleased, declaring that no one in the land of Othel could ever defy her. Snow falls gently over the sprawling, multi-winged estate, its grand architecture standing stark against the winter sky. Inside the stone corridors, the tall swordsman known as Il strides purposefully, his heavy dark cloak billowing slightly with each step. A cheerful voice suddenly echoes through the hall, welcoming him back. He turns to find George, a fair-haired knight in a crisp uniform, approaching with a relaxed smile. George casually asks if he missed anything while away, noting that Il looks much better after finally getting a chance to rest. The two men step over to a large window overlooking the snowy courtyard. George leans against the frame, gesturing outward in frustration as he complains about the ridiculous new orders forbidding them from letting the horses roam, all because a single horse had recently spooked the savior and caused her to trip. Continuing his rant, the blonde knight promises they will take the horses for long rides once their shift ends, though he teasingly notes that such an excursion might cut into Il's precious reading time. Il remains silent, his expression unreadable as he listens to the jab about being a bookworm. Beside him, George's smile fades into a look of genuine concern as he stares out the glass, muttering a quiet hope that the prince will soon come to his senses. Il's intense gaze follows his companion's line of sight out into the cold. The root of the problem is clear to everyone in the palace. The prince has completely isolated himself, ignoring the desperate pleas and lectures of the king, the queen, and his own siblings, choosing only the company of the savior. Shaking his head, George remarks that the situation is hopeless, as the prince is completely head over heels for the girl. Outside, across the snowy courtyard, two figures stand alone on a high stone balcony. The prince holds the savior close against the chill of the winter air, their silhouettes framed by the stone battlements and the overcast sky. From their vantage point at the window, Illinois and George watch the couple in silence, observing the prince's undivided, almost obsessive attention fixed entirely upon the young woman in his arms. Though the prince was absent, his infatuation weighed heavily on the estate's guards. The blonde vice-captain let out a long, exhausted sigh, rubbing his temples as his dark-haired companion looked on in shared resignation. He leaned against the stone windowsill, his frustration boiling over as he questioned the special treatment given to the supposed savior. The cloaked captain immediately hushed him, glancing around nervously and warning him of the dangers of being overheard. But the vice-captain refused to be silenced, his voice rising as he vented the unspoken thoughts of the entire guard. He angrily pointed out that the girl had been there for nearly half a year without learning a single spell, instead spending her days manipulating the prince. He insisted that without the royal's protection, she would have been exiled long ago, his fists clenching as his blood boiled at the injustice. The captain desperately tried to quiet him down again. Realizing he had lost his temper, the blonde knight lowered his hand and muttered a quiet apology. His companion's stern expression softened into one of understanding, acknowledging that they all shared the same deep-seated frustrations. The captain's gaze hardened with resolve as he declared that they needed to resolve the situation, not merely for their own peace of mind, but for the greater good of the realm. A distant bell tolled, signaling the end of their reprieve, as the vice-captain offered a grateful smile, admitting he would lose his mind without a friend to confide in. The captain quietly agreed. He turned his attention toward the courtyard as the rhythmic thud of marching boots echoed against the stone walls. A squad of armored guards passed by, prompting the captain to note that their brief moment of rest had come to an end. The blonde knight offered a bright, almost teasing smile, playfully saluting his superior and declaring that the entire nation of Othel was counting on him. In response, the captain delivered a firm, good-natured swat to his friend's back, reminding him not to be ridiculous since he held the rank of vice-captain himself. The blonde knight simply laughed it off as they continued down the grand corridor. As they descended the grand staircase, the tense atmosphere of the estate became palpable. Groups of maids huddled together in the shadows, exchanging anxious whispers about rumors and the suffocating tension that had gripped the household, all of them desperately wishing for a return to normalcy. Beyond the estate walls lay Othel, a vast and sprawling country blanketed in perpetual snow. It was a land that had once known profound peace, safeguarded by a royal family that swiftly eliminated threats and protected by a dedicated order of knights who ensured that the roaming monsters inflicted little harm upon the populace. The history of Othel took a sharp turn when a young woman arrived, heralded as an all-powerful savior. The kingdom rejoiced, welcoming her with open arms, believing she possessed the magic necessary to protect them. Yet, as time passed, the supposed savior never once attempted to learn a single spell. Instead of studying, she leaned heavily on her newfound status, demanding extravagant food and clothing, and thoroughly exhausting the castle staff. No one dared to stop her, for love had blinded the prince, placing the demanding girl on an untouchable pedestal. The reality of that pedestal became glaringly obvious in the castle corridors. Clinging tightly to the prince's arm, the savior pointed an accusing finger at an older maid, crying out that the servant was out to get her. The prince, caught in the middle, asked the flustered maid if the accusations were true, though the servant vehemently denied doing any such thing. Squeezing the young man's arm and forcing tears to her eyes, she claimed she merely asked to see the maid's necklace, only for the woman to lash out. The maid desperately defended herself, explaining that she simply couldn't hand it over, as the pendant was a precious heirloom from her mother. Desperation etched across her lined face. The head maid pleaded with the young royal. She reminded him of her unwavering loyalty, having served him faithfully since his boyhood, begging him to believe her over the newcomer. But his judgment was already clouded. Looking down at the woman who had raised him, he coldly stated that he never would have guessed she could be so cruel. Behind his back, the savior flashed a wicked, triumphant smirk, while the other maids watched in stunned silence. The head maid froze, the betrayal piercing her to the core. Seizing the moment, the savior leaned in close to the prince's ear, whispering a venomous suggestion to get rid of the servant, claiming she was too frightened to have someone like that around. Meanwhile, in another wing of the estate, the consequences of the savior's tantrums were already rippling outward. A subordinate rushed up to Captain Surrey and Vice Captain Bjork, breathlessly reporting that the savior was picking a fight with his servant yet again. The captain thanked the man for the report and dismissed him. Bjork immediately formulated a plan to manage the fallout, suggesting they tell the head maid to lie low and swap the coveted pendant with a fake. Surrey merely groaned, rubbing his face in sheer exhaustion at the endless petty drama. Before they could act on the plan, the heavy, ornate double doors down the hall slowly creaked open. Inside her lavishly decorated bedchamber, the savior casually tosses a small wand onto her vanity table, surrounded by plush toys and ornate furnishings. She examines the stolen pendant with a wicked smirk, mocking the head maid's foolishness for getting fired over such a trivial trinket before carelessly tossing it into her overflowing jewelry box. Turning away from the discarded necklace, she approaches a tall, ornate mirror, her reflection framed by intricate silver carvings. She leans in close, her cheeks flushing with self-satisfaction as she cups her face, utterly captivated by her own perceived cuteness. Stepping back into the center of the grand room, she scoffs at the very idea of studying magic. In her mind, her beauty and status as the chosen one guarantee her a life of effortless luxury, free from any real effort. Flashing a dazzling, arrogant smile at her reflection, she revels in her absolute power, thoroughly convinced that holding the title of savior is the greatest game she could ever play. Far from the palace's deceit, a gentle snow falls outside a cozy, warmly lit cabin. Inside, the young woman sits comfortably by a crackling fire, a tray of freshly baked cookies and a steaming mug resting on the table beside her. She happily munches on a cookie, her eyes scanning the pages of a thick book. As she enjoys the sweet treat, her thoughts drift to the imposing swordsman, wondering if he will ever return to her quiet sanctuary. The bell above the door chimed, signaling a new arrival. Sakina looked up from her counter, a bright smile spreading across her face as she warmly welcomed the tall, cloaked swordsman stepping into the shop. He approached the counter, his expression serious but calm, and requested to continue reading the book she had set aside for him. Delighted, she cheerfully invited him to take a seat wherever he liked. As he settled into a comfortable chair near the windows, removing his heavy cloak, a wave of quiet satisfaction washed over her. He had kept his word and returned, just as he said he would. He accepted the menu she promptly brought him, flipping through the pages before deciding on his order. Humming a cheerful tune, she headed back to the kitchen, pleased that his request for a full meal meant he planned to linger for a while. Soon, a hearty spread was prepared, featuring a steaming bowl of soup, fresh salad, and warm, flaky pastries. She watched quietly from a distance as he ate, her eyes softening as she observed him taking steady bites of the meal she had prepared. From that day forward, his visits became a near-daily occurrence. Sometimes he would sit quietly immersed in a page-turner, while other times they would eagerly discuss new recommendations, his lingering presence suggesting a reluctance to leave the quiet sanctuary of the shop. Whenever he finally departed on his white horse into the evening, she would stand at the doorway and wave goodbye, her heart warming at the thought of finally having a true regular customer. During one such visit, after finishing his meal, a soft sigh escaped him. She continued to chat animatedly about their shared reading tastes, completely at ease in his company. Curious about his life outside the shop, she asked if his duties as the captain of the knights kept him overly busy. He took a slow sip from his teacup, his gaze thoughtful, and simply replied that it depended on the day. He paused between bites of his meal, thanking her for garnishing the food with healing magic. Noting it was an impressive, high-level spell, he expressed his genuine relief at having found her shop. Surprised that he had noticed, she offered a warm smile, admitting she only added the magic hoping it would perk him up. Elaborating on his situation, the captain explained that the knights had recently lost access to their usual horse exercising grounds. It was during one of his rides to exercise his mount that he had fortuitously stumbled upon her secluded cafe. Later, as she watched him ride off into the snowy landscape, a realization dawned on her. She wondered if the loss of the training grounds was the root of his recent stress, her mind already turning over ways she might be able to help him. Seeking a distraction and supplies, she ventured down into the bustling heart of the castle town's marketplace, where merchants and townsfolk crowded the snow-dusted streets. Navigating the busy stalls with a bag full of fresh groceries, she smiled to herself. Even though her magical pendant could summon necessities for free, she always enjoyed the thrill of shopping and the joy of discovering new, local ingredients. Her stroll was interrupted when a traveling merchant, leading 2 sturdy pack horses, called out to her. He offered her a look at some rare, imported fabrics, noting that it was his caravan's last day in town. Intrigued by his wares, she approached and politely asked if he hailed from another kingdom. The merchant nodded warmly, confirming her suspicion and admitting that the journey to their snowy region had been quite an arduous trek. As she finalized her purchase, the merchant chatted amiably, mentioning that while he didn't mind the current snow, the constant cold seemed depressing compared to his homeland's year-round warmth. With her new goods secured, she thanked him and wished him safe travels on his journey home. Trudging back toward her secluded cafe, the merchant's words echoed in her mind. She looked up at the snow-laden trees, reflecting on the harsh reality that in the kingdom of Othel, the bitter winter truly never ended. Arriving at her property, her gaze fell upon the empty wooden pen outside. Noting the sparse, snow-covered grass, a sudden spark of inspiration hit her. She knew exactly what she needed to do before the captain returned. She raised her hand, summoning a glowing, intricate magic circle in the air. With a soft pulse of energy, tall, vibrant grass instantly sprouted from the snow-covered ground around her. Marveling at the sudden growth, she realized that if she could conjure grass, other plants might be possible too. She decided to expand the heat barrier slightly to protect her new creation. Satisfied with her hard work for the day, she headed back, remembering she needed to prepare fresh food for the captain's horse. Grasping the ornate pendant around her neck, she decided to use its magic to chop the food, knowing it would be much easier for the animal to chew. A basket brimming with perfectly sliced apples and carrots materialized in her hands just as the rhythmic clop of hooves announced the captain's arrival. She turned with a bright smile to welcome him, her sudden greeting causing the tall swordsman to flinch slightly in surprise as he halted his white steed. Recovering his composure, he apologized for startling her, explaining that he had arrived a bit earlier than usual. She quickly reassured him that it was perfectly fine, mentioning she had just been preparing the horse's meal. Stepping closer, she gazed up at the magnificent white animal, amazed by its sheer size and beauty. The captain watched her intently, a hint of nervous caution in his eyes as she leaned in. The horse lowered its large head, curiously sniffing at the basket and her face, drawing a delighted giggle from the young woman. She eagerly asked if she could feed the horse the carrots and apples by hand. The captain agreed, though his expression remained unusually stiff and guarded as he gave his permission. She offered the fresh greens to the massive white steed, watching with delight as it eagerly chomped down the meal. A warm smile spread across her face as she admired the gentle creature. Emptying the rest of the feed into a wooden bucket, she gasped in surprise as the horse let out a happy whinny, almost as if it understood her words. A few paces away, the captain watched her effortless interaction with quiet intensity. Turning back to him, she clasped her hands together in gratitude, expressing how much the simple act had lifted her spirits. He tilted his head, genuinely curious, and asked if the massive beast frightened her. She admitted that while she had never encountered a horse of such size, she felt no fear at all. Her calm demeanor triggered a dark memory in his mind. He recalled another girl from another world, the supposed savior, shrieking in terror at a mere stumble, callously demanding that the startled animals be put down. The stark contrast between the two women was jarring. A heavy silence settled over the snowy clearing as he processed the memory, the gentle rustle of the wind, the only sound between them. The tension finally melted from his shoulders, replaced by a soft, relieved smile as he realized his worries had been entirely misplaced. Seizing the lighter mood, she quickly changed the subject, excitedly announcing that the new book he had been waiting for had finally arrived. His eyes widened with pleasant surprise as she gestured toward a nearby spot to read. She led the way, pushing open a heavy wooden door to reveal a hidden space. As the door swung wide, a sudden flurry of delicate petals drifted out into the cold air, catching him completely off guard. Stepping through the threshold, he was greeted by an impossible sight. A massive cherry tree in full, glorious bloom, its pink canopy sheltering a cozy reading table set amidst a vibrant garden, completely defying the winter chill outside. She proudly explained her creation, noting that since their land was trapped in perpetual snow, a temporary open-air sanctuary would be a refreshing change of pace for his reading. He gazed up at the falling blossoms in awe, recognizing the rare, imported trees and murmuring his appreciation for their beauty. Turning his gaze from the magnificent branches down to the woman who had conjured this miracle, his expression softened into one of profound admiration. With absolute sincerity, he told her just how truly wonderful she was. His genuine appreciation left the young librarian entirely flustered, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as cherry blossoms drifted around her. Unable to hold his gaze, she spun on her heel and hurried away, stammering out an invitation for him to make himself at home while she fetched his book and a menu. He watched her retreat in quiet surprise. Safely behind closed doors, she leaned heavily against the wood, her face burning red as she tried to calm her racing heart. Later that evening, the captain returned to the military barracks, leading his white horse through the quiet, moonlit courtyard. As he approached the stables, he was met by the blonde vice-captain, who held up a lantern and offered a cheerful welcome back. The swordsman offered a simple, subdued greeting in return. He was immediately scrutinized by the vice-captain, who leaned in close to examine his superior's face. The blonde knight silently noted that the captain looked remarkably refreshed compared to when he had left. Probing for details, he asked if there was anything to report, but the captain flatly denied it, brushing past him toward the stalls. Watching him walk away with a subtle, lingering aura of contentment, the blonde knight rested a hand on his chin. A knowing smirk played on his lips as he concluded that something highly suspicious was going inside the grand estate. The expansive halls bustled with activity as traveling vendors meticulously arranged their wares along the ornate corridors. Amidst the growing crowd, the blonde vice-captain stretched his arms with a cheerful grin, standing beside his dark-haired superior, who was now dressed in a crisp, formal military uniform rather than his usual heavy cloak. He remarked on how pleasant it was to finally have a chance to relax, noting the considerable effort the merchants had gone through to set up shop within the castle walls. Leaning in closer, he conspiratorially added that the king had granted the prince and the savior their own private time slot for browsing, meaning they wouldn't have to worry about awkwardly running into the royal couple. The captain offered a faint, knowing smile, acknowledging the king's kindness, before announcing his intention to go inspect the available combat gear. Surprised by this deviation from routine, his subordinate pointed out that he usually made a beeline for the used bookstalls first. The captain's gaze shifted away, a hint of hesitation in his voice as he stammered that today would be different. Shrugging off the odd behavior, the blonde knight waved a casual goodbye and headed toward his own destination, leaving the captain to navigate the bustling market alone. As he walked, his attention was caught by a tender moment nearby, where a regal figure was gently fastening a sparkling necklace around a woman's neck. The sight sparked an idea, and he brought a hand to his chin in deep thought. Remembering the warm, healing meals Sakina had graciously provided him, he resolved to find a suitable thank-you gift for her. He stood before the glittering displays, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin as he surveyed the array of necklaces and pendants. The sheer variety left him at a loss, unable to decide which piece would be most fitting. Glancing over his shoulder, he realized his vice-captain had wandered off into the bustling crowd. Left to his own devices, he turned his attention back to the merchant stalls. He approached a quiet booth adorned with delicate trinkets, leaning in closely to inspect the wares laid out on the velvet cloth. His gaze swept over the ornate brooches and jeweled pins. He reasoned that she would prefer something understated, a piece that wouldn't interfere with her daily work in the library. He pondered whether a simple necklace or a pair of earrings might be the right choice. Suddenly, a specific item caught his eye. A subtle realization washed over his features, and he made his decision with quiet certainty. He presented his choice to the young vendor, politely requesting that she wrap it for him. She blinked in surprise, stammering as she confirmed that the esteemed captain truly only wanted a simple hair tie. He nodded calmly, assuring her that it was exactly what he needed. Flustered but eager to please, the vendor quickly apologized for her hesitation and promised to have it ready immediately. She carefully prepared the package, thanking him profusely for his patronage. Moments later, a small, neatly wrapped square box rested in his palm, secured with a delicate ribbon and a tiny floral accent. A rare, gentle smile softened his usually stern expression as he looked down at the modest present. As he walked away, completely absorbed in his thoughts, he remained oblivious to the whispers behind him. His vice-captain and the prince watched his departure from afar, exchanging bewildered remarks about the stoic captain purchasing a woman's hair accessory, leaving them utterly speechless. The tall swordsman stepped into the quiet warmth of the cafe. Sakina, looking up from her book and lowering her glasses, offered a bright welcome, noting his unusually early arrival. He simply replied that he was off duty for the day. A warm smile spread across her face as the realization dawned on her, finally understanding the reason for his unexpected free time. Her cheerful demeanor was interrupted as a second figure stepped out from behind the swordsman. Pulling back a heavy dark cloak, a blonde knight revealed himself, prompting her to politely ask if this new arrival was a colleague from the order. The dark-haired captain immediately demanded an explanation for the intrusion. Unfazed, The blonde knight cheerfully declared he was on official orders from the king to investigate his friend's recent restless behavior, while the young woman graciously offered to take his discarded cloak. Introducing himself as Bjork, the knight explained their long-standing friendship, casting a knowing smirk at his companion as he noted his suspicions about such a hidden indulgence. In return, she warmly introduced herself as Tsukina, the owner of the establishment. Eager to show off her domain, she offered to give him a proper tour. The blonde knight marveled at the sheer volume of bookshelves lining the walls as they walked through the spacious room, with the dark-haired captain trailing quietly behind them. When asked about the nature of the business, she proudly explained the concept of a book cafe, a sanctuary where patrons could eat, drink, and read freely. She added that she had woven protective magic over the entire collection to prevent any accidental damage. The knight was thoroughly impressed by the extensive magical wards. Meanwhile, she carefully placed the captain's reserved book on a nearby table, leaving him standing in a quiet, slightly awkward silence as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Moving behind the counter, she began pouring steaming water from a kettle to prepare their drinks. As the rich aroma filled the air, the blonde knight leaned in, curious to know how long she had been running the establishment. She replied that it had only been open for about 3 months. The knight mused that it was still quite new, casually adding that his dark-haired friend had been an avid bookworm since childhood, a remark that earned him a sharp, warning glare from over the top of an open book. He had always been a voracious reader. Even as a child in their remote village, where books were a rare commodity, he would bury his nose in the same worn pages the moment his sword practice ended, much to the playful frustration of his blonde companion. The memory faded as the blonde knight, Bjork, confirmed Tsukina's assumption, explaining that they had indeed grown up together in that isolated settlement. As he spoke, the librarian carefully poured a steaming cup of tea, the fragrant aroma filling the cozy space. Turning her attention to the tall swordsman, she let him know his own cup would be ready momentarily. He offered a brief word of thanks, noting that he was going to find the sequel to the volume he had just finished. With that, he stepped away from the counter, his dark cloak swishing softly as he navigated the aisles of towering bookshelves, leaving his childhood friend alone with the young woman. Taking advantage of the privacy, Bjork leaned in closer. His cynical demeanor softened into a genuine smile as he confided that the captain had been looking significantly better lately, and he firmly believed her presence was the reason for the positive change. The unexpected praise caught her off guard. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, and her eyes widened slightly before she offered a soft, sincere expression of gratitude. The tender moment shattered the instant Bjork took a sip of his drink. He practically shouted in amazement, marveling at how she had managed to weave healing magic into the brew without ruining the incredible flavor, while the swordsman continued browsing the shelves in the background, unbothered by the outburst. Setting his cup down with a clink, the knight's tone shifted to something far more mischievous. He leaned across the counter and boldly asked what her type of man was, a question that immediately caused the dark-haired captain to freeze and turn his head. A shadow fell over the swordsman's features. His visible eye narrowed into a piercing, deadly glare, radiating a sudden and intense hostility toward his overly inquisitive friend. Without a word of warning, the captain took decisive action. The heavy wooden door of the cafe flew open, and the blonde knight was unceremoniously hurled out into the street, tossed out by the collar of his uniform. He fixed a dark, uncompromising glare on his subordinate, his voice a low growl as he ordered the knight to leave if he wasn't there to read. Startled by the sudden hostility, the blonde knight stammered a complaint but quickly yielded, offering a hasty salute before retreating. As the heavy wooden door clicked shut behind the departing knight, a sudden quiet descended upon the library. The young librarian stood frozen, blinking in mild confusion at the abrupt exit, while the tall swordsman lingered near the entryway, letting out a heavy sigh. Turning back to her, he offered a stiff apology for the disruption. She immediately waved her hands in a placating gesture, assuring him that it was a pleasure to meet his friend and that he was welcome back any time. Softening his posture, the swordsman admitted that before the interruption, he had intended to give her something. With a swift, deliberate motion, he extended his hand, presenting a small, neatly wrapped gift box tied with a delicate ribbon. A faint flush crept across his usually stoic features as he averted his gaze, quietly explaining that it was a token of gratitude for always taking such good care of him. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise, a soft gasp escaping her lips as she looked down at the unexpected offering. Eagerly asking for permission, she carefully lifted the lid. Nestled inside the box was a beautiful hair accessory, crafted into the shape of a pristine, multi-petaled flower. Her face lit up with delight as she praised its cute design, thanking him profusely. Declaring that she wanted to try it on immediately, she received a gentle nod of encouragement from him and began gathering her long, dark hair. With a few deft movements, she secured the floral ornament into her side ponytail. She beamed, the new accessory adding a touch of elegance to her usual modest attire. He watched her in quiet admiration, the hard lines of his face melting away into a rare, tender smile as he took in the sight of her joy. Unaware of his captivated gaze, she did a small twirl, admiring how sturdy the design felt. She happily promised to wear it often and take excellent care of his thoughtful gift. She beamed with genuine delight, her cheeks flushed as she looked up at the dark-haired prince. He returned her gaze with a soft, affectionate smile, the air between them warm and quiet. The peaceful moment was short-lived. Noticing a familiar blonde knight peering anxiously through the window pane, the prince sighed and adjusted his collar. He announced that he would return later, once Bjork had finally stopped stalking him. After waving goodbye from the doorway, she watched the two men ride off into the snowy landscape, their distant bickering echoing through the cold air as the knight desperately apologized to his cloaked companion. Stepping back inside, she gently touched the new flower in her hair, her heart warming at the thought that Il had gone out of his way to find such a gift for her. Settling back into her routine, she donned her glasses and opened a thick tome at her desk. Her quiet study was abruptly interrupted by the creak of the front door. A tall, unfamiliar man draped in a patterned shawl stepped casually into the room, cheerfully noting that she seemed to have everything under control. Bewildered by the sudden intrusion, she hesitantly asked for his identity. The stranger offered a confident wink and a peace sign, boldly declaring himself to be God. The revelation struck her like lightning, instantly connecting this eccentric man to the glowing, divine sphere she had encountered before. Standing amidst the quiet shelves of her shop, Sakina stared in disbelief at the tall, long-haired stranger before her, hesitantly asking if he was truly the deity she had spoken to before. He offered a cheerful smile, confirming his identity and explaining that he had adopted this human guise to blend in. Leaning in with a conspiratorial grin, he revealed his true purpose, to warn her about the other savior residing in Othel. Setting down a cup of tea at the wooden counter, she paused, her brow furrowing in confusion as she echoed his words, wondering why she would need a warning. Taking a delicate sip from his teacup, the deity noted that she must have heard the rumors circulating town. He pointed out that the other girl, who hailed from the exact same world as Sakina, was known for her youth and beauty. A wry smile touched his lips as he described the other savior as young and childish. Yet, he admitted with a hint of amusement that the girl had somehow outdone Sakina, calling her truly amazing in her own unique, albeit frustrating way. He drew a sharp contrast between their chosen paths. While Sakina had sought a peaceful, secluded life deep within the forest, the other girl was currently living in luxury at the royal castle, loudly boasting about her divine status. Listening quietly, the young librarian took a slow sip from her mug as the deity continued his assessment. He revealed that the other savior despised studying and hadn't bothered to learn a single spell, yet carried herself with an astounding level of unearned confidence. Lowering her cup, she bluntly asked if the girl was simply freeloading off the royal court. From across the counter, her guest nodded in agreement, confirming her suspicions. Resting his chin on his hand, he recalled the moment he transferred the other girl. Even after warning her about the dangers of this new world, her only request had been for him to make her beautiful, a priority he found utterly baffling. He explained the root of her behavior. She had been the spoiled only child of wealthy parents. Now, armed with her requested beauty, she had the kingdom's prince completely wrapped around her finger, doing whatever she pleased while entirely ignoring her duties as a savior. Back in the quiet kitchen, Sakina chuckled nervously, unsure of how to respond to the deity's warnings. She wondered aloud if this was the reason her cloaked companion had been looking so exhausted lately. The stranger's expression darkened as he confirmed her fears, warning that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Leaning against the counter, she asked if there was a specific problem. He nodded gravely, reminding her of the incredible magical powers granted to those he brought into this world. He explained that it was entirely normal for a person's emotions to directly influence their newfound abilities. Since someone inexperienced with magic couldn't control these fluctuations, a highly emotional situation involving the other savior could lead to disastrous consequences. The implication hung heavy in the air. If her magic were to go haywire, the resulting devastation could obliterate the entire country, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. The sheer scale of the potential catastrophe left Sakina wide-eyed and speechless. Breaking the tense silence, the deity noted a bitter irony. The cruel girl was currently wasting her immense potential, unconsciously converting her raw power into charm magic. The very reason the prince had become so blindly infatuated with her. Confused and alarmed, Sakina demanded to know why the girl hadn't been removed if she posed such a massive risk. The stranger sighed, revealing the strict rules binding his actions. He could only send a savior back to their original world if they were on the brink of death, or if they had already unleashed havoc upon the land. He confessed his inability to intervene directly until one of those extreme conditions was met. However, he proposed a solution. Sakina's formidable barrier spells could contain the other savior's magical meltdown. If she could hold the destructive force at bay, he could safely extract the girl without leaving the kingdom in ruins. Sakina muttered under her breath, finding his methods as questionable as ever. The weight of the request settled on her shoulders as she quietly asked if he was truly relying on her to stop the impending disaster. Taking a calm sip from his cup, the deity deflected the burden of choice. He stated that his own desires were irrelevant. The decision to intervene and protect the kingdom ultimately rested entirely in her hands. She took a slow sip from her mug, letting the heavy silence stretch between them before finally voicing the question lingering in her mind. Setting the mug down, she looked directly at the eccentric stranger. She pointed out that since both she and the other girl were saviors, she wondered whose magic would prevail in a direct confrontation, and if her defensive barriers would even hold up against an attack. The deity answered without hesitation, assuring her that her meticulous study of magic gave her a distinct advantage in control. He explained that as long as she continued to hone her craft, her spells would only grow stronger, easily outpacing the raw, unstable power of her counterpart. Having delivered his warning, the tall man rose from his seat, his patterned shawl shifting over his shoulders. He gently reminded her that he only came to share this information, and the final decision of whether to intervene remained entirely in her hands. She nodded quietly, absorbing the weight of the responsibility. The heavy wooden door suddenly creaked open, interrupting their quiet exchange. The tall, dark-haired swordsman stepped into the entryway, his heavy black cloak sweeping behind him as he surveyed the room with his usual intense gaze. She immediately brightened, offering a warm greeting to the newly arrived captain. Meanwhile, the eccentric stranger turned to face the swordsman, the two men locking eyes in a silent, assessing exchange. A sly, knowing smile spread across the deity's face as a sudden thought seemed to amuse him. With a casual wave of his hand, the stranger announced that his business there was concluded and turned toward the exit. The young woman bid him farewell from behind the counter, watching as he approached the cloaked captain. As he passed by the swordsman, the deity leaned in close, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He teased the captain, suggesting that if he wanted the young woman to put down roots and stay, he had better make his move soon. The swordsman's expression hardened into a sharp glare at the provocative remark. The eccentric man slipped out the door with a cheerful hum, leaving the swordsman standing in stunned silence. Oblivious to the whispered exchange, the young woman stepped out from behind the counter, warmly welcoming the captain back and inviting him to take a seat away from the cold. She offered a bright, apologetic smile, breaking the lingering silence. She admitted that having another customer must have been quite a surprise for him, given how quiet the cafe usually was. The tall swordsman simply nodded, his expression unreadable as he looked down at her. Pressing the matter, he quietly asked if the strange man was a friend of hers. A drop of nervous sweat formed on her cheek as she carefully chose her words, explaining that the stranger was just someone who had helped her out in the past. He didn't respond immediately, his dark eyes locking onto hers with an intense, searching stare. Under his heavy gaze, she faltered, her voice trailing off as she struggled to maintain the half-truth. Deciding to offer a piece of her genuine past, she lowered her gaze. She confessed that she had no family left. Her grandparents had raised her after her parents passed away, but now, they were gone too. Gesturing to the cozy interior of the book cafe, she explained that she had built this sanctuary mostly on her own. However, she reiterated that the eccentric man who just left had been a tremendous help in getting it established. As she offered him a gentle, reassuring smile, a wave of melancholy washed over her thoughts. She knew most of what she said was true. Even back in her old world, amidst the bustling city crowds, she had always been profoundly alone. Sensing her lingering sadness, the captain quickly apologized for bringing up such painful memories. Her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth, and she frantically waved her hands, assuring him that she wasn't lonely anymore, especially not with him visiting so often. Eager to change the subject, she turned toward the kitchen, cheerfully asking what he would like to order today. Before she could take a step, his large, gloved hand reached out and firmly grasped her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. She froze, glancing back over her shoulder with wide, startled eyes. The sudden physical contact hung heavy in the air between them, but the quiet intimacy was abruptly shattered by a strange, resonant hum echoing through the room. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the cafe, rustling his dark cloak. He clicked his tongue in sharp annoyance, his romantic advance thwarted as his instincts flared at the unexpected magical disturbance. He quickly pulled a small, metallic device from his coat, its face glowing with an urgent light. Beside him, Sakina watched in confusion as the device emitted a sharp, continuous beep. His expression hardened instantly, the tender moment entirely forgotten. Sensing the sudden shift in his demeanor, she hesitantly called out his name, her voice laced with worry. Without hesitation, the captain turned his back to her, stating abruptly that he had to leave. Startled by his sudden departure, she pressed him for an explanation. Glancing back over his shoulder, he explained the grim situation. A monstrous threat had appeared near the border of Othel, and the knights were urgently needed to suppress it. The gravity of his words struck her like a physical blow, her eyes widening in sudden realization. As she watched his dark cloak retreat toward the door, a chilling thought washed over her. She had almost forgotten that, as the captain of the knights, his duty was to risk his life on the front lines to keep the kingdom safe. Panic overriding her hesitation, she desperately called out for him to wait just a second. Rushing to a nearby table, she reached into a glass jar and quickly plucked out a single, clear marble. Cradling the small glass sphere in her hands, she closed her eyes and focused her energy, causing the marble to emit a soft, magical glow. She apologized for the rushed work, admitting it wasn't much. Stepping up to the towering knight, she offered him the glowing marble, explaining that she had cast a barrier charm on it to protect him. She pleaded with him to take it before he faced the danger ahead. He paused, turning his intense gaze back toward the young woman. With a gentle smile, she urged him to be careful on his journey. Reaching out, the swordsman carefully took the enchanted marble from her palm. His large hand enveloped hers in a reassuring squeeze as he quietly thanked her, leaving her slightly breathless. Without warning, he pulled her into a sudden, tight embrace. His heavy dark cloak draped over them both as he held her close against his chest. Caught completely off guard, her eyes went wide. A deep flush spread across her cheeks as she froze in his arms, overwhelmed by the unexpected gesture. Moments later, he was mounted on his horse, riding out into the snow-covered landscape. Glancing back one last time, he promised to return in a few days, leaving her standing alone on the porch. Still reeling from the encounter, she touched her face, mentally scolding herself for being so easily flustered by handsome men. She quickly tried to shake off the embarrassment, reassuring herself that he would be perfectly fine and back before she knew it. Shaking her head vigorously to clear her thoughts, she resolved to focus on her work and prepare the books he had requested. Yet, a lingering sense of foreboding hung in the air. At the time, she truly believed he would return to the cafe in just a few days, just as he always. At a fortified encampment nestled within the dense forest, the captain of the guard sought an update. He questioned his subordinate about the monster's movements, receiving confirmation that the beast had not yet breached their established barriers. Satisfied, he requested a private word with the scout. Joining the captain, the blonde vice-captain suggested they strategize on where to lay their traps. The dark-haired swordsman offered a curt nod of agreement, his mind already turning to the preparations ahead. As they planned, his thoughts drifted back to a quiet moment before the deployment. He remembered the gentle librarian handing him a small marble, her voice echoing with a promise that she had cast a barrier charm upon it to keep him safe. In the present, his gloved hand clenched tightly, drawing strength from the memory of her gift. Returning his focus to the bustling camp, he listened as his vice-captain voiced a shared sentiment, eager to finish the mission quickly so they could return to the young woman waiting for them. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a nervous messenger bearing urgent news. A heavy silence settled over the wooden barracks, the morning mist clinging to the rooftops as the messenger prepared to deliver his report. The news shattered the quiet morning. Both the captain and his vice-captain recoiled in sheer disbelief, their voices rising in unison as they repeated the absurd order. The supposed savior was joining their dangerous monster-hunting expedition. His shock quickly morphed into fierce indignation. He demanded an explanation from the trembling messenger, unable to fathom why a civilian would be thrust into an active combat zone. The reason, it turned out, was entirely frivolous. Inside a lavishly decorated command tent, the haughty young woman clung tightly to the crown prince's arm, having insisted on accompanying the vanguard simply to watch him fight. The royal heir looked deeply uncomfortable, attempting to reason with her about the severe dangers of the front lines. She dismissed his concerns with a childish whine about being scared of horses, stubbornly insisting that the younger prince could just stay back and protect her instead. Hearing this account, the dark-haired captain dragged a hand down his face, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Beside him, the blonde knight grimaced, realizing with mounting dread that the stubborn girl would refuse to listen to reason, turning their perilous mission into a babysitting detail. His tense discussion was shattered when a breathless scout burst through the door, desperately calling out for the captain. The scout reported that the northeastern barrier had fallen, allowing a pack of hungry wolves to breach their defenses. With a sharp, focused gaze, the dark-haired commander demanded their numbers, only to learn that a massive beast was leading a swarm of nearly 50 monsters straight toward them. Out in the freezing wilderness, the monstrous pack surged forward. At their helm charged a colossal, multi-eyed beast, its terrifying roar echoing through the snow-covered trees as it led the ravenous swarm. The chilling howl reached the encampment, sending a ripple of unease through the gathered men. The blonde vice-captain muttered a grim observation about the terrifying speed of their approaching enemy. Refusing to yield to fear, the captain drew his blade with a sharp ring of steel. His voice cut through the rising panic, commanding every man to their stations to prepare for the imminent slaughter of the beasts. Swinging swiftly into the saddle of his warhorse, his mind raced to the liabilities they had been forced to bring along. He urgently questioned the whereabouts of the arrogant girl and the crown prince. Riding up beside him, his trusted lieutenant confirmed that the royal and his stubborn guest were safely secured inside a tent, deliberately kept far away from the fray. With that immediate concern settled, the commander locked his focus back on the tactical advantage. Gripping his reins, he declared their strategy. They would strike down the alpha, knowing the rest of the pack would scatter once their leader fell. The clash was instantaneous and brutal. Armored knights met the snarling tide of fur and fangs with raised shields and flashing steel, while glowing magical barriers flared to life to repel the ferocious assault. Cutting through the chaotic melee on horseback, the blonde knight gritted his teeth against the overwhelming swarm. Slashing at the beasts, he cursed their sheer numbers and frantically scanned the battlefield for the giant alpha they needed to destroy. As he scanned the chaotic battlefield, The young woman with glasses deduced the enemy's strategy, calling out to the knights that the Alpha had likely retreated to the center of the pack. Heeding her words, the vice captain ventured deeper into the shadowy woods, his sword drawn as ominous rustling echoed from the dense tree-line. Heavy footsteps thumped nearby, causing his breath to hitch in sudden panic as he whipped around to face the unseen threat. A monstrous, multi-eyed wolf erupted from the shadows with a deafening roar. The captain and his subordinate immediately spotted the beast, but their attention was violently diverted by the sight of two unexpected figures standing directly in the monster's path. Oblivious to the imminent danger, the crown prince held the savior close. She marveled at the terrifying creature as if it were a mere spectacle, playfully asking her royal companion to protect her if it attacked. The vice captain stared in sheer disbelief, questioning why the royal pair had wandered onto the deadly front lines. Beside him, the dark-haired captain clicked his tongue in profound irritation, his sharp eyes narrowing at the reckless display. Wasting no time, the captain spurred his white steed forward, drawing his broadsword and roaring a command to his men to drive the beast away from the prince. The giant wolf lunged, its massive jaws snapping as it unleashed a terrifying blast of energy. The knights braced themselves against the onslaught, but their leader charged headlong into the fray. A massive explosion of dark magic and dust erupted as the captain's strike collided with the beast. The shockwave tore through the forest, forcing the prince to shield his companion from the violent debris. As the smoke cleared, the terrifying monster was gone, replaced by a battered, groaning figure lying in the dirt. The prince and the savior stared in stunned silence at the fallen enemy, while the captain stood watchfully in the background. The monstrous beast's sudden assault forced the crown prince to take immediate command. Shouting over the chaos, he ordered the injured Il to take his horse and flee to safety, simultaneously commanding Bjork to cast a healing spell. With a resolute thud of his boots, the prince stepped forward, drawing his own sword to face the threat. He didn't hesitate. Spinning with practiced agility, the royal heir swung his blade in a wide arc, the steel whistling through the air as he deflected an incoming strike. The deflection barely bought him a second before the giant wolf lunged. Its massive jaws snapped shut with terrifying force, but the prince held his ground, his sword trembling as it caught the beast's fangs in a desperate, ringing clash. While he struggled to hold the monster at bay, his attention darted to the savior. She stood paralyzed, tears streaming down her face, prompting him to desperately shout for her to mount the horse and hurry. Instead of fleeing, she let out a piercing, terrified scream. The high-pitched sound instantly caught the multi-eyed wolf's attention, its ears twitching toward her as the prince cursed under his breath, realizing his distraction had failed. The beast completely abandoned its clash with the royal. It pivoted its massive, muscular frame away from the clashing swords, its gaze now locked entirely on the screaming girl and the waiting horse in the snowy clearing. As the creature bolted past him, the prince could only watch in stunned silence, his eyes wide with sudden dread. But the monster's true target wasn't the screaming girl. With terrifying speed, the wolf lunged directly at the injured, cloaked swordsman, its massive fangs bared for a lethal strike. A sickening impact echoed through the forest as the beast's attack connected, sending a massive, dark spray of blood erupting into the air. The prince and the blonde knight recoiled, their faces twisting in absolute horror at the brutal blow. The force of the strike sent the cloaked man plummeting to the ground. He collapsed heavily into the snow, his sword slipping from his grasp as a fresh pool of blood began to spread around his motionless body. He lay crumpled on the frozen ground, his dark cloak spread around him like a shadow. A few paces away, the crown prince stood completely frozen, staring at the fallen captain in disbelief. The young royal's face drained of color, the sheer horror of the moment paralyzing him. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his eyes widened in shock. He whispered a desperate, broken question to the empty air, unable to comprehend the sudden tragedy. But the seasoned warrior was not finished yet. With a heavy, ragged breath, he forced himself upward, leaning his entire weight onto the hilt of his broadsword. He muttered a casual, exasperated complaint, refusing to stay down. Blood streaked across his face, yet a defiant smirk touched his lips. Glancing back at the royal, he teasingly remarked that the prince had never caused them this much hassle when he was just a kid. The prince cried out his name, a mix of relief and lingering terror in his voice. Their brief reunion was instantly shattered by a deafening, guttural roar. The giant beast loomed directly behind them, its massive silhouette rising like a mountain of pure malice against the sky. From a distance, the blonde vice captain screamed his comrade's name in absolute panic. The swordsman's eyes darted sharply toward the warning. A terrifying blur of dark motion tore through the air. The beast lunged with blinding speed, closing the distance to the two men in a fraction of a second. Reacting on pure instinct, the injured captain violently shoved the prince out of the path of destruction. The young royal tumbled backward just as the monster's massive, fanged jaws snapped shut exactly where he had been standing. As the beast's shadow overtook him, a fleeting look of surprise crossed the swordsman's face. In that final, stretched second, a war memory flashed in his mind, the gentle, radiant smile of a young woman from the library. With quiet resignation, he closed his eyes, accepting the devastating impact. Miles away from where the swordsman fell, a sudden, inexplicable chill swept over Tsukina. Her eyes widened behind her glasses, and she abruptly snapped her book shut. As snow fell gently outside her warmly lit shop, an urgent, disembodied voice echoed through her mind, crying out. The heavy thud of a closing book echoed through the quiet room as Tsukina removed her glasses, rubbing her tired eyes. She sat alone in the spacious library, the silence pressing in around her. A full week had passed without a single visit from Aiel. Stretching her stiff shoulders, she reached for a small wooden box on the desk. The solitude was usually a comfort, but now his absence left a palpable void in the room. Gazing down at a small, round token resting in her palm, she tried to reassure herself. She had given him that barrier charm. Surely, it would be enough to keep him safe. With a soft clink, she dropped the token back into its container, the sound sharp in the quiet room. She stood motionless in the center of the library, the vast shelves of books offering little distraction from her growing anxiety. Making up her mind, she resolved to head into town the very next day to uncover if the monster had finally been defeated. Just as the thought settled, the sharp chime of the doorbell shattered the silence. The heavy wooden door creaked open to reveal Aiel, his tall frame slumped and his dark cloak hanging heavily from his shoulders. Tsukina gasped, her eyes widening in alarm as she immediately asked if he was all right. He didn't answer immediately, instead hobbling painfully past her toward the warmth of the crackling fireplace, every step a visible struggle. Watching him, Tsukina let out a long, trembling breath, a soft smile of profound relief finally breaking across her face. She looked up to see a gentle, reassuring smile break across the swordsman's weary face. Despite his calm demeanor, her eyes darted anxiously to his bandaged head and the arm resting heavily in a sling. She questioned if he should even be out of bed in such a battered state, but he brushed off her concern, insisting that while he was sore, he was mobile enough to have ridden his horse there. Settling onto a stool at the counter, he confessed that he had been desperate to see her as soon as possible, admitting he had relentlessly pestered the royal physician until he was finally granted permission to leave. The tension finally melted from her shoulders, replaced by a bright, relieved smile as he thanked her for tending to his steed. She beamed, expressing her profound gratitude that both rider and horse had made it back safely. Yet, as her gaze fell upon his tightly wrapped fingers resting on the wood, a silent worry gnawed at her. She knew, despite his brave front, that he was undoubtedly masking a great deal of pain. Pushing her worries aside, she quickly offered to prepare a meal, asking if his stomach could handle it. He requested something simple, like bread and stew, noting the doctor's strict orders to avoid heavy foods, a request she eagerly rushed to fulfill. Within moments, the kitchen was filled with the comforting aroma of a hearty, bubbling stew and a basket of freshly baked, crusty bread, prepared with meticulous care. As she served the warm meal, she casually mentioned that the new books he had requested had finally arrived, though she gently teased whether he would even be able to turn the pages with his injured hand. He reached up to gingerly touch the bandages wrapping his head, conceding that reading would indeed be a challenge. He explained the limitations of their magic, revealing that healing spells were taxing and could only mend a single severe injury per day. Her eyes widened in shock, realizing the sheer brutality of the battle if it required such treatment. He recounted the chaotic aftermath at the castle, explaining that with so few capable healers, he had ordered them to prioritize the other critically wounded knights since he could still stand. His expression darkened as he ominously added that the giant wolves had been the least of their problems. His mind flashed back to the chaotic battle in the forest. As a barrage of deadly, shadowy spikes hurtled toward the stunned crown prince, the swordsman didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, throwing his own body between the royal heir and certain death. The impact was devastating. As the dark magic struck his chest, a sharp cracking sound echoed over the din of battle. The small, unassuming charm he wore around his neck began to fracture under the immense pressure. But instead of shattering into useless pieces, the broken pendant erupted with blinding light. A massive, intricate magical circle materialized in the air, forming an impenetrable shield that violently repelled the monstrous beast's crushing blow. As the brilliant light slowly dissolved into floating, crystalline shards, he stood completely untouched. Staring down at his hands in sheer disbelief, he realized that Tsukina's simple gift had just saved his life. Still reeling from the shock, he frantically checked his abdomen, expecting to find a fatal gash. To his absolute astonishment, the severe stomach wound he had sustained earlier was completely gone. A breathless, relieved chuckle escaped his lips. He looked up to see the massive, horned beast lying motionless on the scorched earth, defeated by the very force it had unleashed. He deduced that the miraculous barrier hadn't just shielded him. It had simultaneously reflected the attack and cast a powerful healing spell. The adrenaline finally began to fade, leaving a crushing wave of exhaustion in its wake. He swayed on his feet, his vision blurring, driven forward only by a sudden, overwhelming desire to return to the library and see her again. His strength completely gave out. With that final, lingering thought of the young woman who had saved him, He collapsed face first into the dirt, surrendering to the darkness. When he finally regained consciousness days later, he found himself in a plush infirmary bed, heavily bandaged but alive. He recalled waking to the sight of the royal family weeping in relief, though he wryly noted that his vice-captain, Bjork, had immediately scolded him for his recklessness. The memory faded as he sat quietly in the peaceful, sunlit library, bringing his tale to a close. Looking across the wooden counter at the young woman, he offered a soft, sincere confession. He had only survived the ordeal because of her protective charm. He looked at her with profound sincerity, his voice steady as he delivered the weight of his gratitude. He told her, plainly and without hesitation, that she had saved his life. Overwhelmed by the gravity of his words, she turned away, her footsteps echoing softly as she retreated across the room. He called out her name, a hint of confusion in his tone as he watched her go. But she hadn't fled. Returning to his side, she gently took his injured arm, her hands hovering over the bandages as a soft, warm light pulsed from her palms, weaving healing magic into his battered flesh. As the glow faded, she brushed her hands together, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. She assured him his hand would be fine now, though she sheepishly added that he still needed to take it easy. Before she could pull away, his fingers suddenly closed around her wrist. The sudden contact caught her off guard. He held her hand firmly, his dark eyes searching her face with a mixture of surprise and quiet intensity as he asked if she had truly been worried about him. Flustered, she stammered out a quick defense, her hands waving defensively. She insisted that of course she was anxious. He was a regular customer, after all. Her voice pitched higher as she confessed that every time she opened the door during his long absence, she had found herself looking for him. Her frantic explanation trailed off under his unwavering gaze. He simply stared at her, his expression unreadable but deeply focused, prompting a nervous flush to spread across her face as she quietly asked what was wrong. Instead of answering, his grip shifted. His large hand enveloped hers completely, giving her fingers a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Still holding her hand, he looked up at her, the distance between them feeling suddenly fragile. The air grew heavy with unspoken emotion as he breathed her name, his voice dropping to a soft murmur as he began to speak his mind. The tender moment shattered instantly as a loud hiss erupted from the kitchen. A pot on the stove boiled over in a cloud of steam, sending her into a sudden panic. She gasped, tearing her hand away to rush toward the counter and frantically turn off the burner. She quickly apologized for the interruption, asking what he had been about to say. He brushed it off, thanking her for healing his hand so he could read again. Eager to help, she offered to tend to the rest of his injuries. Turning back to her work, she cheerfully promised to enchant his tea, just as she always did, boasting lightly about how easy magic was and the multitude of spells she had mastered. He watched her in silence, his expression unreadable. Breaking the quiet, he remarked that it was a shame she wasn't the savior. The unexpected comment caught her off guard, bringing a sudden flush to her cheeks. He set a plate down on the counter, clarifying that he meant the girl currently residing at the castle. When she asked if he had heard rumors about her, he casually dismissed his knowledge as mere gossip. Turning his gaze away, he offered a simple, non-committal acknowledgement. She watched him from across the counter, sensing a shift in his demeanor. His thoughts darkened as he reflected on the savior, quietly lamenting that the girl had recklessly forced her way into the recent battle. A troubling realization dawned on her as she wondered if the savior's actions were the reason he had been injured. Unaware of her internal turmoil, he took a bite of his food, praising her cooking with his usual warmth. Settling in with a cup of tea, he asked if he could stay until the cafe closed. She agreed, though she questioned if he had the time to spare. He admitted that he was barred from returning to duty until he fully recovered, adding that he wasn't exactly in a rush to go back. Curious, she asked why he felt that way. He stared down into his teacup, his somber reflection staring back at him from the dark liquid. He explained that the savior's selfishness was directly responsible for the staggering number of injured knights, causing deep resentment among the veteran soldiers whose lives she had carelessly risked. With a heavy sigh, he confessed that since he lived at the castle, he couldn't avoid the situation forever, though he clearly dreaded his inevitable return. He took a slow, quiet sip from his teacup, the heavy silence of the room settling between them. Sakina watched him carefully, her mind racing as she considered his reluctance to return to the castle. An idea sparked within her as she recalled the layout of her home. The cafe had a spare room on the same floor, complete with its own washroom, a perfect quiet refuge. Stealing a quick glance at her guest, she was caught off guard when his dark eyes met hers. A sudden, fierce blush rushed to her cheeks as she realized just how charming the weary swordsman truly was, making it impossible not to feel drawn to him. Noticing her flustered state, he lowered his cup slightly. With a calm, steady voice, he broke the silence, asking if she would be willing to let him stay at the cafe for a while. Her face still flushed, she eagerly offered the guest room. She reasoned that making the long trek back and forth must be exhausting for him, especially given his current injuries. The swordsman gently set his teacup down on its saucer with a soft clink, his expression unreadable. Misinterpreting his silence, a wave of panic washed over her, and she quickly backpedaled, stammering that the choice was entirely up to him, terrified she had overstepped her bounds. He looked at her earnestly, asking softly if it was truly all right for him to impose. Desperate to reassure him, she insisted that she never would have made the offer if she didn't mean it. A subtle tension left his shoulders as he accepted her invitation, deciding he would move in the following day. He explained he first needed to return to the castle to gather his belongings, a plan she met with a bright, welcoming smile. Shortly after, he mounted his white horse outside the cafe, his dark cloak billowing slightly in the breeze. He offered a final wave of farewell to the young woman standing warmly in the doorway. As he turned away to begin the dreaded journey back to the royal grounds, his expression darkened into a heavy, somber frown. She watched his retreating figure, a lingering sense of concern etched across her features. As he stepped out and the cafe door clicked shut behind him, the weight of her own bold invitation finally crashed down on Sakina. She slid down against the wooden frame, her face burning with a furious blush. Cradling her cheek in her hand, she stared blankly ahead, completely overwhelmed as she frantically questioned what on earth she had. Morning light breaks over the sprawling estate, casting long shadows across the snow-dusted grounds and the grand, multi-tiered rooflines. Inside one of its rooms, the tall swordsman sits on the edge of his bed, his heavy cloak discarded for a simple white shirt. He quietly zips up a large travel bag, his belongings already packed into a sturdy trunk beside him. He gazes down, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips before a sudden, sharp knock at the heavy wooden door breaks the silence. A cheerful greeting announces the arrival of the blonde knight, who steps into the room and asks how his friend is feeling after working all hours. The swordsman replies that he is doing much better. The knight remains near the doorway, explaining the current situation and noting that only a few of their men are currently in fighting form. However, he adds reassuringly that they should be fine, as the savior has been on her best behavior recently. Leaning in slightly with a knowing smirk, he begins to ask if his friend is planning to visit someone. But his question is cut short by another series of knocks echoing from the hallway. Both men turn their attention toward the entrance as the door slowly creaks open, prompting the knight to call out a questioning greeting. The swordsman immediately springs to his feet from the bed, standing at attention as the crown prince steps into the room with a somber, unreadable expression. He keeps his gaze lowered, a bead of sweat forming on his cheek as he struggles to find the right words, his usual regal composure entirely absent. Suddenly, he bends forward in a deep, formal bow, loudly apologizing to the two men. The blonde knight throws his hands up in a panic, frantically begging him to stop. He remained bowed, his voice heavy with remorse as he offered a sincere apology. He confessed that the knights had safeguarded him for years, and his recent actions had nearly cost them their lives. The captain and the blonde knight stood in stunned silence, absorbing the weight of the young man's unexpected humility. Clenching his fist in frustration at his own failings, the prince admitted his guilt. He explained that he had gotten carried away pampering the savior, fully aware that her selfishness was causing them trouble, yet he had allowed it to continue. Looking up with desperate eyes, he acknowledged that mere words might not earn their forgiveness, but he pleaded for just one more chance to make things right. To prove his resolve, he laid out a strict ultimatum. He vowed to persuade the savior to study magic before the upcoming Aurora Festival next month, declaring that if he failed, they had his father's explicit permission to punish him. The two knights exchanged a long, contemplative glance, silently weighing the sincerity of the young man's desperate vow. The room fell into a heavy stillness as he turned away, his tense posture betraying his anxiety as he awaited their final judgment. The tension finally broke when the captain offered a gentle smile, accepting the plan without objection. Beside him, the blonde knight grinned broadly, teasingly adding that he knew all too well how love could make a man do foolish things. A wave of profound relief washed over his face. Murmuring a quiet word of gratitude, he turned and stepped out of the room, the heavy wooden door clicking shut behind him. Left alone, the blonde knight let out a breath of disbelief, utterly gobsmacked to see their superior acting like his old, responsible self again. The captain, sinking wearily onto the edge of the bed, agreed, though he noted the real challenge would be whether the savior would actually comply. Still, they decided it was worth giving him the chance. He carefully packed his belongings into a sturdy leather suitcase, preparing for a journey. His preparations were interrupted by a playful jab from the vice captain, who leaned in with a knowing smirk, asking if the luggage was meant for a visit to a certain young woman. Stretching his arms behind his head, the blonde knight warned that romance could easily turn sour, admitting he never pegged the stoic swordsman as the romantic type. Undeterred by the cold reception, he grabbed his friend's shoulders with a hearty laugh, teasingly calling him a lover boy and promising to lend a hand if any trouble arose. With a weary sigh and a drop of sweat trailing down his cheek, the swordsman offered a reluctant agreement as his boisterous companion waved goodbye and slipped out the door. Left alone in the quiet room, he sat beside his packed bag, quietly admitting to himself that the situation did indeed feel like trouble. Sometime later, he arrived at a familiar doorstep, where the young woman in the apron greeted him with a warm smile, expressing how much she had been looking forward to his return. Stepping inside the cozy home, he softly thanked her for the invitation. A rare, gentle smile graced his usually stern features, bringing a faint, happy flush to her cheeks as they shared a quiet moment of connection. The comfortable atmosphere followed them into the kitchen, where he rolled up his sleeves to help her prepare a meal, moving in easy harmony among the rustic wooden cabinets. Later, as they settled into plush armchairs by a crackling fireplace to read, she suddenly paused, bewildered by a convoluted plot twist in her book, questioning aloud if the events belonged to an entirely different story. He looked up from his own reading, equally perplexed by her bizarre literary discovery. She greeted her guest brightly the next morning, offering him a freshly brewed cup of tea as he emerged in a relaxed, light-colored shirt. He accepted the cup with a quiet word of thanks, settling into the warm atmosphere of the kitchen while she finished preparing breakfast. As she turned back to her tasks, his hand gently reached out, his fingers brushing against the long strands of her dark hair. The sudden, intimate gesture caught her completely off guard, causing her to freeze in surprise. Realizing he had startled her, he quickly withdrew his hand and offered an apology. He explained, a hint of warmth in his voice, that he was simply glad to see she was wearing the delicate flower hair tie he had given her. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as her fingers fluttered up to touch the floral ornament. She shyly confessed how much she loved the gift, thanking him once more, which brought a soft, genuine smile to his usually stoic face. A comfortable silence settled over the spacious kitchen, the morning light casting long shadows across the wooden counters as they stood near one another, the space between them feeling noticeably smaller than before. She couldn't help but steal a glance at him, her heart fluttering with a new, unfamiliar rhythm. She wondered internally if it was just her imagination, or if the invisible barrier between them was truly beginning to melt away. As she plated the warm food, and he took a slow sip from his teacup, her thoughts continued to race. Beneath her calm exterior, a burning curiosity gnawed at her, desperate to know how he truly perceived her. He broke the quiet contemplation, setting his cup down to announce that her healing magic had worked wonders on his recovery. With a casual demeanor, he offered to accompany her whenever she needed to run errands, a proposal that made her heart skip a beat. Her face lit up with a bright, eager smile as she immediately agreed to the outing. Though she secretly mused that she usually just summoned her groceries with a magical pendant, the prospect of spending the day with him easily overrode her usual routine. Pleased by her enthusiastic response, he suggested they head out that very morning. He offered to cast a teleportation spell as soon as they finished their meal, setting the stage for an unexpected adventure together. He tilted his head, questioning if they should simply ride his horse instead of relying on high-level magic as they usually did. In response, the young woman merely smiled and gesticulated playfully toward the round window, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Just outside the glass, his white steed was fast asleep in the tall grass, completely oblivious to their travel plans. A soft, conceding smile broke across his face as he agreed that a horseback ride would have to wait for another time. Moments later, the quiet morning air shifted to the distant hum of a bustling town. A glowing ring of magical energy materialized with a soft hum in a narrow, cobblestone alleyway between two tall buildings. The swordsman and the young woman stepped seamlessly from the fading light of the spell, now draped in traveling cloaks to ward off the chill. She marveled at how smooth the short trip felt compared to her previous experiences with teleportation. Noting the crowded streets ahead, he extended his hand toward her, insisting they stay close so they wouldn't be separated. As her fingers intertwined with his, a deep blush crept across her cheeks, her heart fluttering with the quiet realization that his protective gesture might mean something more. Hand in hand, they emerged into the vibrant thoroughfare. Her eyes widened at the lively stalls and bustling crowds, while he leaned in close, explaining that this particular market only opened its doors once a week to offer the best bargains. Her eyes sparkled with delight as they approached a bustling food stall. Pointing eagerly at the display, she ordered one of the freshly made, cone-shaped pastries, her anticipation evident as the vendor handed over the warm treat. As they continued their stroll, stopping to browse a selection of used books, she couldn't help but notice the peculiar behavior of the local merchants. The shopkeepers seemed overly deferential, one even addressing her companion as captain before hastily correcting himself. The tall swordsman simply offered a polite thanks and paid for their purchases, leaving her to wonder about the strange interactions. Leaving the stalls behind, their fingers remained gently intertwined. A warm flush crept up her neck as she silently mused that anyone watching would surely mistake them for a couple on a romantic outing. Her romantic reverie was interrupted when a dark, illustrated poster on a nearby brick wall caught her eye. Curiosity piqued, she turned to the swordsman, asking him what the Aurora Festival was all about. Shifting the paper bag of their purchases in his arm, he explained that it was Othel's grandest annual celebration, scheduled to take place in just a fortnight. He glanced down at her, mildly surprised, and asked if she had never attended before. She shook her head, admitting that her days were usually spent entirely within the confines of her cafe. He painted a picture of the event with his words, describing how the night sky would come alive with spectacular, glowing auroras. As she marveled at the thought of such a beautiful sight, he casually mentioned that he happened to be free on the evening of the festival. Leaning in slightly, his dark eyes meeting hers, he softly proposed that they attend the celebration together. Her face instantly lit up with a radiant, joyful smile. She eagerly accepted the invitation, her excitement bubbling over. In response, a gentle smile graced his features, and he gave her hand an affectionate, reassuring squeeze. As they resumed their walk through the charming, cobblestone streets, the towering rooftops of the town rising around them, he asked where she would like to head next and what she fancied for dinner. After a moment of thought, she suggested they find a place that served fish. Despite the light-hearted conversation, a heavy realization settled over her. Knowing his injuries were nearly healed, she feared the day he would return to being just another customer. With a determined glance in his direction, she made a silent vow. On the night of the festival, she would finally ask him how he truly felt. Standing outside the quaint café, the tall swordsman turned back to express his gratitude for her hospitality. With a warm smile, the young woman assured him it was her pleasure. As he prepared his horse for departure, he praised her exceptional healing magic, noting that her care would allow him to report for duty much earlier than expected. The realization that he would be consumed by work and absent for a while settled over her. She confessed, a hint of melancholy in her voice, that the cafe would feel a bit lonely now that she had grown so accustomed to his presence. Pushing past the sadness, she offered a gentle smile and urged him to return safely. His horse offered a soft whinny in agreement as he looked back at her. Touched by her concern, he promised to finish his duties before the upcoming festival so they could attend it together. Her eyes lit up instantly, her previous gloom replaced by eager anticipation. Suddenly remembering a parting gift, she dashed back inside the cafe. She quickly returned bearing a wooden box filled with glowing, glass-like spheres, offering them to him and his fellow knights as the results of a recent barrier magic practice. He stared at the box in disbelief, warning her that even a single barrier charm of such immense power was worth a small fortune. She simply brushed off his concern, explaining that her only real expense had been the cheap marbles themselves. Stepping into his personal space, she carefully fastened a distinct, ornately framed charm directly onto his dark cloak. With a soft click, she secured it, declaring that this specific one was meant just for him. A faint blush dusted her cheeks as she explained it was a token of gratitude for the hair tie he had gifted her, designed as a cloak pin so it wouldn't hinder his movements in battle. Looking away shyly, she confessed that she would be deeply saddened if he were injured and stopped visiting. The swordsman's usually stoic expression melted into a look of profound, quiet affection. He gazed down at her, the unspoken weight of her words hanging warmly in the air between them. He expressed his deep gratitude, praising the astounding power of her barrier magic. She beamed with pride, happily reminding him that such charms were one of her greatest specialties. After watching him ride off into the winter woods, the young woman returned to her shop. Stepping through the doorway, she looked around the quiet, empty cafe, the sudden silence a stark contrast to the warmth of his visit. Meanwhile, miles away, the grand, imposing facade of the knight's headquarters stood tall against the sky. Inside its sprawling corridors, the captain strode purposefully forward, his dark cloak billowing behind him as a familiar blonde figure waited near the windows. The vice-captain greeted him with a bright, knowing smile, asking how he was feeling after his recovery. When the swordsman stoically replied that he was as good as new, his blonde companion chuckled, teasingly attributing the miraculous recovery to the power of love. The teasing only escalated as the vice-captain leaned in, thoroughly amused. He gleefully recounted how the entire barracks was buzzing with gossip, shocked that their stoic leader, a man notorious for refusing every blind date, had been spotted holding hands with a woman. Pressing his luck, the blonde knight nudged his friend, guessing the woman was Tsukina and demanding to be kept in the loop if they were finally dating. In response, a dark, heavy aura settled over the captain, his expression dropping into a terrifying scowl. The sudden shift in atmosphere caught the vice-captain off guard, wiping the smug smile from his face. With a deadly serious glare that made his subordinate sweat, the dark-haired knight firmly and coldly stated that they were absolutely not dating. He stubbornly defended his actions, insisting that the physical contact only happened because she allowed it. His vice-captain, however, remained entirely unconvinced, loudly pointing out that most women wouldn't hold a man's hand unless they harbored genuine affection for him. The blonde knight chuckled, noting just how completely head over heels his commander had fallen. Unfazed, the dark-haired swordsman simply asked if his devotion was somehow a problem. Pressing the issue, the vice-captain questioned why he hadn't made a move yet. With a heavy sigh, the captain confessed his hesitation, admitting that while he desperately wanted to confess his feelings, the prospect felt incredibly daunting. The blonde knight pointed out that his long-standing disdain for romance was finally catching up to him. He reminded his superior of the nights spent recovering at the young woman's cafe, suggesting that a confession would likely be well received. The captain, looking back over his shoulder as he walked, could only express a quiet hope that he wouldn't be rejected. Suddenly struck by an idea, the vice-captain enthusiastically suggested using the upcoming Aurora Festival as the perfect opportunity to confess, since the captain had time off. To his surprise, the swordsman calmly revealed that he had already extended the invitation. Thrilled by this proactive step, the blonde knight declared that victory was assured, urging him to secure her affections before anyone else could. The captain, however, simply gestured to the heavy wooden box in his hands, dryly requesting that his subordinate open the office door first. Realizing his oversight, the vice captain moved to open the door, his curiosity finally drawn to the large container. As he asked what was inside, the captain offered a preemptive, stern warning for him to remain calm. The lid was lifted, revealing a dazzling hoard of perfectly smooth, glowing magical stones. The vice captain's eyes widened in absolute shock at the sheer fortune sitting before him, while the captain merely nodded, fully aware of the absurd value of his cargo. Panic and disbelief laced the blonde knight's voice as he shouted that the dozens of rare stones could easily purchase an entire castle. Unbothered by the outburst, the captain calmly explained that they were a gift, and he intended to distribute them among the knights once he resumed his duties. The revelation that such a fortune was acquired for free only deepened his subordinate's bewilderment. Setting the box down, the captain casually mentioned his plan to present a few of the stones to the royal family the following day, generously offering his vice captain the first pick. Trembling under the weight of such an extravagant offer, the blonde knight nervously accepted, terrified of accidentally damaging the priceless artifact. He stared at the glowing stone in his hand, sweat beading on his face as he asked if one of these had saved his captain during the battle. Il confirmed it, explaining that Sakina had gifted it to him and crafted the others as well. The vice captain marveled at the revelation, noting that her healing magic must be incredible. He found it miraculous that they had even met, considering she was so reclusive she hadn't even heard of the Aurora Festival. Shifting gears, the blonde knight reached out and grabbed a thick stack of documents from his commander's hands, offering to take over the pile to help him out. Il tried to protest, pointing out that his subordinate was already stretched too thin from covering his absence. But his friend just smiled warmly, brushing off the concern by reminding him of how far back they went. Turning toward the door with the paperwork in hand, the vice captain offered one last piece of encouraging advice: to go out there and sweep her off her feet. The heavy wooden door clicked shut, leaving the dark-haired captain alone in the quiet room. A soft, genuine smile broke across his usually stoic face as he let out a quiet sigh of fond exasperation. He walked slowly toward his bed, the weight of his friend's support settling over him. With a newfound resolve, he told himself that he absolutely could not afford to fail now. Meanwhile, miles away, the young woman sat at her desk, deeply engrossed in her research. Poring over ancient texts, she had uncovered a crucial detail. Whenever a savior used great magic, a distinct symbol, the savior's mark, would manifest on their body. She turned her gaze toward the window, her expression thoughtful as she processed the weight of this new information. She stood perfectly still within the center of a radiant, intricate magical circle, her eyes gently closed as she exhaled a soft breath, channeling the immense power coursing through her. As the energy peaked, a complex, glowing geometric crest, the undeniable mark of a savior, materialized directly onto the back of her head, woven into her dark hair. The brilliant light slowly faded, and she let out a long sigh of relief, the tension leaving her shoulders as the spell concluded. Slumping down in front of a tall mirror, she realized a critical flaw in her plan. She had specifically asked the divine entity to hide her mark on the back of her head, but if a massive, identical symbol manifested in the air above her whenever she cast a spell, her secret identity would be instantly exposed. Resting her chin heavily on her hand, she groaned in frustration. This completely ruined her intention of quietly using her abilities from the shadows to clean up the messes left behind by the other, more public savior. Seeking answers, she turned to an ancient tome. Her eyes scanned the pages, uncovering a terrifying historical account. Centuries ago, a previous savior had lost control of their magic, causing a colossal mark to cover the entire sky and ultimately leaving the nation in absolute ruin. The sheer scale of that destruction sent her into a panic. She clutched her head, overwhelmed by the sudden realization of just how dangerous uncontrolled magic could be, feeling entirely out of her depth. Despite her fear, a heavy sense of duty settled over her. She thought of Il, constantly risking his own life on the front lines to protect the kingdom of Othel, and knew she couldn't just sit idly by while he fought. An image of the stern swordsman and the haughty, inactive savior flashed in her mind. She knew he deeply resented the other girl for resting on her laurels, but a bitter wave of guilt washed over her as she admitted to herself that her own inaction made her no better. Staring blankly at the towering rows of books that surrounded her, the weight of her hypocrisy settled in. She possessed the immense power required to protect the entire country, yet she spent her days hiding away, doing nothing but reading. Tears welled in her eyes as she tightly gripped the fabric of her apron. The thought of Il discovering her true identity and despising her for it was unbearable. Overwhelmed, she sank to the wooden floor, pulling her knees to her chest beside the discarded tome of magical history. Lifting her head, her gaze drifted to the calendar pinned to the wall, where a specific date was heavily circled. She pushed herself up from the floor, a heavy realization settling over her. The highly anticipated festival was scheduled for the very next night. As she looked out toward the distant, towering spires of the royal palace, she silently prayed that the other summon girl would finally take her duties seriously. Meanwhile, within the opulent walls of that very palace, the crown prince stood before a table cluttered with jewelry and toys. He noted with deep disappointment that the savior had completely ignored the spellbooks provided to her. He turned to face her, his tone firm as he reiterated his previous warning. If she wished to maintain her luxurious life within the palace, she was required to master at least one spell by tomorrow. His composure cracked slightly, revealing his underlying anxiety. He pleaded with her, stressing that time was rapidly running out and begging her to cooperate. The savior remained silent, her face cast in dark shadows. Instead of answering, she clenched her fist in frustration, the intricate, glowing crest of the savior suddenly flaring to life on the back. A heavy dread weighed on Sakina's heart. Kneeling in the shadows, surrounded by pale lilies, she watched the tall swordsman walk away from her. The terrifying thought consumed her. If he ever discovered her true identity as a savior, his wrath would be unbearable. Pushing those dark fears aside, she stood outside her snowy cabin, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she waved to the approaching figure. Il led a white horse through the snow, apologizing for his long absence due to endless work. She greeted him enthusiastically, though a hint of concern for his well-being laced her voice. His sharp features softened into a rare, genuine smile. He assured her he was fine, confessing that the sole thought driving him through his exhaustion was his absolute determination to watch the auroras by her side. The earnest confession caught her off guard, bringing a faint flush to her cheeks. With a graceful motion, he extended his gloved hand toward her. She reached out, her fingers meeting his, and he effortlessly pulled her up. Suddenly, she found herself seated atop the white steed, her heart hammering against her ribs. Il settled into the saddle right behind her, his presence overwhelmingly close as he took the reins, leaving her face burning with a deep, flustered red. As the horse began to move, she tensed, overwhelmed by the dizzying height and the intimate proximity of the man behind her. Sensing her anxiety, he leaned in close, his voice a calm murmur against her ear. He promised that the gentle mare liked her and assured her they would be perfectly safe as they rode toward the festival grounds. Despite his comforting words, her internal panic only grew. His arm wrapped securely around her waist sent a jolt of electricity through her, making her feel as though she had stumbled into the pages of a dramatic romance. The tension finally broke when he announced their arrival. Before them stood the entrance to the winter festival, nestled deep within the snowy woods. Dozens of warm, glowing lanterns hung from the bare branches, casting a magical, inviting light over the gathering crowd. Safely back on solid ground, she let out a long, shaky breath. She clutched her chest, profoundly relieved to have survived the overwhelming ride without her heart giving out completely. As they strolled through the quiet, low-key festivities, he explained the evening's schedule. The auroras would only last for an hour, so the crowd prioritized the sky before the market truly opened. Guiding her through the snow, he asked if she would mind a short walk to the special vantage point he visited every year. He extended a gloved hand toward her, a silent offer of guidance through the dim light. Accepting his gesture, Sakina let him lead her down the cobblestone path, their hands clasped together beneath the warm glow of a solitary street lamp. She kept her gaze lowered, a soft flush creeping across her cheeks. In her mind, she rationalized the contact, telling herself that holding hands on such a dark, uneven path simply made practical sense. The path soon opened into a wide clearing beneath a breathtaking canopy of stars. Sakina gasped, marveling at the absolute clarity of the night sky. Beside her, Illinois revealed that Bjork had tipped him off about this specific secluded vantage point. Curious, she asked if the knight had also come to the festival that night. Il shook his head, explaining that as the vice-captain of the knights, Bjork was currently bound by duty, taking his annual turn to guard the royal family. A gentle smile touched his lips as they settled into the quiet of the forest. Sakina voiced her eager anticipation for the auroras, and he murmured his agreement. As she looked up at his relaxed profile, her heart fluttered, a deep warmth settling in her chest. She closed her eyes for a fleeting second, overwhelmed by the intimacy of the moment. A quiet, vulnerable thought echoed in her mind, wondering if it was truly safe to let her hopes rise so high. Her reverie was broken when he suddenly looked upward, his voice cutting through the crisp air to announce their arrival. Above the tree line, a faint, ethereal glow began to weave its way through the darkness. The heavens erupted in a magnificent display of shimmering light, vast ribbons of luminescence dancing across the starry expanse. They stood shoulder to shoulder in absolute silence, completely captivated by the breathtaking, celestial performance unfolding above them. As the vibrant colors slowly began to fade, he turned to her, asking softly if the spectacle had met her expectations. Her face lit up with a radiant, genuine smile as she assured him she loved it, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for the invitation. They lingered in the quiet clearing, the last remnants of the auroras casting a gentle, fading glow over them. In that serene aftermath, Their eyes met, sharing a quiet, unspoken connection beneath the winter sky. She gazed up at the tall swordsman, her cheeks flushing with a warmth that rivaled the auroras above. The realization settled heavily in her chest. There was simply no ignoring the depth of her feelings for him anymore. As if sensing her shifting emotions, he softly called her name, breaking the quiet intimacy of the clearing. The tender moment shattered instantly as a deafening explosion ripped through the night air. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, wrapping his heavy cloak around her and pulling her tightly against his chest to shield her from the sudden, blinding flash of light. Peeking out from his protective embrace, she watched in horror as the tranquil sky warped into a violent, bleeding scarlet. Massive streaks of destructive energy began to rain down upon the forest, tearing through the ancient trees with terrifying force. As jagged chunks of debris plummeted toward them, he thrust his hand upward, his face set in grim determination. A powerful, unseen force erupted from his palm, shattering the falling rocks into harmless dust before they could strike. Keeping his body positioned between her and the chaos, he urgently checked if she was unharmed. Trembling violently against his side, she managed a shaky nod, her wide eyes still fixed on the devastation unfolding around them. A bitter wave of self-reproach washed over her. Despite knowing countless spells, her mind had gone completely blank in the face of real danger. Before she could dwell on her paralysis, a sharp, metallic ringing pierced the din, emanating from a small communication device in his hand. He quickly answered, his voice steady as he confirmed their safety to the frantic knight on the other end. When he demanded a status report, the vice captain's panicked voice crackled through the receiver, revealing the horrifying truth. The savior was the source of the attack. High above the tree line, a colossal, intricate magic circle materialized, glowing with an ominous, destructive light. He stared at the swirling vortex of power, his jaw clenching as he realized the sheer scale of the devastation the girl was unleashing upon the land. The pieces violently clicked into place in her mind, recalling a grim passage from her ancient texts detailing the catastrophic fallout of a savior losing control. A sickening dread pooled in her stomach as she understood the girl's terrifying logic. She would rather let the entire kingdom crumble into ash than submit to the discipline of learning magic. Miles away, amidst the swirling snow, the architect of the destruction stood bathed in a blinding, chaotic aura. Throwing a petulant tantrum, she screamed at the prince standing before her, childishly declaring that her parents had promised she could do whatever she wanted, and she absolutely refused to do anything she disliked. Tears streaming down her face, she continued her bitter tirade, complaining to the silent royal beside her that she had no interest in studying magic and deeply resented being locked in her room. Seeking validation, she turned to him with a desperate plea for understanding, only to be cut short as he suddenly drove a cold blade into her abdomen. The bloody dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as a wave of absolute shock rippled through the onlookers, who could scarcely believe the crown prince had just struck down their supposed protector. As she collapsed to the dirt with a pained groan, clutching her bleeding stomach, the blonde vice captain frantically rushed forward to pull the royal assailant back. Before he could fully secure the area, a deafening roar split the air as a second wave of magical destruction hurtled toward them, prompting the cloaked swordsman to swiftly pull his companion against his chest. Shielding her from the crashing debris, he spat out a venomous curse, angrily declaring that these so-called protectors were nothing but worthless parasites who had never saved them from anything. He tightened his grip, pressing a protective hand against the back of her head as the violent shockwave washed over them. Safely anchored in his embrace, the young woman's wide eyes reflected the terrifying reality of the destruction. A heavy sense of guilt pierced through her paralyzing fear, forcing her to question her own cowardly inaction while the kingdom burned. Staring out at the devastating aftermath, the restrained prince, the bleeding girl, and the shattered courtyard, she finally remembered the true reason she had been brought to this world. She reflected on the fleeting moments that had defined her time in this unfamiliar world, her mind drifting to his quiet acts of kindness, like the day he had paused in the snow to comfort a weeping child. As she remembered his gentle gaze and the unexpected warmth hidden beneath his stoic exterior, a profound realization washed over her. Through all those simple, shared moments, she had fallen deeply in love with him. The eccentric deity's parting words echoed in her memory, a lingering reminder that the final choice rested entirely in her hands. Grounding herself back in the present, she lowered her gaze and softly called out the swordsman's name. Alarm instantly flashed across his face. He leaned in close, his voice laced with panic as he frantically asked if she was hurt. Instead of pain, however, he was met with her gentle, reassuring smile. Gathering her courage, she confessed her true feelings, clarifying that her affection was for him as a man, not merely as a patron of her cafe. As pure shock registered on his face, she looked away, her voice dropping to a whisper as she admitted that perhaps she was asking for too much. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as she looked back up at him. Offering one last, bittersweet smile, she softly pleaded with him not to hate her for what she was about to do. Without warning, a colossal, intricate magical array materialized in the night sky above them, casting an ethereal, blinding glow over the forest canopy. The swordsman shouted her name in sheer disbelief as the immense power flared to life. High above the mortal realm, the eccentric deity watched the spectacle unfold. A faint, knowing smile graced his lips as the radiant light of her awakening washed over him. The simple ribbon tying her hair suddenly ignited with a brilliant, glowing crest. A towering pillar of pure energy erupted around her, forcing the swordsman to step back as she closed her eyes and surrendered to the overwhelming magic. Suspended within the heart of the celestial rings, she fully embraced her true destiny. Yet, amidst the awe-inspiring display of divine power, her final, silent wish was a simple one, that she could have stayed by his side, smiling with him. For raising her hands toward the heavens, Sakina unleashed a torrent of magical energy. A massive, intricate circle of light materialized above them, illuminating the dark sky. Standing just behind her, Illinois watched in stunned silence, his eyes locking onto the glowing emblem that had appeared on the back of her hand. The radiant rings of the spell expanded outward, casting a brilliant, ethereal glow over the entire landscape. The sheer scale of the magic dwarfed the surrounding trees and buildings, bathing the awestruck onlookers below in a warm, pulsing light. Miles away, the sudden illumination caught the attention of the royal forces. The prince and his vice-captain stared up at the sky, their faces painted with the spell's reflection as they murmured in disbelief, wondering what could possibly be the source of such overwhelming power. The light cascaded down like rain, instantly mending the wounds of the injured townsfolk, who cried out in joyous disbelief at the miracle. Amidst the cheering crowd, the vice-captain stood frozen in shock. Il, however, kept his intense gaze fixed solely on Sakina, who lowered her arms, her chest heaving with exhaustion. As the spell faded, a familiar sphere of pure light materialized beside the unconscious form of the cruel girl. The entity commended Sakina for her excellent work, clarifying that it had only appeared to retrieve the fallen savior. She kept her eyes downcast, her expression somber despite the entity's gratitude for saving the area. With a quiet, firm voice, she reminded the glowing sphere that her actions were not done for its sake. Turning her back on the entity, she looked up at Il. A gentle, bittersweet smile graced her lips as she thanked him for bringing her along, softly adding that she had truly enjoyed their time together. Without waiting for a response, she turned and began to walk away into the snowy woods. Before she could take more than a few steps, Illinois reached out, his large hand firmly grasping her slender wrist, halting her retreat as he brought up the impossible magic she had just performed. His brow furrowed in deep concentration. He looked down at her and asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. Was she, too, a savior? She glanced back over her shoulder, her sad smile remaining as she met his intense gaze. Gently tugging her hand within his grasp, she finally confessed the truth. In a soft whisper, she admitted her identity, apologizing for keeping such a monumental secret hidden from him all this time. She offered a bright, reassuring smile, announcing her departure for home. After warning him to be careful on his return journey, she explained that she had successfully dispelled the other savior's lingering magic. With a sudden flash of light, she stepped into a glowing teleportation circle and vanished, leaving the dark-haired swordsman standing in stunned silence. High above the dense, snow-covered forest, she streaked through the night sky, a solitary beam of light cutting across the darkness as she hurried back to her sanctuary. Her destination was the quiet, secluded cabin nestled deep within the winter woods, standing peaceful and undisturbed beneath the starry sky. The moment she materialized inside her living room, her steps faltered. She staggered forward, clutching the edge of a bookshelf for support as a wave of intense dizziness washed over her, realizing her magical reserves were completely depleted. Utterly exhausted, she collapsed face first onto the soft cushions of her sofa. As she lay there, she found a small measure of comfort in the knowledge that the great magic she had cast to create the barrier would hold strong for decades, ensuring the kingdom's safety for now. Her thoughts drifted to the men she had left behind. She reasoned that while the swordsman might eventually return on official business for the nights, he would likely keep his distance from her on a personal level now that her true identity was exposed. A pang of sorrow struck her as she pictured the quiet, comfortable evenings they used to share by the warm glow of the fireplace. She resigned herself to the painful certainty that those peaceful moments of simply hanging out together were gone forever. Tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision as she buried her face in her arms. Her heart ached with regret over her sudden confession, and she desperately hoped that he would just forget she had ever told him she liked him. Hours passed, and the dark, emotional night eventually gave way to a bright, crisp morning, with gentle sunlight filtering through the trees and illuminating the front of her quiet home. She stirred on the couch, blinking against the morning light. Though still physically drained and low on magic, she assumed she wouldn't have any customers to attend to today. However, as she groggily rubbed her eyes, a surprisingly pleasant aroma wafted through the room, catching her attention and making her wonder who could be cooking. Her fingers twitched as she slowly stirred from her deep slumber, the lingering exhaustion still heavy in her limbs. A familiar, gentle voice broke the morning silence, softly asking if she was finally awake. Startled, she blinked away the sleep, her eyes widening as she sat up and noticed a tall figure standing right beside her couch, dressed in a crisp, unfamiliar uniform. The figure was Il, though he had traded his heavy dark cloak for an elegant, decorated military uniform. He offered a warm, reassuring smile, presenting a massive, vibrant bouquet of flowers to the bewildered young woman. A faint blush crept across his cheeks as he gently pressed the bouquet into her hands. He admitted, with a touch of bashfulness, that she had beaten him to the punch, but insisted she accept his gift first. Taking a seat opposite her in the sunlit room, he looked directly into her eyes and laid his feelings bare. He confessed his deep affection for her, formally asking if she would do him the honor of becoming a couple. His sincere, unwavering gaze left her completely speechless, a deep crimson flush spreading across her face as the weight of his words sank in. Overwhelmed, tears welled in her eyes as she looked down, guiltily confessing that she had misled him all along and had done nothing regarding the other supposed savior. He immediately brushed her worries aside, expressing profound gratitude for the barrier charm she had provided, assuring her they had been invaluable during the festival. Still gripping the bouquet tightly, she hesitantly asked if he was only here because he needed her help with something else. He shook his head, reflecting that he should have pieced the truth together much sooner, given her incredibly powerful spells and her complete ignorance of the Aurora Festival. His expression turned serious as he clarified that asking for her help was the furthest thing from his mind. He then dropped a staggering revelation. The entire country was currently mobilizing in a desperate search for her, the true savior. The massive spell she had conjured now stretched across the sky, a radiant barrier shielding the entirety of Othel. Beneath its glowing runes, knights fought back the monstrous hordes, protected by the very magic that repelled the enemies at the kingdom's borders. Because of this unprecedented display of power, the streets were now filled with officials and citizens alike, searching frantically. He explained that everyone knew only a true savior could cast such magnificent magic, and they were turning the city upside down to find her. Back in the quiet of her home, she stood in stunned silence, clutching the vibrant bouquet to her chest. The tall captain cleared his throat, his gaze darting away as he admitted that the kingdom's leaders were eager to welcome her as an honored guest of the state. Leaning in closer, he warned her of the inevitable consequences of her newfound status. Her incredible skills would undoubtedly attract a swarm of suitors, wealthy merchants, foreign royalty, and renowned mages, and he pointed out that taking multiple spouses was a perfectly normal custom in their society. Closing the distance between them until their faces were mere inches apart, his intense, dark eyes locked onto hers. With absolute sincerity, he confessed that the very thought of her accepting other suitors was something he simply could not bear. Straightening his posture, he looked down at her with a mixture of guilt and fierce determination. He admitted that his own selfishness was the reason he had hidden her true identity from the world, culminating in a bold, unwavering declaration. He wanted her to be his alone. The weight of his words struck her, leaving her wide-eyed and breathless as the reality of his confession washed over her. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as she nervously questioned if a man of his stature truly desired someone as ordinary as her. Without a moment's hesitation, a faint flush coloring his own face, he gave her a firm, resolute confirmation. Overwhelmed, she buried her face partially behind the massive bouquet, stammering that her own feelings for him hadn't changed. Flustered by the grand gesture and the sheer size of the flowers, she awkwardly but happily agreed to his proposal, bringing a soft, relieved smile to his face. The emotional high was suddenly cut short as her knees buckled, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. He immediately reached out to steady her, his expression shifting to concern as he realized her magical reserves were still dangerously low, gently insisting that she needed to return to bed and rest. Though barely conscious, she managed to sit up, her hand resting weakly in his. She murmured her surprise that he had traveled all this way just for her, before her remaining strength finally gave out and she slumped forward. Catching her gently, the captain offered a warm, reassuring smile. He softly promised that he had taken the entire day off, assuring her that he would still be right by her side whenever she finally woke up. As she drifted into a deep, restorative sleep with her head resting peacefully on his lap, he gazed down at her. In the quiet of the room, he reflected on the magnitude of her actions, knowing that the kingdom of Othel would now enjoy years of unbroken peace, all thanks to her incredible magic. In the days that followed, the dust settled on the kingdom's political turmoil. True to his word, the captain had kept her true identity an absolute secret. During a quiet moment at the barracks, his vice-captain recounted the aftermath of the festival incident. The crown prince had pushed for the harshest possible penalty for the cruel girl who had caused the chaos. But since there were no casualties, she was ultimately sentenced to several years of strict house arrest. Oblivious to the truth, the blonde knight still openly wondered where the real savior could possibly be hiding. Leaving the kingdom's drama behind them, the couple took a profound step forward in their own lives, solidifying their bond with a quiet, heartfelt engagement. The joyous news led to an emotional introduction to his family. His parents, overwhelmed with relief and happiness, clasped her hands tightly, weeping tears of gratitude. They confessed that they had long ago given up hope of their stern son ever finding someone to share his life with. Soon, a comfortable new routine settled over them. He moved into the cozy book cafe with her, trading his solitary life for a shared home. Each day, she would warmly welcome him back as he returned on horseback from his duties at the castle. Stepping inside from the cold, he began to remove his heavy coat as she eagerly asked if the latest batch of barrier charms and potions she had crafted for the nights were effective. He assured her they were absolutely perfect. While the grand barrier over the capital remained impenetrable, he noted that rogue monsters still roamed the lands, and troubling rumors of a demon king continued to whisper through the ranks. Hearing of the lingering dangers, a thoughtful silence fell over her. He paused, noticing her sudden shift in demeanor, and gently called her name, wondering what was crossing her mind. But the heavy thoughts quickly vanished, replaced by a radiant, contented smile. She decided then and there to leave the grand task of maintaining world peace to whatever future savior the gods might send. For now, her hands and her heart were completely full just looking after the man standing before her, and she happily offered to brew him a fresh cup of... The glowing sphere explained the terms of the transfer. The young man in the hoodie listened, tossing a small object in his hand. He understood that while he would be granted the capacity for powerful magic in the new world, he would still need to learn the spells himself. He confidently accepted the deal. However, he paused, a sly smile crossing his shadowed face. He reasoned that studying would only get him so far. To truly be an effective savior, he suggested, wouldn't it be better if the entity boosted his magical potential before sending him over? The radiant sphere considered the request. Finding the logic sound, it agreed to the condition, asking only that he protect his new world in return. With a triumphant shout, the young man promised to be the greatest savior ever seen. A blinding pillar of light erupted around him, intricate gear-like patterns forming beneath his feet as he was pulled from his reality. Left behind in the quiet sky above the modern city, the glowing entity mused to itself. It had been ages since it had sensed such a promising, enthusiastic candidate. As its light began to fade into the dawn, it could only hope the boy's skills would match his bold words. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered land of Othel, life moved at a much gentler pace. Inside a cozy book cafe tucked away in a quiet forest, Sakina stood at the stove, carefully stirring a simmering pot. It had been some time since an orb calling itself God had brought her here as a savior. She moved gracefully around the kitchen, setting out a hearty breakfast of fluffy pancakes, fresh berries, and steaming cups of tea. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was almost time. A soft click from the staircase caught her attention. A warm smile touched her lips as she reflected on how her life had changed. She hadn't lived alone for a few months now. Heavy footsteps descended the wooden stairs. Il, dressed comfortably in a patterned morning robe and dark trousers, made his way down into the warm kitchen. She greeted him with a bright, cheerful good morning. He returned the greeting with a soft, affectionate smile, his usual stern demeanor entirely absent. This was Captain Surrey of the Othel Knights, a man slightly older than her, and now, her fiancé. He stifles a heavy yawn, apologizing for his fatigue, as the young woman gently points out his exhaustion. Despite the lingering weariness, their shared future is set. They are planning to be married. To ease his burden, she hands him a freshly brewed cup of tea, cheerfully noting that she infused it with her usual healing magic. He accepts it with a grateful smile, a brief respite from his ongoing duties managing the chaotic aftermath of the recent savior scandal. That very crisis had been sparked by the previous savior's frivolous dalliances with Othel's younger prince. Instead of dedicating herself to the magical studies her crucial role demanded, the girl had stubbornly refused to learn, choosing instead to make herself comfortably at home within the castle walls. Her complacency eventually met resistance when the prince firmly put his foot down. Enraged by the rejection, the savior's unchecked emotions caused her volatile magic to violently spiral out of control, cracking the very air around her. The resulting magical anomaly manifested as a massive, dark vortex looming ominously over the land. Just as she was on the verge of completely destroying Othel, the glowing entity finally intervened, retrieving the failed savior from the sky. Down below, a colossal dome of radiant light shielded the terrified populace. The young woman had been forced to unleash a massive barrier of great magic to ensure not a single life was lost during the catastrophic incident. It was in the wake of that display that the swordsman realized her true identity as a savior. She had braced herself for his anger, fearing he would abandon their quiet cafe days. But to her immense relief, he fully accepted her, vowing to conceal her divine status from the rest of the world. Returning to the peaceful present, the couple shares a quiet meal at their dining table. Because the entire kingdom, including the knightly order, is still recovering from the scandal, they have held off on setting an official wedding date, even choosing to safely hide their engagement rings during work hours to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Unbothered by the delay, he takes a comforting spoonful of the hot soup she prepared, while she watches him with a soft, affectionate gaze. A warm smile breaks across his face as he praises the meal, noting how much it warms him up. Hearing his genuine appreciation, Her own face lights up with a bright, joyful smile, content in their shared, quiet happiness. She knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever trials lay ahead, their bond would remain unbreakable. As they sat together in the quiet warmth of the shop, he noted the howling wind outside, hoping the weather would clear enough later to read outdoors. She enthusiastically agreed, eager to review the new books he had recently added to the shelves. Later, outside the snow-covered cottage, she watched as he prepared his horse for departure. When she asked if he would be visiting the castle that day, he shook his head, promising instead to return the following day. Before leaving, he paused to express his deep gratitude, explaining that her protective charms and healing magic had become an invaluable asset to his knights. A warm smile spread across her face at the praise, genuinely glad to be of help. Blushing slightly, she confessed that his comrades meant a great deal to her as well. He looked down at her, his expression softening with profound affection. Leaning in, he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead before finally bidding her farewell. She waved him off, lingering by the frosted window to watch his silhouette disappear into the snowy landscape. Still standing by the glass, she gently touched the spot where his lips had met her skin, a deep flush warming her cheeks. In the quiet of the room, she marveled at her own happiness, reflecting on a time when she had firmly believed marriage was never in her future. Her peaceful reverie was abruptly broken by the chime of the shop door. As she turned to welcome the new arrival, her eyes widened in surprise at the familiar, cheerful voice greeting her after a long absence. The visitor was none other than the eccentric deity in his human guise. He casually apologized for the recent disaster involving the false savior, admitting he owed her a favor. When she pressed him about the fate of the cruel girl he had taken away, his playful demeanor shifted slightly, stating only that she would never return to this world. Settling at the counter with a warm cup of coffee, the deity cheerfully congratulated her on her recent engagement. She thanked him politely, though a sudden, unsettling suspicion crept into her mind, making her wonder if this supposedly distant god had been secretly eavesdropping on her private moments with her fiancé. She admitted her confusion, pointing out that she hadn't fought any monsters or done anything typically heroic. The deity, calmly sipping his tea, found her reluctance amusing, noting that she had still been an incredibly competent savior. He then challenged her, asking what she believed a savior actually did. Pondering his question, she imagined the classic heroes for video games, valiant warriors who traveled the land slaying beasts to keep the peace. The deity quickly dismissed the notion, clarifying that those were not the duties of saviors in this world. Instead, he offered a much grander explanation. He described saviors as individuals whose mere presence stabilized their surroundings and encouraged prosperity. To the people, they were figures capable of wielding powerful magic to assist during emergencies, keeping the world in balance. Letting the weight of his words settle, he added that either description suited her perfectly, as she had already been a tremendous help. She sat in quiet contemplation, absorbing the true magnitude of her role. With a heavy exposition out of the way, his tone softened. He encouraged her to simply spend her time however she wished. Setting his empty teacup down with a soft clink, he announced it was time for him to depart and check on the saviors in other nations. However, just as he turned to leave, he casually dropped one final, startling piece of information over his shoulder. He had just sent the kingdom of Othel a brand new savior. Later that evening, the quiet atmosphere of the cafe was replaced by the warm, inviting aroma of a hearty, home-cooked meal featuring thick slices of roasted meat and glasses of rich red wine. Settling in for dinner, the swordsman praised her culinary skills, admitting that her homemade dinners were what kept him going and always lifted his spirits. Between bites, the conversation shifted to the day's unusual news. He mentioned that a new savior had indeed arrived at the castle. When she asked what the newcomer was like, he described a cheerful young man in his 20s. Though the young man seemed eager to learn magic, the swordsman noted that everyone at the castle remained wary after the scandal caused by the previous savior. Curious about his personal assessment, she pressed him for his first impression. He explained that the castle had assigned the young man a tutor to monitor his progress, noting that the newcomer seemed quite determined. With a reassuring smile, he added that while her barrier magic already protected Othel, having another savior around certainly wouldn't hurt. He took a slow sip of his dark wine, his expression thoughtful as he admitted that the new arrival probably meant well. Across the table, the young woman beamed, her hands clasped together in enthusiastic agreement, though the swordsman quickly added a note of caution, hoping the newcomer's determination would last. Settling back into his chair in the warm glow of the dining room, he reasoned that things should go much smoother this time around. His reassurance brought a genuine smile to her face. Her thoughts drifted back to her recent conversation with the eccentric deity, feeling a profound sense of relief knowing that another savior was already stationed in Othel. In her memory, the tall, light-haired being explained his methods with a casual wave of his hand. He revealed that unless a specific country made a direct request, he typically chose a savior's destination entirely at random, though he strictly adhered to one unbreakable rule. That rule, he had clarified, was a complete ban on sending anyone to the massive empire bordering Othel to the east. The deity's tone had grown serious as he described the neighboring ruler's dangerous ambitions. He warned that the foreign kings sought to weaponize a savior's power for global conquest, a terrifying prospect that could ignite a massive war if he wasn't careful, causing her to flinch at the thought. Because that hostile nation was desperate for a savior, he cautioned her to remain vigilant. He suspected they were already aware of the powerful magical barrier she had erected around her home. Despite the grim warning, the deity's demeanor had quickly brightened as he praised the new candidate's eager commitment to safeguarding the world. She had noted his unusually cheerful mood, listening as he mused that this enthusiastic young man might just be the key to resolving the looming dilemma with Othel's aggressive neighbor. The memory faded, bringing her back to the quiet comfort of her library. Settling into an armchair with a book, she remarked to her companion that an eager savior sounded absolutely perfect, firmly stating her desire to avoid any repeat of the recent scandals that had plagued the kingdom. As she pulled a new volume from the shelf, the swordsman glanced over from his own reading. He casually mentioned that her choice was a real page-turner, nearly giving away the ending before she sharply cut him off, scolding him to keep the spoilers to himself. She blinked, her cheeks flushing slightly as the tall swordsman offered a rare, gentle smile, assuring her he was only joking. As they stood together in the quiet warmth of the library, a profound sense of contentment washed over her. She silently hoped that these peaceful, joyous days with him would last forever, or at least for as long as possible. Sometime later, the serene atmosphere of the library was traded for the crisp, snow-covered grounds of the Night Order's headquarters. The grand estate stood imposing against the winter chill. Bundled in a warm cloak, she approached the towering iron gates, her breath pluming in the frosty air as a guard moved to grant her entry. Stepping through the threshold, she offered a cheerful greeting. She presented a heavy wooden box, explaining to the welcoming guard that she had brought a fresh supply of barrier charms and medicine. Inside the bustling courtyard, knights gathered around the open crate, marveling at the sheer volume of high-level magic radiating from the glowing spheres. Amidst the chatter, her attention was drawn to an unfamiliar young man who was looking around with wide-eyed excitement, loudly marveling at the headquarters. The blonde vice-captain stepped up beside her, casually identifying the energetic stranger as the newly summoned savior. Intrigued, she immediately called out a friendly hello to the young man. Hearing her voice, the young man turned around. His face lit up with a bright, disarming smile as he cheerfully returned her greeting, his demeanor entirely devoid of the arrogance she had come to expect from such. A sprawling city rested peacefully beneath snow-capped mountains, its buildings bathed in the soft light, filtering through a massive, shimmering barrier that stretched across the sky. Beneath that protective dome, a tall figure draped in a distinctively patterned shawl navigated the bustling streets, blending into the flow of chattering townsfolk. As he walked, snippets of conversation drifted through the crisp air, with locals murmuring rumors about a new savior arriving at the castle. The cloaked man listened intently as the citizens debated the news, clarifying among themselves that this newcomer was not the same girl who had cast the protective barrier above them. Hearing their anxious curiosity about the new savior and their lingering questions regarding the whereabouts of the barrier's creator, a faint, knowing smile touched the man's lips beneath his hood. He eventually stopped before the towering stone walls of the castle, gazing up at the fortress while silently wondering why the true creator of the barrier had not yet stepped forward. Meanwhile, within the castle grounds, the young woman, known as the librarian, stood wrapped in a white cloak, politely receiving an enthusiastic introduction from a young man named Yuta, who cheerfully proclaimed himself as the new savior despite still learning magic. Observing the exchange, the blonde vice-captain noted to the librarian that this new arrival was indeed vastly different from the previous savior, a sentiment she acknowledged with a quiet nod. The knight then shifted to official matters, reporting that their inspections revealed no defects in the recently provided barrier charms or medicines, prompting a sigh of relief from the librarian before Yuta curiously interrupted to ask about the charm's purpose. The vice-captain explained that the charms were designed to automatically deploy a shield if the wearer faced a lethal blow, a revelation that left the young savior wide-eyed with amazement as he realized how many knights' lives had been saved. He marveled at the crates of protective amulets, his eyes wide with astonishment. Knowing that a single barrier charm typically cost more than an entire estate, he was stunned that the knights could afford such a stockpile. The soldiers confirmed the incredible value of the items, noting with relief that since the charm's introduction, the order hadn't suffered a single casualty. Hearing this, the young woman in glasses let out a quiet breath of relief. The blonde vice-captain agreed, acknowledging the constant, life-threatening risks his men faced on the front lines. For her, the simple confirmation that her creations were keeping people alive was more than enough reward. Her quiet reflection was interrupted when the young man turned his attention directly to her. With genuine curiosity, he asked if she was the one personally crafting the powerful wards. Caught slightly off guard by the direct question, she offered a hesitant nod of confirmation. A heavy silence fell between them as he stared at her, his expression unreadable. Panic flared in her chest, a cold sweat breaking out as she wondered if he had deduced her true identity. But the tension shattered when he simply asked, with earnest hope, if it was possible for him to learn how to make them as well. Stepping into the conversation, The blonde knight assured the eager candidate that the royal archives held the necessary instructional texts. However, he was quick to clarify the unique nature of the young woman's work. He explained that her specific charms were extraordinary, not only shielding the bearer from harm, but simultaneously mending their wounds and rebounding the force of the attack back upon the enemy. The revelation left the young man wide-eyed. The knight emphasized that not a single mage within the royal court could replicate such potent magic, prompting the candidate to realize just how incredibly complex the crafting process truly was. Undeterred by the difficulty, he turned back to her with a blinding, enthusiastic grin, praising her incredible skill. He confidently declared that healing and defensive magic were exactly his areas of expertise. His sheer, radiant optimism was so overwhelming that she instinctively shrank back, feeling as though she might actually get a sunburn from his dazzling disposition. Brimming with newfound determination, he vowed to give the crafting process his absolute best effort, politely asking if he could seek her guidance should he run into trouble. She stammered a quick agreement. Suddenly realizing his lapse in manners, he sheepishly apologized and asked for her name. Internally, her anxiety spiked once more. She desperately hoped her distinctly foreign-sounding name wouldn't expose her origins. Pushing past her apprehension, she stood straight and offered him a polite, measured introduction, revealing her name to be Sakina. He accepted the name without a second thought, flashing another brilliant smile as he offered to lend her a hand with anything she might need. As he turned to leave with the knights, she let out a long, quiet sigh of relief, noting to herself just how remarkably friendly the new arrival was. Meanwhile, the tall, cloaked swordsman lingered in the background, silently observing the exchange. She listened with a gentle smile as the young man enthusiastically declared his intention to master barrier charms. Beside him, the vice captain noted how thrilled everyone was with the newcomer's dedication to protecting Othel, mentioning his eagerness to join the knights on monster hunting missions. She expressed her hope that his efforts would bring even more peace to the land, a sentiment the knight warmly agreed with. Before she departed, the vice captain requested a few additional charms for their newest recruits. She readily agreed, assuring him it was no trouble at all, and then made her way out through the grand castle gates. Strolling away from the fortress walls, she mentally calculated her workload, confident she could finish crafting the requested items before her next scheduled delivery. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed an elderly woman nearby, leaning heavily on a companion and racked by a severe coughing fit. She immediately paused, her expression shifting to one of concern as she asked if the woman was all right. The encounter sparked a sudden worry. She realized her focus had been solely on supplying the knights, leaving her to wonder if the local hospital had enough medicine to treat the townsfolk. She decided she would have to ask her companion about it later. As evening fell, shadows lengthened across the gabled roof of her quiet home. The heavy wooden door swung open to reveal the tall swordsman returning from his day. Her face lit up with a bright, welcoming smile as she greeted him, and he offered a warm, familiar hello in return. Inside, a hearty dinner of roasted meat and fresh greens was already laid out on the table, waiting for them. Over their meal, she recounted her visit to the knight's headquarters, noting how well the newly arrived savior was getting along with everyone despite being a stranger to the town. The swordsman nodded, confirming that the young man had even expressed a desire to join them on active missions. He went on to explain the newcomer's frantic eagerness to learn barrier magic, revealing that the young man had rushed back to the castle and completely cleared out the library spellbooks. With a wry smile, the swordsman remarked on the boy's boundless energy, noting how it was the exact opposite of his own reclusive nature. He continued his meal, the quiet clink of his spoon against the bowl interrupted as she suddenly stifled a laugh across the table. A gentle smile softened his features. He confessed that her reclusive nature was exactly what had allowed him to discover her cozy little cafe in the first place. The sincerity in his voice caught her off guard, her eyes widening slightly as he added that it was also the reason they were able to fall in love. Leaning back in his chair, he reassured her that she was already doing a remarkable job as a savior by aiding the knights. A faint blush dusted her cheeks at the praise, but her expression soon turned thoughtful as she called his name, a new idea forming in her mind. She wondered aloud if her restorative medicines could be distributed beyond the military, perhaps to the patients at the local town hospital. He raised an eyebrow, reminding her of her initial desire to keep a low profile. With a bright, unapologetic smile, she admitted that she had abandoned that goal the moment she began supplying the knights. Despite her willingness to help, she firmly maintained her boundaries, stating clearly that she still had no intention of letting anyone discover her true identity as a savior. Her thoughts drifted to the familiar faces of the knights and castle staff who had welcomed her. This world had become her second home, and a deep-seated desire to do more for its people and the country had taken root in her heart. A heavy silence fell over the table, prompting her to look at him with a hint of concern. The quiet stretched for a moment before he closed his eyes, a profound warmth radiating from his smile as he told her how truly glad he was that she enjoyed living in his world. The tension in the room melted away completely. He looked across the table, his voice filled with quiet affection as he confessed that her growing love for the kingdom of Othel brought him even greater joy. Returning to practical matters, she explained that the public hospital doctors often had to brew their own medicines between treating patients. Nodding in agreement, he promised to make inquiries at the castle the following day, certain that the medical staff would be deeply grateful for her assistance. He offered a soft, genuine smile as the young woman beamed at him, her face lighting up with gratitude. She thanked him warmly for his help, but he gently deflected, insisting that he was the one who owed her thanks. Outside, the night settled quietly over the cozy cafe. A solitary owl perched on a nearby branch, bathed in the pale glow of the full moon. As they cleared the table together, her thoughts drifted briefly to the young man from her world. She knew she might not share his fierce, driving ambition, but she resolved to do her absolute best in her own quiet way. Beside her, her companion praised the delicious dinner, bringing a pleased smile back to her face. The next morning brought bright sunlight and the cheerful chirping of birds. Standing outside the cafe beside his white steed, the swordsman asked if she was making another delivery today. She nodded enthusiastically, confirming her plans. Glancing at her supplies, he expressed concern over the heavy load she had to carry alone, lamenting that she couldn't simply teleport directly into the castle. She quickly reassured him, explaining that only official staff were permitted to use magic within the walls anyway. Besides, she added with a cheerful flex of her arm, she rarely left the cafe, so the walk would be excellent exercise. She waved as he mounted his horse and rode off. Watching him go, she reflected on her magical limitations. She had considered using spells to lighten her load of barrier charms, but doing so seemed to dilute their protective power. Even the divine ability she had been granted to summon items only produced weaker versions of the real thing. Yet despite the extra physical effort required, the simple joy of helping others made it all worthwhile. In the distance, a glowing magical circle materialized on the forest floor beneath the rider. With a sudden rush of wind and a sharp pop, a brilliant pillar of light shot skyward, instantly transporting him away. Left to her own devices, the young woman began her trek. She navigated the cobblestone streets of the town, her steady steps carrying her closer to the towering stone walls of the royal castle. Arriving at the imposing entrance, she presented herself to the station guard. She cheerfully announced that she had brought another batch of supplies for the knights, and the guard promptly granted her passage. With a polite nod, she stepped through the massive archway, carrying her heavy but precious cargo into the heart of the fortress. As she approached her destination, the main gate finally coming into view, a sudden rustling from the nearby foliage caught her attention. She paused, her eyes fixed on the trembling leaves, wondering aloud if a stray animal was wandering through the brush. The disturbance in the bushes grew more violent, leaves shaking wildly as something large moved just out of sight. Her mild curiosity quickly shifted to apprehension as the heavy sounds grew closer. With a heavy thud, a massive, dark paw tipped with sharp claws stepped out from the shadows of the greenery. She froze, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief at the sight of the creature emerging before her. A monstrous, multi-eyed wolf now blocked her path, its towering, beastly frame dwarfing her completely as she clutched her wooden box of supplies. High above the courtyard, a hooded figure perched on a rooftop observed the encounter with a sinister grin, eager to see if this supposed new savior would survive the deadly test or perish. Sakina paused on the stone path, a heavy wooden box clutched in her arms. A low, guttural growl drew her attention to the shadows, where a massive, multi-eyed wolf emerged, its gaze fixed hungrily upon her. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged forward. Panic seized her as she dropped the heavy box, the wood clattering against the stone as she turned and sprinted desperately away from the snapping jaws. Her flight was short-lived. Stumbling to the ground, she could only cower against the cold pavement as the monstrous canine loomed over her, its multiple eyes glowing with predatory malice. Trembling uncontrollably beneath the creature's shadow, her mind raced for a means of survival. She realized her only hope was to summon her latent magical abilities. Squeezing her eyes shut against the impending strike, she gritted her teeth. She desperately willed the magic to manifest, silently pleading with herself to unleash the power she knew she possessed. Before she could focus her energy, a blinding flash of light tore through the courtyard. A sudden, violent barrage of crystalline projectiles streaked through the air, bypassing her entirely and hurtling straight toward the beast. The magical volley slammed into the creature with devastating force, the sharp impacts echoing across the stone as the beast was thrown backward by the relentless assault. Massive spikes of jagged ice erupted from the ground, completely impaling the monstrous wolf and freezing it in place. Still huddled on the pavement, she opened her eyes, staring in utter bewilderment at the sudden destruction, completely unaware of who had just saved her life. A few paces away stood the blonde knight, his chest heaving with heavy, exhausted breaths. His hand remained outstretched toward the frozen beast, wisps of residual magic smoking from his fingertips as he struggled to catch his breath after the massive exertion. Though he had unleashed a powerful spell to save her, the blonde knight's magic had not fully felled the beast. Its massive, clawed paw suddenly twitched against the stone. Catching her breath, the young woman in the apron began to stammer a hesitant word of thanks, entirely unaware of the lingering danger. Her words were cut short as the monstrous wolf violently lurched back to life, lunging toward her with a ferocious roar. In a blur of motion, the dark-haired swordsman threw himself between the girl and the snapping jaws of the beast. With the immediate threat finally neutralized, the dark-haired captain knelt beside the beast's lifeless body, his blade drawn. High above on the castle balcony, the blonde knight leaned over the stone railing, his voice echoing across the courtyard as he urgently called out to check if the young woman was unharmed, while other guards scrambled to confirm the perimeter status. Rushing down to the courtyard, the blonde knight quickly closed the distance, his face etched with concern as he asked if either of them had sustained injuries. The swordsman offered a calm nod of gratitude to his friend, while the young woman, brushing off her apron, cheerfully assured them both that she was perfectly fine, attributing her safety to the protective blessings of the savior. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, the knight ran a hand through his blonde hair, his initial panic giving way to exasperation. He openly vented his frustration, questioning how a monster could possibly bypass the castle's magical barrier, and worse, how it managed to specifically target his best friend's fiancée. Beside him, the young woman could only offer a strained, nervous smile in response to the dramatic declaration. As the blonde knight's rant subsided, the dark-haired swordsman turned his full attention back to the young woman. Stepping closer, she offered a polite, deeply sincere bow, her voice softening as she formally thanked him for risking his life to shield her from the beast's final desperate attack. Rather than accepting the gratitude, the imposing captain suddenly seemed uncomfortable. He averted his gaze toward the snow-dusted trees, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck as he quietly dismissed her thanks with a hesitant shake of his head. His expression darkened with self-reproach as he explained the source of his guilt. He confessed that his initial strike had been flawed. Had he simply possessed the skill to slay the monster with a single, decisive blow, she would never have been subjected to the terror of its second ambush. The young woman watched him intently, absorbing the weight of his harsh self-criticism. Refusing to let him shoulder the blame, a warm, genuine smile spread across her face. She gently countered his logic, pointing out the undeniable truth. Regardless of how many strikes it took, his intervention was the only reason she was still alive and standing there to have the conversation at all. Looking up into his dark eyes, her expression radiated pure, unadulterated gratitude. She delivered one final, heartfelt word of thanks, her unwavering appreciation washing away the lingering tension of the battle and leaving the swordsman quietly captivated by her resilience. She turned as a young knight paused in the snowy courtyard, calling out a quick, earnest word of thanks before rushing off to assist his comrades with the aftermath of the beast's attack. Stepping up beside her, the blonde vice-captain checked to ensure she was all right to head back to her cafe alone. He handed over a set of barrier charms, his expression shifting to a more serious, administrative focus. Nearby, the crown prince surveyed the fallen beast. He noted the urgency of reporting the incident to their ranking officer, Illinois, and stressed the critical need to investigate exactly how the monster had bypassed the castle's formidable magical defenses. Turning her attention back to the vice-captain, she offered a warm, reassuring smile. She insisted she was perfectly fine and asked him to pass along a message to Il, urging the swordsman not to worry about her safety. He returned her smile with a charming grin of his own, insisting on at least escorting her to the castle gates. He gently reminded her that while she could use her magic to travel safely once outside, the threat of other lurking monsters remained a very real concern. Moments later, she made her way alone through the towering stone archway of the castle exit. As she stepped out into the snow-dusted streets, a quiet sense of guilt washed over her, and she silently apologized for the commotion she felt she had caused. The journey back through the quiet town was uneventful, and she soon arrived at the familiar, comforting facade of her own shop. With a soft click of the latch, she pushed the heavy wooden door open and stepped inside, shutting the winter chill out behind her. Safe within the quiet walls of her home, she let out a long, heavy sigh of relief, the tension finally leaving her shoulders. Slipping off her winter cloak, she decided the best way to settle her nerves would be to tidy up the shop and prepare a warm dinner. She threw herself into the familiar, grounding rhythm of her domestic chores. Pots bubbled cheerfully on the stove as she moved through the room, carefully dusting the tall bookshelves and restoring order to her sanctuary. With the chores complete and the room bathed in the warm, inviting glow of the fireplace, she finally allowed herself to rest. She settled into a comfortable armchair in the center of the pristine library, finding peace in the quiet solitude of the evening. She tried to lose herself in the pages of a book, but her mind refused to settle. With a frustrated sigh, she slammed the heavy tome shut, leaning back as the lingering tension of the day's events made it impossible to focus. Her restless thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the heavy clack of boots against the floorboards. She turned toward the entrance, a surprised gasp escaping her lips as a familiar, cloaked figure stepped through the doorway. Before she could even offer a proper greeting, a large, gloved hand reached out, firmly grasping her wrist. The swordsman pulled her into a sudden, desperate embrace, his dark cloak enveloping her completely. His voice was tight with worry as he immediately demanded to know if she had been injured in the attack. Overwhelmed by his sudden closeness, she clutched the thick fabric of his cloak. She softly reassured him that she was completely unharmed, though she admitted, her voice trembling slightly, that the ordeal had left her terrified. He looked down at her, his expression heavy with guilt, and apologized for not reaching her side sooner. She offered a warm, understanding smile, insisting that he shouldn't blame himself, knowing full well how demanding his duties were. In response to her gentle words, he squeezed her even tighter, making her heart race wildly against her chest. After a long, quiet moment, he finally eased his grip, allowing them to step back and catch their breath. A soft blush crept across her cheeks as she realized just how fast he must have rushed back to check on her. Later, as they sat down to a quiet dinner, the lingering anxiety prompted her to ask him about the true nature of the beast that had breached the city. Now out of his heavy armor and wearing a simple white shirt, he took a sip from his glass, his expression turning serious. He explained that the investigation had yielded no clear answers. They hadn't found any other creatures, and the castle's defensive barriers remained completely intact. The only logical conclusion, he deduced with a dark scowl, was that someone had intentionally smuggled the monster inside the walls. To ensure her safety, he assured her that the knights were increasing their patrols across the entire town, a measure that finally brought her a sense of relief. A chilling memory gripped the young woman's mind. She recalled the sheer terror of coming face to face with a monstrous wolf, wondering how the townsfolk had ever survived such horrors before the protective barriers were erected. Her dark-haired companion noticed her distant gaze and gently called her name, pulling her back to the present. Startled, she quickly apologized for getting lost in her own thoughts. As the clinking of tableware filled the quiet room, she looked across the table, a new resolve forming. She asked him if there was any way she could offer her assistance. Moving to the sink to wash the dishes side by side, she inquired if anyone at the castle was aware that she had used her magic to heal his wounds. He calmly confirmed that they all knew. Encouraged by his response, she eagerly offered to pitch in whenever his men were injured and running low on healing magic. A warm smile crossed his face as he gladly accepted her proposal. A comfortable, sparkling silence settled between them as they finished their chores, united by a shared sense of purpose. Days passed without another monster sighting at the castle, though heavily armed knights became a common fixture patrolling the town square. As she carried a heavy stack of books through the bustling streets, a familiar voice called out to her. The young savior candidate rushed over with a bright wave, immediately offering to carry the cumbersome box for her. She thanked him, apologizing for the heavy load. As they walked, various townsfolk cheerfully greeted the young man, thanking him for his recent help with chores and gardening. He beamed with pride, declaring to his companion that helping people was simply his duty as a savior. Another knight waved him over for training, and he eagerly agreed to join shortly. He navigated the town with an effortless charm, always ready with a smile, and having already memorized the names of nearly everyone he met. He strolled alongside Sakina, casually mentioning how he had recently lent a hand to a local shopkeeper. She noted how diligent and easygoing he was, observing that the town's residents already held him in high regard. A nostalgic smile touched his lips as he began to recount his childhood. He spoke of the countless hours he spent glued to the television screen when he was just a boy. Struggling to explain the concept of a television to her, he likened it to a miniature theater. He described the vibrant broadcasts of costumed superheroes battling villains, a spectacle that had completely captivated his younger self. Those masked crusaders had been his absolute idols. He remembered sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes wide with wonder, completely mesmerized by their bravery. The memory brought a genuine, earnest light to his eyes. He confessed that he had always wanted to be just like them, someone who could uplift the spirits of those who needed it most. Sakina listened intently, genuinely touched by his pure-hearted ambition. Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, he admitted that despite being an adult, a part of him was absolutely ecstatic when he was suddenly pulled through a portal to become a savior. It felt like his childhood dreams were finally coming true. A warm, radiant smile bloomed across her face. She gently reminded him of the time he had stepped in to defend her, declaring that in that very moment, she knew he was truly destined for this heroic role. Her words caught him off guard, bringing a faint flush to his cheeks. Bolstered by her unwavering faith, he clenched his fist and raised it high. With renewed determination, he vowed to protect this new world, no matter what obstacles stood in his way. Watching his spirited declaration, she couldn't help but think how incredibly rare and special he was. Promising to cheer him on, she fell into step beside him as they continued their journey down the cobblestone path. She often reflected on that conversation from a few months prior. Whenever their paths crossed during her delivery runs to the knight's headquarters, the young man would kindly take the heavy shipments from her hands, using the walk as an excuse for small talk. As they strolled toward the imposing castle grounds, he casually listed off his rigorous daily schedule, mentioning the specific spells he was learning that morning before switching to his afternoon curriculum. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a sheepish, almost apologetic smile, he confessed that his magic tutor had forbidden him from crafting barrier charms. The unexpected admission caught her off guard, prompting a confused blink. He elaborated, holding up his hand to demonstrate. Even when he tried to hold back, his raw magical output was simply too overwhelming. The sheer force of his energy would instantly shatter even the most resilient charm materials into useless fragments. Understanding dawned on her. In the quiet of her own mind, she couldn't help but feel a wave of profound relief that the previous, far more cruel savior had possessed significantly weaker magic than the earnest young man standing beside her. Oblivious to her internal musings, he flashed a bright, carefree smile and casually dropped a bombshell. He requested to borrow a few of her barrier charms, explaining that he would be joining the knights on their next expedition to cull monsters. The dangerous word echoed in her mind, leaving her stunned. Sensing her alarm, he quickly clarified that his primary role was merely to observe and let the knights handle the threats, though he added with a determined sweat drop that he would step in if things grew dire. Handing over the requested items, she sternly warned him to be careful, reminding him that the charms were a last resort that only activated when the wearer was at death's door. Their paths finally diverged at the arched entrance of the knight's headquarters. As he turned to wave a cheerful goodbye, she raised her hand in return, already making a silent vow to brew an extra batch of healing medicine, just in case. The cheerful facade faded the moment he was out of sight, leaving her eyes shadowed with a deep, lingering anxiety. Gazing up at the towering stone walls and the vast sky beyond, she offered a silent, fervent prayer. She desperately hoped that the cloaked swordsman, the brave knights, and the earnest young savior would all return from the monster cult unharmed. She approached the grand iron gates of the castle, cheerfully announcing her arrival with a fresh batch of supplies for the guards. As the knights took the heavy stacks from her hands, she immediately asked about the outcome of yesterday's monster call. Hearing that everyone had returned safely without any major injuries, a wave of profound relief washed over her face. Her eyes wandered up to the towering stone walls. She had decided to stay at the castle the night after the expedition out of sheer worry, clinging to the swordsman's promise that he would return in 2 days. Just as she wondered which chamber might be his, the sharp click of an opening door caught her attention. Glancing over, she was surprised to see Yuta stepping out into the morning light. But instead of the triumphant aura of a savior, the young man looked utterly exhausted, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground beneath his feet. He trudged past the station guards in complete silence, his shoulders drooping heavily as if carrying an invisible weight. She watched from a distance as he hurried away across the vast, sunlit courtyard. A moment later, the blonde vice captain emerged from the same building, his boots echoing on the stone steps. Once the delivery was confirmed, she approached the vice captain, her voice laced with concern as she asked how Yuta had handled the expedition. The knight offered a reassuring smile, confirming that the mission itself had gone perfectly fine. He then sighed, explaining that Yuta was actually quite frustrated. The knights had been forced to lay down strict ground rules for the young man's participation, a restriction that had clearly bruised his ego. The vice captain rubbed his neck, noting dryly that saviors always seem to come with their own set of complications. Suddenly shifting his tone, the knight barked a sharp order at the idle guards to get back to their patrol. With the courtyard cleared, he offered the young woman a warm, casual goodbye. Left alone in the bustling courtyard, she turned and made her way back across the grounds, her expression clouded with quiet contemplation over the young savior's troubled state. She couldn't shake the lingering unease as she walked away. Her thoughts drifted back to the young man's defeated posture, wondering what exactly had transpired during the expedition. A palpable sense of dread seemed to hang over the castle grounds, infecting the whispers of the knights and maids alike. High above the anxious murmurs of the courtyard, a solitary figure stood perched on the edge of the castle roof. Clad in a heavily patterned cloak that whipped wildly in the freezing wind, the stranger silently observed the tiny figures moving below. Beneath the shadow of the heavy hood, a knowing, almost predatory smile crept across the observer's face. Having seemingly found exactly what he was looking for among the sprawling castle grounds, he let out a quiet exclamation of discovery. In the next heartbeat, the stranger was gone. A sudden, swirling gust of wind was the only evidence that anyone had been standing on the premises. Sakina took a slow sip from her mug, the warm ceramic a small comfort against her lingering anxiety. Her thoughts drifted back to the tense standoff between IL and the Royal Knights, a silent prayer echoing in her mind that the men had merely exchanged harsh words rather than blows. Pushing the worry aside, she turned her attention to the towering wooden bookshelves lining the room. A spark of anticipation lit up her eyes as she scanned the spines, eagerly wondering if the highly anticipated sequel to her current read would finally arrive this month. Her gaze shifted to the enchanted teapot resting on the counter, a magical tool she had yet to fully utilize. Despite the book cafe sign hanging proudly outside, her only regular patrons were IL and Bjork, leaving her newly acquired hospitality spells untested. Outside, heavy boots crunched against the fresh snow, steadily approaching the building. Unaware of the approaching figure, she let out a self-deprecating chuckle. She had even crafted a custom magical chime for the front door, a welcoming melody that had remained entirely silent since the day she opened, making her question if her establishment could even be called a cafe. Suddenly, a bright, melodic chime echoed through the quiet room, followed by the distinct creak of the heavy wooden door swinging open. She gasped, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief at the sound of her very first genuine customer. Stepping out of the freezing flurry, a tall figure draped in a heavily patterned winter cloak entered the warmth of the shop. He offered a polite greeting, asking if the cafe was open for business. Flustered by the sudden arrival of a stranger with such a striking, almost ethereal presence, she hastily welcomed him in and offered him a seat anywhere he liked. The newcomer's sharp eyes immediately swept over the extensive library, inquiring if the volumes were available for patrons to peruse. She proudly confirmed that they were, explaining that each book was safeguarded by protective magic, allowing guests to read and eat simultaneously without fear of staining the precious pages. Impressed by the sheer volume of literature, he offered a warm compliment on her impressive collection as he settled into a comfortable armchair near the shelves. She offered a polite word of thanks, her initial shock slowly giving way to the practiced routine of a host. Approaching his table, she presented him with a menu alongside a peculiar, intricate pocket watch. She explained the device's unique enchantment. It functioned as a personal alarm clock, designed so that only the individual who said it would hear its chime, ensuring a peaceful environment for the other readers. As he marveled at the magical timepiece, a gentle smile graced his delicate features. Watching him study the menu, she found herself captivated by his striking appearance, her mind quietly pondering the elegant, almost androgynous quality of his voice and face, leaving her entirely uncertain of her new patron's gender. The eccentric stranger decided on the soup of the day with bread, explaining he had come in specifically to warm up. Sakina smiled warmly, agreeing that the day was certainly chillier than usual. She then asked what he would like to drink, proudly mentioning that their teapot stayed hot magically. He requested whichever black tea blend she recommended. With a cheerful nod, she promised to bring it right up, inviting him to leaf through any of the books while he waited. Taking her advice, he settled into a comfortable armchair with a thick tome, his eyes scanning the pages as she watched quietly from behind the counter. In the kitchen, she prepared a hearty clam chowder, carefully seasoning it with fresh ginger for extra health benefits. As she stirred the simmering pot, her thoughts drifted to Il. Because he often returned home, shivering from the cold, she had made it a point to learn a wide variety of warming soup recipes. Returning to the dining area, she presented the steaming meal. He looked up from his reading, pleasantly surprised to have found a rare book he had been searching for. Delighted by his discovery, she assured him he was welcome to stay and read for as long as he wished. Outside, the afternoon wore on, the quiet book cafe standing as a cozy refuge against the crisp air. Eventually, the stranger prepared to depart, pulling his hood up. He praised the cafe's great prices and mentioned he had managed to read quite a bit. Although he admitted he likely wouldn't be back for a while, he expressed a strong desire to visit again. Sakina offered to write his name on a bookmark to reserve his spot in the book, hoping he would indeed return. After seeing him off, a glance at the wall clock caught her attention. Realizing Il would be home soon, she cheerfully resolved to start preparing dinner. As the snowy night settled over her quiet cafe, she welcomed Il back into the warmth of her home. He eagerly examined the stack of new arrivals she had set aside for him, his fingers tracing the fresh bindings. Settling into a chair across from him, she watched him read for a moment before a lingering thought crossed her mind. She mentioned that she had meant to ask him something earlier. Pausing her work, she gently inquired about the recent monster cull, noting that the atmosphere at the castle had seemed unusually tense. She specifically asked if something had happened involving Yuta. He lowered his book, his expression darkening as he recalled the mission. He explained that while the young man had indeed participated, his attitude toward the knights had been incredibly abrasive. His mind drifted back to the freezing expedition. The royal knights, having successfully met their hunting quota, had been relieved to finally order the march back home. But just as they prepared to depart, Yuta had frozen, his breath catching in his throat as he spotted another monstrous silhouette lurking deep within the dense, snow-covered trees. The knights quickly intervened, stopping the young man in his tracks. They patiently explained the strict territorial laws, warning him that crossing the border to slay the beast without permission from the neighboring country would cause a diplomatic incident, and that overhunting only provoked the remaining creatures. The explanation fell on deaf ears. The young man's face twisted in outrage, and he furiously demanded to know how they could simply turn their backs on a creature that might attack an innocent person at any moment. The vice captain had attempted to elaborate on the complex treaties governing the region, but the memory of the boy's stubborn ignorance only made Il click his tongue in deep annoyance. He offered a reassuring smile as she poured the tea, assuring her that the knights understood the young man's good intentions and that everything would eventually be all right. He nodded in agreement as she pondered aloud if the stubborn knights had once shared that same reckless perspective, explaining that the newer recruits had simply failed to sway the youth. Bringing his hands together with a soft clap, he shifted to a more positive note, acknowledging the boy's undeniable usefulness during the recent monster call and deciding to let the higher-ranking officials handle the reprimand. Leaning back in his chair, he admitted he would normally handle the discipline himself, but his attention was entirely consumed by the monstrous beast that had breached their courtyard, leaving her to express a quiet hope for peace. His expression turned serious as she took her seat across from him and asked if his investigation into the creature had yielded any results, prompting him to firmly state that it was time to bring her up to speed. He revealed their primary theory. The entity responsible for dragging the beast through their magical defenses hailed from Hagar, a neighboring nation she immediately recognized as the very territory the divine entity had explicitly refused to bless. His gaze darkened as he detailed the political extortion at play, explaining that just prior to her arrival, Hagar had demanded a heavily one-sided alliance, fully intending to use any refusal as a justified pretext for a military invasion. He continued his grim explanation as a shiver of dread passed through her, noting that their kingdom, already weakened by a recent scandal, had been desperately stalling for time until her powerful magic unexpectedly neutralized the enemy's strike. Taking a slow sip from his cup, he outlined the enemy's likely perspective, suspecting that Hagar's leadership believed the new barrier had caused traditional defenses to atrophy, prompting them to send the beast as a deadly test. He met her worried gaze as panic edged into her voice over the risk of her hidden identity being exposed, offering a sliver of comfort by suggesting the enemy's spies were likely fixated on the other, far more conspicuous young man. His warnings about the neighboring nation lingered in the air, prompting the young librarian to reflect on the previous savior. She recalled rumors that the former hero had struggled immensely with learning magic, concluding that they likely hadn't been much help against such threats. She was pulled from her thoughts as the tall swordsman urged her to remain cautious, advising her to report even the most minor incidents. His concerns sparked a sudden realization, and she perked up, recalling a recent event. With a bright smile, she casually mentioned that a new customer had visited the cafe earlier that day, dismissing it as nothing major. Intrigued by the timing, he immediately pressed her for a description of the stranger. He listened intently as she described a strikingly beautiful individual with porcelain skin and flowing silver hair. She noted that their features and voice were entirely androgynous, making it impossible to determine their gender. She watched as the description gave him pause. He explained that the citizens of Hagar, living in a hot climate year-round, typically had dark skin. Relieved, she concluded that her mysterious patron was likely not an enemy spy. Her relief was premature, as he quickly pointed out that an infiltrator standing out in Othel could easily use magic to alter their appearance. He urged her not to be anxious, but firmly instructed her to teleport directly to the castle at the first sign of danger, a directive she gratefully accepted. She then shifted the mood, offering a gentle smile as she confessed that things had actually felt more peaceful lately. She attributed this tranquility directly to his hard work, praising the effectiveness of the protective barriers and medicines he had provided. He received her earnest praise with a soft, genuine smile, noting with quiet amusement that despite her insistence on keeping her identity as a savior's secret, she was still working incredibly hard for the kingdom's sake. She felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks at his words, thanking him softly. Deep down, she realized with a profound sense of comfort that simply talking to him made all her lingering worries completely vanish. She watched as the tender moment lingered for a brief second, before he cleared his throat and smoothly pivoted the conversation to another subject. Leaning slightly toward her, he casually suggested they go somewhere together on his next day off. Sakina blinked, caught slightly off guard by the sudden invitation. A faint flush crept up his neck as he quickly averted his gaze, stammering a clarification. He insisted that despite his demanding schedule, he could easily carve out time for a trip, just the two of them. His voice dropped to a softer, more vulnerable register as he confessed his true motive. He simply didn't want Yuta monopolizing all of her attention. Hearing this rare admission of jealousy, a deep crimson blush spread across her cheeks. Overwhelmed by the sudden shift in atmosphere, she buried her burning face in her arms against the counter, her voice muffled but warm as she agreed to the idea. Above her, a gentle, relieved smile touched his lips. Sometime later, the imposing stone walls of the royal fortress loomed under the open sky, its grand arched gates standing as a formidable barrier to the city beyond. Approaching those very gates, the young woman, now wrapped in a light traveling cloak, offered a polite greeting to the station guard as she carried a wooden crate toward the courtyard. Inside the bustling grounds, Yuta was already making himself useful. Dressed in a crisp, new military uniform, he offered a warm smile as he graciously accepted the thanks of a passing woman he had just assisted. Spotting his familiar friend approaching, his face lit up. He quickly jogged over to meet her, immediately reaching out to take the heavy wooden box from her hands to ease her burden. With a bright, unwavering smile, he announced their destination was the knight's headquarters. Watching his cheerful demeanor, she couldn't help but suspect he was putting on a brave face, pretending that everything was perfectly normal despite his recent displacement. As they walked side by side over the cobblestones, his casual tone suddenly shifted. He glanced toward her, asking pointedly if she knew much about the savior who had created the kingdom's protective barrier, causing her to stiffen in surprise. He listened quietly as the young woman confirmed the rumors he had heard around the castle. With a gentle smile, she explained that everyone was indeed searching for the elusive savior. As they strolled along the stone path, the young man carried a heavy wooden crate filled with glass vials. His expression grew somber as he muttered that the kingdom seemed far more interested in finding the original savior than relying on a new one. His shoulders slumped under the weight of his own doubts. He confessed his insecurities, admitting that the kingdom lacked textbooks on advanced magic, leaving him unsure if he could ever master such spells or truly be of help to anyone. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her as she realized his crisis of confidence was partly her own doing. Seeing his downcast gaze, she hesitated for a moment before nervously clearing her throat to get his attention. Offering a warm, reassuring smile, she quickly reminded him of his tangible contributions. She continued her earnest encouragement, emphasizing the sheer bravery of his actions. It was truly incredible, she pointed out, that he was willing to risk his life on dangerous missions for the sake of a world that wasn't even his own. The young man stopped, his eyes widening slightly as her sincere words sank in. A faint blush dusted his cheeks as he softly spoke her name, deeply moved by her unwavering support. Suddenly flustered by his intense gaze, she frantically waved her hands, reminding him that he had been the one to save her life first against a terrifying monster. Her modesty only fueled his spirit further. With a renewed, bright grin and a clenched fist, he enthusiastically vowed to start small and eventually work his way up to helping the entire world. His newfound determination radiated from him as they resumed their walk. Watching him carry the heavy crate with a lighter step, she couldn't help but marvel at his genuine resolve to put his life on the line. As they passed by the crown prince and the vice captain in the courtyard, she reflected on how hard he was trying to do his best in this unfamiliar place. The heavy atmosphere had completely vanished, replaced by a cheerful melody he hummed as they walked side by side. Beside him, she let out a quiet, relieved sigh, simply glad that she had managed to lift his spirits. He had found a new sense of purpose within the sprawling stone walls of the castle. Outside the grand, fortified gates, the daily bustle of the kingdom continued unabated, merchants and citizens weaving through the courtyard. True to this new resolve, the young man made it a habit to wait by those very gates. As Tsukina approached with another heavy wooden crate of deliveries, he eagerly raised a hand in greeting, ready to assist her. Taking the burden from her hands, he walked by her side. When she gently questioned if he should be focusing on his magic studies instead, he offered a warm, slightly flushed smile. He assured her he was just taking a well-deserved break, expressing his deep gratitude. Thanks to her previous encouragement, he explained, he and the kingdom's knights had finally found common ground. She beamed at the news, her genuine happiness evident. Her bright reaction, however, caused a sudden shift in his demeanor. A deep blush crept across his cheeks, and he nervously averted his gaze, stammering as he tried to ask her question. Peeking at her through his bangs, his face burning red, he finally managed to ask if she would like to spend time together on his next day off. The unexpected invitation caught her completely off guard, leaving her staring at him in wide-eyed surprise. He stood rigidly beside her, clutching the wooden crate like a shield, his eyes fixed firmly ahead as he awaited. The young man from her world, Yuta, approached Tsukina with a hopeful flush on his cheeks. He nervously asked if she would like to spend her next day off hanging out with him, catching her completely off guard. This wasn't the first time he had made such an offer. She recalled turning him down nearly a month prior, yet he had persistently continued to ask her out ever since. It wasn't just Yuta, either. Lately, it seemed the castle knights would appear out of thin air just to strike up a conversation with her, eagerly thanking her for the things she had made for them. Sitting alone in her quiet room with a book and a cup of tea, she pondered her predicament. She reasoned that the knights might just be looking out for her, but she hadn't even had the chance to properly explain to Yuta why she kept rejecting him. Every time she tried to decline, he would immediately rush off to help someone else before she could finish her sentence. Staring thoughtfully ahead, she made a firm decision. The next time he invited her out, she would clearly state that she was engaged. Even if he was just being friendly, she knew it was best to set the record straight. With a decisive clap, she closed her book, realizing she also needed to tell IL about the situation. She knew she would hate it if he hid things from her, so honesty was the best policy. However, a sudden glance at the clock reminded her that Bjork was coming over for dinner today, meaning her confession to the swordsman would have to wait until tomorrow. Later that evening, the dining table was laden with a hearty feast. Bjork dug into the roasted meat with absolute delight, his face lighting up as he praised her cooking, declaring it just as delicious as always. Pleased by his enthusiasm, she warmly encouraged the blonde knight to help himself to seconds. Beside him, the tall swordsman quietly enjoyed his own meal, the atmosphere in the room comfortable and domestic. Between bites, Bjork casually brought up a rumor he had heard from Senior Knight. He turned to Tsukina, asking for a perspective on whether the new savior candidate and the junior knights had finally made peace and were getting along. Caught slightly off guard by the topic, a nervous drop of sweat formed on her cheek. She hesitantly confirmed that Yuta and the knights were indeed chatting more frequently, though she admitted there was still a lingering awkwardness between them. She hesitated, her hands clasped tightly together as she admitted she had planned to bring the topic up later. Across the table, the dark-haired swordsman noticed her unease, gently asking if something was wrong. Taking a breath, the young woman explained that about a month prior, Yuta had asked her to spend time with him, just the two of them. Beside her, the blonde knight continued to eat, listening intently, while the swordsman's expression hardened. The situation had escalated since then, she continued, revealing that the young man now waited for her by the castle gates whenever she made her deliveries. The swordsman's silence grew heavier, his dark eyes narrowing as he processed her words. Despite her constant refusals, she confessed, his invitations simply wouldn't stop. At this revelation, a dark, intense aura seemed to radiate from the swordsman, his face twisting into a fierce, silent glower, breaking the mounting tension. The blonde knight clapped his friend hard on the back, teasingly warning him that he looked ready to pass out. He quickly reassured the brooding captain that the young woman was merely keeping him informed, not leaving him for a younger man, before turning to her to confirm her lack of interest. She vehemently denied any romantic interest, though she charitably added that the young man seemed nice and was trying his best in his new role. Flustered, she second-guessed herself, wondering aloud if she was misinterpreting things since he hadn't explicitly called a date, leaving the swordsman grimacing in discomfort. The blonde knight thoughtfully pointed out the strange behavior of the castle guards, noting how they constantly tried to keep the two apart. He theorized that the young man likely had no idea he was pursuing the captain's fiancée, and that the sudden revelation would probably throw him for a loop just as much. Taking charge, the vice-captain volunteered to speak with the guards himself, knowing his friend would be too stubborn to bring it up. As she expressed her surprise at his willingness to handle so much, he cheerfully brushed it off, happy to assist the couple. She offered her sincere gratitude for his intervention. Turning his attention back to his brooding companion, the blonde knight playfully ordered him to stop scowling and eat, only to receive a grumbled retort that it was simply his natural expression. A warm smile spread across her face as she realized her fiancé was far more riled up than she had anticipated, silently concluding that inviting his friend had been a very wise decision. Meanwhile, the knight poured another drink and began recounting an embarrassing childhood story about a girl from a neighboring village, causing the swordsman to choke on his food and desperately demand his silence. The morning sun cast a bright glow over the snow-covered roof of her quiet home. As she descended the stairs, she offered a cheerful morning greeting, asking if their guest had made it home safely. Pouring a fresh cup of coffee, the tall swordsman, now dressed in a relaxed white shirt, confirmed that the knight had stayed drinking until midnight after she had gone to bed. He gently pointed out that she didn't need to head to work until the afternoon, suggesting she should have slept in. She brushed off the concern with a warm smile, insisting she was already wide awake and perfectly fine. His expression grew serious as he carefully brought up the young man from the previous day, asking if he was trying to ask her out on dates. Gripping her warm mug, she looked down, admitting her inexperience with such dilemmas, and wishing the boy would just state his intentions clearly to make things easier to handle. Peering over the rim of her cup, a deep blush spread across her cheeks as she softly confessed that he was the only one she had any interest in. The sudden, earnest declaration caught him completely off guard, bringing a sudden flush to his own face as he quickly averted his gaze. A sweet, bashful silence settled between them as they both hid their reddening faces behind their coffee mugs. Leaning against the wooden cabinetry, he broke the quiet by confessing that, before meeting her, he had always preferred the company of books over going on dates. Standing by the hearth, she eagerly agreed, admitting she felt exactly the same way. A tender smile softened his sharp features as he noted that things were entirely different for him now. Her eyes sparkled with pure joy as she enthusiastically agreed. Later, sitting quietly on the wooden floorboards, she reflected on her journey, realizing that since arriving in this world, she had changed more than she ever could have imagined. She reflected on her past, realizing that while opening the cafe had been a lifelong dream, her priorities had shifted. Sitting quietly across from the man she loved, she knew she now treasured every single minute they spent together far more than simply hiding away with a good book. Her affection for him had blossomed into a deep love for the country he so fiercely protected. Driven by this newfound devotion, she dedicated herself to pitching in, carefully crafting and delivering crates of glowing magical supplies to support the knights. Standing side by side with him, their hands wrapped around warm mugs, a gentle smile graced her face. It was a quiet, undeniable truth that love had profoundly changed them both. Her peaceful routine was interrupted at the castle gates by a cheerful shout. The young man from her world jogged up to her, his face bright with a welcoming smile as she balanced a heavy wooden crate in her arms. He immediately noticed the supplies, casually mentioning that she had already dropped some off earlier. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he complained about needing to set someone straight, frustrated that he could never seem to track the guy down at the right time. Leaning in slightly, he nervously began to ask about her next day off, but his question was abruptly cut short. A dark-haired knight rushed over, urgently requesting his assistance. Startled, the young man quickly apologized to her and sprinted away to handle the emergency. As she watched him hurry off down the corridor, a familiar voice called out from the nearby staircase. She turned to see the swordsman and the blonde vice-captain ascending the stone steps, waving casually in her direction. The vice-captain flashed a mischievous grin, loudly announcing that he had brought her scatterbrained fiancé to say hello. Beside him, the swordsman scowled, his cheeks flushing slightly as he gruffly ordered his friend to shut up. The teasing continued, with the blonde knight joking about someone's lack of focus during their duties. Down in the courtyard, the young man from her world paused and glanced back over his shoulder. His expression was unreadable as he quietly apologized for interrupting their romantic moment, thanking her for dinner the other night before continuing on his way. Ignoring the retreating figure, the swordsman's demeanor shifted to one of exhaustion. He rubbed his temple, complaining about a sudden, massive influx of paperwork. Sensing the tension in his voice, she looked up at him with genuine concern, quietly asking if something serious was happening behind the scenes. She blushed deeply as Il gently patted her head, assuring her he would handle the paperwork in his office so it wouldn't cut into their time together. Their quiet moment was interrupted as a dark-haired knight approached, cheerfully noting that they rarely saw her when she was just dropping off deliveries. Returning his attention to his fiancée, the captain leaned in close and suggested they spend her upcoming day off at the used book fair. Her eyes lit up at the idea, and she eagerly agreed, anticipating the hidden gems they might discover. From a distance, Yuta watched a radiant smile. His expression darkened with a quiet melancholy, though he quickly forced a neutral face and brushed off a nearby knight's concerned inquiry, insisting nothing was wrong. Unaware of the distant gaze, she offered a cheerful wave goodbye to Il and the blonde vice-captain as she prepared to resume her duties. As she walked down the corridor with the dark-haired knight, he apologized for holding her up, mentioning how excited all the guards were for her upcoming wedding. The mere thought of the royal family attending the ceremony sent a wave of nervous jitters through her. The knight added that the king himself had been thrilled by the news of the engagement. Hearing the word, wedding spoken aloud, made her blush furiously, a bashful warmth spreading across her cheeks as she tried to focus on their next order of business. Later, while carrying a box of supplies across the sunlit courtyard, her thoughts drifted back to Yuta. She realized he must have overheard her conversation with Il, and while it pained her to keep him at arm's length, she hoped the knowledge of her engagement would prevent him from inviting her out again. High above the courtyard, Yuta stood silently at a window, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure as she walked through the gates below. The muscles in his arm pulled taut as he clenched his hand into a tight fist against the wooden sill, a silent manifestation of his frustration. He remained alone in the quiet study, surrounded by stacks of books and astronomical instruments, his rigid posture betraying the turmoil brewing beneath his calm exterior. The young man remembered the day he arrived in this world. Standing before the radiant sphere of light, he had been filled with an overwhelming sense of purpose, convinced his childhood dream of becoming a hero was finally within reach. He soon realized, however, that the reality of his situation was far more complex. Despite being granted immense magical potential by the entity, more than any who had come before him, he quickly learned that raw power alone was not enough to solve every problem. His thoughts drifted to the kingdom's recent struggles, the political red tape that had allowed a monstrous beast to run rampant near the borders, and the severe strain placed on the protective magical barriers. Amidst the chaos and his own feelings of inadequacy, his mind kept returning to a specific encounter. His pen scratched across the parchment as he found solace in the memory of the bespectacled young woman. Her gentle, soothing smile was a beacon of comfort in his otherwise stressful life. Sitting alone in his quiet study, he stared out the window at the sprawling castle grounds, the weight of his responsibilities settling heavily upon his shoulders. His eyes narrowed in frustration, burdened by the agonizing thought that if only his magic were stronger, he could protect everyone without relying on others. Pushing the doubts aside, he focused back on his work. He gripped his quill tightly, determined to find a way to master his abilities and become the savior the kingdom desperately needed. Meanwhile, far from his heavy burdens, the young woman and the tall swordsman strolled through a vibrant, bustling book fair. Her eyes sparkled with sheer delight at the towering shelves of tomes, marveling at the spectacular scale of the market. Noticing her enthusiasm, he gently suggested they take their time and explore the stalls across the street, assuring her they could double back later. He encouraged her to buy anything that caught her eye, bringing a bright, appreciative smile to her face. Eagerly scanning the displays, she suddenly spotted something perfect. She turned back to him, holding up a volume with a triumphant grin, announcing she had found the exact spell book he had been wanting to read. She beamed with quiet delight, clutching her newly acquired books tightly to her chest. Beside her, the tall swordsman mirrored her satisfaction, a rare, gentle smile softening his usually stern features as he carried his own stack of tomes. As they strolled through the bustling market, he casually asked if she was ready to head home for a meal. She chuckled in response, playfully pointing out that they both knew they would immediately bury their noses in their new books the moment they walked through the door. Her light-hearted mood shifted when a familiar figure caught her eye. Just as she noted that it was a bit early to leave, she spotted the young savior candidate conversing with a local vendor a few stalls down. Curious, the pair navigated through the cobblestone aisles of the book market, closing the distance until they stood just behind the young man, their sudden presence interrupting his errand. Startled by their approach, he turned sharply, his eyes widening in surprise. But the initial shock quickly melted into a heavy, conflicted silence as he lowered his gaze, struggling to find his words. Suddenly, his frustration boiled over into a passionate outburst. With tears pricking the corners of his eyes, he loudly declared his absolute determination to earn his title, vowing to study relentlessly, master more magic, and grow undeniably powerful. Taken aback by his sudden intensity, she leaned in with deep concern, gently asking if something was wrong, while the tall swordsman beside her observed the young man's outburst with a calm, analytical gaze. The young man's shoulders slumped as he confessed the root of his despair. He admitted that no matter how hard he worked, the kingdom's attention remained entirely fixated on the other savior's protective barrier, leaving him feeling utterly weak and insignificant by comparison. Stepping forward, the swordsman offered a grounding perspective. He firmly reminded the boy that he was still a newcomer, assuring him that everyone at the castle deeply appreciated his efforts, and that even his magic tutors were constantly singing his praises for how quickly he learned. He concluded by stating plainly that he didn't view the young man as a weakling. However, the boy remained unconvinced, bitterly pointing out that despite his superior magical reserves, any of the kingdom's knights could still easily defeat him in a one-on-one fight. He listened quietly as the tall swordsman offered a reassuring perspective. Il pointed out that unlike the citizens of Othel, who were raised to fight monsters from childhood, the young man came from a world unaccustomed to battle. Given that disadvantage, his rapid progress was nothing short of impressive. Offering a rare, genuine smile, the captain added that the candidate would soon surpass the kingdom's own knights, playfully wondering if the castle guard would even be needed once his training was complete. The heavy burden of inadequacy began to lift from his shoulders, his eyes widening slightly at the unexpected praise. Sakina quickly chimed in, her voice full of admiration. She reminded him of his incredible bravery, recalling how he had risked his life on a dangerous mission for a world that wasn't even his own. She knew he must have been terrified when he rescued her from the monsters, yet he had prioritized her safety over his own fear. She assured him with absolute certainty that no one viewed him as weak, especially since he was actively risking his life for their kingdom. Despite her earnest words, a shadow of doubt still lingered in his quiet response. Stepping toward the edge of the balcony overlooking the grand hall, he found his resolve. He declared that upon arriving in this world, he had been granted magical potential far exceeding that of any previous savior, and even stronger than the ones currently residing in the kingdom. His expression hardened into one of fierce determination as he set a new goal for himself. He would train until he completely surpassed the cruel girl who had raised the kingdom's protective barrier. Refusing to be outdone, he turned on his heel and marched away, vowing aloud that he would not let the other saviors defeat him. Startled by his sudden departure, Sakina called out for him to wait. Before she could follow, Il's demeanor shifted to dead seriousness. He quietly interrupted, asking her to step aside with him for a moment. Guiding her into a secluded alcove away from prying ears, the captain leaned in close. He asked if she could cast a soundproofing spell around them. Confused but trusting, she agreed, and with a soft hum of energy, a glowing magical barrier enveloped the two of them. She watched quietly as the tall swordsman retrieved a small, metallic device from his coat, clicking it open to speak. He spoke softly into the communicator, addressing a subordinate. He ordered them to keep a close, undetected watch on Yuta for a while. A voice crackled back through the device, confirming the order and asking if something was amiss. The captain explained his reasoning, his expression serious. He warned that if spies from the rival nation of Hagar had overheard Yuta boasting about his unprecedented magical potential, they would undoubtedly try to make contact. He noted that the young man had seemed unusually rushed, making him a prime target. Listening intently, the young woman heard the voice on the other end acknowledge the gravity of the situation. The subordinate promised to discreetly inform the knights closest to Yuta, noting that direct intervention from high-ranking officers like himself or Bjork would only draw unwanted attention. Lowering the device, he turned back to his companion with an apologetic look. He asked for her patience, explaining he needed to make a few more calls before they could finally eat. Surprised by the sudden tension, she asked if the matter was truly that urgent. He admitted that while immediate disaster was unlikely, they couldn't afford to be careless. If the boys' claims of immense power were true, he could easily be weaponized against their home of Othel, especially considering the looming threat that Hagar posed. Understanding the heavy burden he carried, she nodded in quiet agreement. The two resumed their walk down the cobblestone street, the weight of the kingdom's security hanging in the air between them. As they navigated the quiet alleyways, she couldn't help but agree with his cautious approach. In a world teetering on the edge of conflict, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Meanwhile, unaware of the secret guard placed upon him, the young savior candidate was buried in his work. Ever since the recent book fair, he had thrown himself into his studies with a newfound, almost obsessive dedication. The heightened tensions had tangible consequences across the capital. With the castle on high alert and access restricted to defend against potential Hagar infiltrators, her usual routine was disrupted. Instead of visiting the fortress herself, she now relied on the swordsman to deliver her goods, or occasionally welcomed Bjork and the other knights when they came to the shop to collect their orders. She welcomed a steady stream of customers, including a trio of familiar knights who arrived at the doorway, seeking both healing items and a hearty lunch. Carrying a tray laden with freshly baked bread and sizzling skillets, she served the men, pleased to see the cafe as busy as ever. As the men ate, they chatted animatedly, unaware of her attentive ear. One mentioned hearing Captain Il grumbling in the mess hall about how he couldn't wait to head back to this very cafe. The unexpected remark caught her off guard, bringing a sudden, warm flush to her cheeks as she processed the captain's eagerness. Later, at the register, she cheerfully explained to the shocked knights that since they would never let her offer the meal on the house, she had simply charged them a token amount to thank them for their patronage. Sometime after the lunch rush, she sat down for coffee with the captain himself, who was dressed down in a simple white shirt, and casually mentioned that his knights had eaten there again. He immediately tensed, his eyes narrowing as he asked if his men had said anything strange. Recalling the gossip about his impatience, she offered a polite smile and assured him they hadn't, keeping the amusing detail to herself. Relaxing slightly, he shifted the conversation, noting that Yuta had asked how she was doing that day. He added, reassuring her that he had handled the young man's inquiries. Listening to him, she stared in her cup, her thoughts drifting. She assumed Yuta had lost interest since they hadn't seen each other in a while, realizing she had only cheered him up initially to prevent him from turning to the cruel savior. She also pondered the barriers surrounding that other savior, a detail she had never mentioned to Yuta. Her quiet reflection was broken when the captain softly called her name. Meeting her gaze with an intense, unwavering expression, he stated firmly that while Yuta was a decent person, he had absolutely no intention of giving her up to him. His bold declaration hung in the air, prompting a flustered but determined response. Leaning in, she firmly stated that the decision wasn't entirely his to make, though she quickly added a heartfelt promise to remain by his side forever. The sheer sincerity of her words caught him off guard. He leaned back in his chair, a rare stutter escaping him as he asked for confirmation, to which she cheerfully and immediately agreed. Unable to meet her gaze, he turned his head away, coughing politely into his hand to mask the sudden rush of color to his cheeks. Watching him, a quiet realization dawned on her as she noticed his uncharacteristic embarrassment. Quickly regaining his composure, he shifted the topic, mentioning an upcoming midnight festival. Intrigued, she eagerly accepted the invitation to go together, though she openly wondered why the celebration was scheduled for such a late hour, noting her own daytime work schedule. He explained that while the festivities technically began at sunset, the true charm of the event emerged much later in the evening, once the bustling crowds had finally thinned out onto the night sky. Relaxing into his chair, he elaborated further, his voice taking on a softer tone as he described how the atmosphere transformed, revealing its true magic only when the city settled into a peaceful quiet. He added a final, charming detail to their plans. The only requirement for the festival was a single flower, which he promised to provide for her. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation at the sweet gesture, her excitement for the outing growing. The prospect of another nocturnal adventure brought back fond memories of their previous outing under the auroras. She reminisced about the chaotic but enjoyable time they had shared, eagerly anticipating this new opportunity to walk together beneath the stars. A playful smirk touched his lips as he leaned forward, seizing the opportunity to tease her. He smoothly suggested that if she wished to declare her feelings for him a second time, they could use the festival to create a proper, unforgettable memory. Seeing right through his playful facade, she smiled warmly and accused him of teasing her. His expression softened into a gentle, genuine smile as he closed his eyes, quietly assuring her that her feelings were something he would never make light of. He casually suggested they return to their reading, seemingly unaware of the profound effect his words had on her. She lowered her head, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as she tried to process his bold remarks. As he turned to walk away, she pressed her hands against her burning cheeks, doubting she could ever muster the courage to repeat her confession. Still, a gentle smile touched her lips as she looked forward to their upcoming festival date. Meanwhile, across the snowy city, the young man, known as Yuta, walked briskly, his nose buried in a thick tome. Beside him, the blonde knight voiced his concern, noting how relentlessly the young savior candidate had been pushing himself lately. He apologized for his recent lack of assistance, but the knight quickly clarified his worries. The knight urged him not to exhaust himself, reminding him that the barrier erected by the other savior was still holding strong. At the mention of his rival, his eyes narrowed in quiet frustration. The constant comparisons to the other savior grated on his nerves. Brushing off the knight's well-meaning advice, he stepped inside his quarters, firmly stating that he was perfectly fine and appreciated the concern, though his stiff posture suggested otherwise. Alone in his dimly lit room, he slammed his hand against a stack of heavy volumes. The bitter realization that the other savior's reputation had even eclipsed his own at the recent book fair fueled his growing resentment. His mind raced with visions of complex, glowing magical arrays. He knew he possessed the potential to master great magic. All he lacked was a proper guide to unlock his true power. His train of thought was abruptly broken by a sudden knock at his door. Startled, he called out for the visitor to enter, watching as the handle slowly turned. The door swung open to reveal a mysterious figure draped in a heavy, dark cloak, stepping silently into the shadows of his room. The hooded intruder stood near the center of the room, their back turned to the young man. Yuta, now dressed in a formal, decorated uniform, watched in tense silence as the figure addressed him directly, calling him the savior and announcing they had a request. Turning to face him, the operative's features remained entirely swallowed by the deep shadows of their hood, save for a wide, unsettling smile. They extended a stack of massive, ancient tomes bound by thick cord and a wax seal, urging him to use the great magic within to protect the kingdom. Night has fallen over the quiet house. Outside, Tsukina notes that they would usually be having dinner and reading at this hour. Beside her, Illinois agrees, holding out a glowing object and calling her name to draw her attention. In his gloved hand rests a delicate, luminescent lotus flower, encased within a clear sphere that sparkles in the dark. She marvels at its beauty, asking if this is the flower he mentioned she would need for the evening. He confirms with a simple nod. A fond smile touches her lips as she recalls that he had given her flowers once before. Intrigued, he asks what day she is referring to, and she reminds him it was shortly after she learned of her true role. She recounts how thoroughly he had caught her off guard that day, having expected him to visit the cafe in his official capacity as a royal messenger. He remembers the moment fondly, listening as she adds that she has kept the bouquet fresh in her room using magic. Stepping back into the present beneath the starry sky, he suggests they get going, assuring her they can take their time at the festival since he has the following day off. She beams at the prospect. With a sudden, swirling pillar of light, he teleports them. As the magical rings fade, they find themselves amidst a bustling crowd. Slightly flushed, she remarks on his incredible magic, noting that while he had shown her the location on a map, she hadn't teleported there before. They step up to a stone bridge overlooking a wide, dark river. Below them, countless glowing lotus spheres, just like the one he gave her, float gently along the water's surface, illuminating the night in a stunning display. He looks down at her with a warm, gentle smile, asking if she likes the sight. Her face lights up with pure joy as she enthusiastically agrees. As they take in the breathtaking view, his gloved hand gently brushes against hers, their fingers intertwining in the cool night air. He stood beside her as they gazed out over the water, suggesting they head upstream to set their own flowers adrift. She offered a gentle apology, regretting that the night air was too cold for his bare hands. Taking her hand in his, they strolled along the path. He explained that the blossoms they carried were the national flower of Othel, traditionally illuminated with magic and floated on the river as a prayer for peace. As they watched the glowing lotuses drift along the current, he elaborated on the phenomenon. The water's inherent magic, he noted, would carry the floating flowers back upstream overnight, before they eventually vanished as the river absorbed their energy. A soft, genuine smile graced his features as he looked down at her, adding that the magic of nature seamlessly blended with the magic of their heartfelt prayers. Hearing his words, a warm blush dusted her cheeks. In the quiet of her heart, she deeply hoped that the protective barrier she had created for the kingdom had already granted a few of those earnest prayers from the people of Othel. Their walk brought them to the water's edge. His heavy boots stepped onto a small, wooden dock extending over the gentle ripples, and he declared it the perfect spot. Kneeling together on the wooden planks, he instructed her to channel her energy into the blossom. Cradling the delicate petals in her gloved hands, she focused, and the flower began to emit a soft, radiant glow. Noticing a distinct difference, she pointed out that her flower glowed a vibrant green, while his radiated a deep blue, wondering aloud if the color depended on the specific blossom. He shook his head, explaining that scholars believe the hue was actually a direct reflection of the individual's unique magic. With that revelation, she gazed down at her green-lit lotus, her expression softening with affection. She silently resolved to wish for the well-being of the kingdom's people, but also, selfishly, to pray for her own happiness and for his. Gently, they set their illuminated flowers adrift, watching them join the constellation of lights bobbing on the river's surface. Standing close by his side, a profound sense of belonging washed over her as she realized that her life was now truly rooted here in Othel. She stood beside the tall swordsman under the vast, starry night sky, declaring with quiet conviction that she belonged to Othel now. He noted the peaceful solitude of the pier, attributing their privacy to the late hour and guessing the rest of the townsfolk had already headed downstream. The gentle sound of the river filled the silence between them before she softly called his name. He turned his gaze toward her, offering a low, attentive hum in response. A warm smile graced her features as she leaned closer, confessing how truly glad she was to have arrived in this country. A soft sound of agreement escaped his lips, his eyes softening as he looked down at her. Her thoughts drifted back to her earliest days in this unfamiliar world. Initially, she had only sought a quiet, easy life, believing that the grand task of protecting the citizens of an unknown land was entirely beyond her capabilities. Returning to the present, she rested her head gently against his shoulder. She realized that the kingdom had slowly but surely charmed her. Her deep affection for the man beside her had blossomed into a shared love for the home he cherished so fiercely. Lowering her gaze, a serene expression settled over her face. Because of this profound connection, she admitted that she held absolutely no regrets about casting such a massive, exhausting spell to protect them. She looked back up, her eyes meeting his steady gaze, and clarified that her devotion wasn't solely because of him anymore. She had grown to love the kingdom for its own sake, the dedicated knights, the bustling residents, and every townsperson she had met. Shifting her weight against the wooden railing, she confessed her lingering fears. The thought of publicly revealing herself as the savior still terrified her, a hesitation she doubted would ever fade. Yet, she remained determined to do everything in her power for her new homeland, even if she had to do it quietly from the shadows. A faint blush crept across his cheeks as he averted his eyes, quietly admitting that he preferred it that way. Stumbling slightly over his words, he promised that no matter what it took, they would protect the kingdom together. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes as she beamed, declaring her love for the country, and finally, her love for him. Moved by her confession, he closed the distance between them, pulling her into a tender embrace. Cradling the back of her head, he leaned in close, his voice a soft, intimate whisper against her hair as he returned her feelings, telling her he loved her too. He leaned in close, his hand gently cradling her cheek as their eyes locked in the quiet intimacy of the moment. They stood locked in a tender embrace on the wooden pier, surrounded by the gentle glow of countless lights floating upon the dark, rippling water beneath the starry sky. The next morning, bright sunlight bathed the quiet roof of the cafe, signaling the start of a peaceful day off. Inside, the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air as she poured him a steaming cup. He thanked her, noting the beautiful weather and suggesting they go for a stroll. A bright smile spread across her face as she happily agreed, humming a cheerful tune. She noted that they could head out just as soon as the knights arrived to pick up their pending order. Right on cue, the blonde knight stepped through the door, offering a sheepish apology for interrupting their day off. He explained he was there to grab the order, praising her products as a huge help to the castle guard. She greeted him warmly, readying the items. Noticing their relaxed attire, the knight asked if they were heading anywhere special. The swordsman casually replied that they were just taking a walk through the woods, prompting a long, silent stare from the knight as he processed the domestic scene. Breaking the silence, the knight teased them for being two peas in a pod, joking that it made perfect sense for a pair of bookworms to spend their free time wandering around together. Chuckling, he apologized for delaying their stroll and announced he would ride back to the castle, earning a grumbled insult from his friend. As they walked outside alongside the knight's horse, she observed the easy banter between the two men. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at their close bond, reflecting that back in her old world, an occasional hangout with a co-worker was the most she could hope for. After parting ways, she and the swordsman continued their quiet walk into the woods. She admitted to herself that she still lacked the energy for heavy socializing. Suddenly, a sharp rustle in the nearby underbrush shattered the tranquility, causing her eyes to widen in alarm. She glanced upward, her eyes widening as the shimmering sky above them began to ripple. A sudden realization dawned on her. The protective barrier surrounding the area was reacting to an unseen threat. The source of the disturbance quickly became terrifyingly clear. A massive horde of grotesque, winged beasts descended from the clouds, their monstrous roars echoing through the air as they swarmed toward the ground. The creatures slammed against the invisible shield, their leathery wings beating furiously against the magical ward in a relentless attempt to break through. Down below, the peaceful morning shattered. Bjork instantly drew his blade with a sharp metallic ring, dropping into a defensive stance, while Il mirrored the motion, stepping protectively in front of the startled young woman. Staring up at the darkened sky, she could barely process the sheer number of monsters swarming above. Beside her, the blonde knight let out a frustrated sigh, confirming the grim reality of the invasion and muttering his disbelief at the overwhelming odds. Assessing the dire situation, the tall swordsman quickly formulated a plan. He noted that the barrier wouldn't hold forever and instructed his vice-captain to immediately rally the knights at the castle and begin evacuating the townsfolk to safety. Wasting no time, he pulled her onto his horse, urging the steed into a gallop through the panicked, crowded streets. He commanded her to hold on tight, reassuring her that the magical ward would buy them enough time to mount a proper defense. Their frantic ride brought them to a sudden halt in a cobblestone courtyard. There, standing alone amidst the escalating chaos, was a familiar young man, calmly waiting for their arrival. She gasped his name in surprise as he confidently raised a glowing grimoire. With a determined smirk, the young man declared that he would single-handedly obliterate the monster horde using a powerful new magic he had just acquired. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, questioning how the boy had managed to find such ancient, great magic scriptures in the town of Othel. Unfazed, the young man explained that he had earned the tome by helping a local woman whose family had guarded the relic for generations. He held up the ancient grimoire, its cover emblazoned with a glowing pentagram. He declared that the mysterious woman who gave it to him had specifically asked him to use its power to protect the city of Othel. Observing the tome, the young librarian deduced it had to be a text of great magic. Beside her, the blonde knight eyed the young man suspiciously, questioning the purpose of the second book in his possession. The young man eagerly explained that the secondary text contained spells designed to let his immense magic bypass the city's protective barrier without shattering it. The knight tapped his chin, surprised that such specific incantations even existed, while the tall swordsman and the librarian listened in tense silence. Sensing danger, the tall swordsman stepped protectively in front of the librarian, demanding the young man hand over the books immediately. She flinched at the sudden tension, but the young man merely smiled, assuring them there was nothing to worry about. He boasted that he had grown much stronger since the day she was attacked, promising to handle the threat himself. Ignoring their warnings, he began his incantation. A crackling, sinister dark aura erupted around him as he confidently declared his ability to protect both her and the city. The blonde knight's eyes widened as he noticed the unsettling, dark hue of the gathering magical energy. High above the cobblestone streets, a massive, roiling sphere of dark lightning materialized, emitting a deafening roar. Looking up at the terrifying display, the librarian realized with dread that the spell he was casting was vastly more powerful than her own great magic. Beside her, the knight gasped at the sheer, overwhelming volume of power. Panic setting in, the knight turned to the swordsman, warning him of the extreme risk of unleashing such a devastating spell within the city limits. He urged that if they didn't stop the reckless youth immediately, he might end up blowing the entire town apart. Meanwhile, the librarian staggered, a sudden wave of nausea washing over her. She reasoned that if the entity had truly granted him unprecedented magical potential, and his spell was designed to pass through her barrier, it shouldn't be causing this violent reaction. Clutching her throbbing head, she realized his magic wasn't bypassing her barrier. It was aggressively clashing with it. Oblivious to her suffering, the young man threw his hand forward, commanding the dark energy to explode. Seeing the impending disaster, the librarian screamed for him to stop, desperately warning him that the spell was failing. As he pointed towards the sky, a colossal, chaotic array of magical circles materialized above them, its unstable energy threatening to tear the very air apart as the librarian watched in absolute horror. He stood at the epicenter of the glowing runes, channeling a terrifying amount of energy into the sky. As the dark magic surged upward, it formed a massive, pulsating dome over the cobblestone streets, dwarfing the onlookers who could only watch the catastrophic spell unfold. The sheer scale of the incantation became horrifyingly clear as a colossal pillar of dark energy erupted from the city square. It pierced the heavens with a deafening boom, connecting to a gargantuan, intricate magic circle that blotted out the clouds and cast an ominous shadow over the entire capital. The ascending pillar slammed into the city's invisible protective barrier with a deafening roar. Jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the sky as the shield buckled under the overwhelming force. Below, the young man stared upward in stunned silence, while the vice-captain's face twisted in horror and the swordsman's expression hardened into a grim scowl. With a final, catastrophic crack, the protective dome shattered completely into a shower of ethereal shards. The moment the defenses fell, a swarm of monstrous, winged beasts immediately poured through the breach, their dark silhouettes descending upon the vulnerable city. The young woman collapsed to her knees, her eyes wide with despair as she stared at the ruined sky. The barrier was gone. Above her, the heavens were now choked with the terrifying flock of invading creatures, leaving her and her companions standing helplessly in the shadow of the impending. High above the sprawling city, a catastrophic roar tears through the sky. The massive, shimmering barrier protecting the capital shatters, its magical fragments dissolving into the air as the defenses finally give way. Down on the cobblestone streets, the sudden collapse sends a shockwave through the air. Sakina drops to her knees, her eyes wide with dread as she looks skyward. Beside her, Illinois stands tall and imposing, his dark cloak billowing, while the blonde knight, Bjork, watches the unfolding disaster from behind them. The reason for the barrier's destruction quickly becomes terrifyingly clear. A swarm of massive, winged beasts darkens the sky, circling like vultures. Below, panic sets in. A terrified citizen drops his book in disbelief, stammering in horror as the nightmare descends upon their home. Assessing the threat, Bjork urgently warns that the monsters will likely stay airborne to avoid the lingering traces of powerful magic, insisting they must evacuate the townsfolk immediately. Il quickly agrees, grasping Sakina's hand to pull her to her feet, but Bjork suddenly hesitates, a look of grim realization crossing his face. Pushing past his hesitation, the knight raises his hand toward the sky, shouting his determination to fix the situation. He unleashes a beam of energy, but the effort clearly drains him. Watching him sweat and strain, Sakina realizes that casting such immense magic has nearly depleted his reserves. Their momentary distraction proves costly. With a sharp curse, they realize the winged beasts are no longer just circling. A massive, leathery creature folds its wings and plummets directly toward their position on the street. Reacting to the dive, Illinois immediately steps closer to Sakina, his voice firm as he orders her to stay right by his side. She nods weakly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despite having faced such horrors before, the visceral terror of the monsters still paralyzes her. She squeezes her eyes shut, fighting the overwhelming urge to cower. But as she stands there, images of the people she left behind at the castle, the prince, the head maid, the young knights, flash through her mind, sparking a sudden, desperate resolve. Her fear gives way to action. Clenching her fist, she abruptly turns on her heel and sprints away from the safety of her companion, leaving the swordsman staring after her in stunned silence. He calls out her name, reaching a hand toward her retreating figure. Without slowing down, she glances back over her shoulder, offering a hurried, breathless apology as she races back toward the danger. She offered a gentle, bittersweet smile, her hands clasped tightly together. She warned her companion that if she were to lose consciousness from the exertion, she would be relying entirely on his protection. The tall swordsman's expression tightened with concern, but he gave a firm, albeit hesitant, nod of agreement. Turning away from her protectors, she closed her eyes, silently admitting to herself just how terrified she was of the impending battle. Yet, she stepped forward, and a brilliant, intricate circle of magical energy instantly materialized beneath her feet. As the vice-captain called out her name in sheer bewilderment, a radiant, star-like crest began to glow intensely at the nape of her neck. She knew the risk. She was just as terrified of her true identity as the savior being discovered as she was of the monsters. A young knight nearby gasped, his eyes locked onto the glowing mark. Ignoring the exposure, she raised both hands toward the heavens, resolving to unleash a massive spell regardless of the consequences. Her determination to protect those she held dear manifested physically as blinding pillars of pure, white light erupted from her position, piercing the sky above the cobblestone streets. The ascending light rapidly expanded, weaving itself into a colossal, luminous dome over the entire city. From their windows, bewildered townsfolk stared in awe at the miraculous barrier, marveling at the impossible magic since the city's own generators were destroyed. High above, the descending swarm of winged beasts slammed into the newly formed shield. They shrieked in agony as the holy light burned their flesh, violently repelling their assault. One of the massive creatures crashed heavily against the exterior of the barrier, unable to break through. Beneath the protective glow, the young woman held her stance unwavering, flanked by the swordsman and the vice-captain who stood ready to defend her. Seeing the monsters completely thwarted by the impenetrable shield, the blonde knight flashed a confident smile over his shoulder, loudly declaring that their immediate area was finally secure. He quickly took charge of the situation, announcing that he would escort Yuta back to the castle and instructing the tall swordsman to get Sakina home safely. Expressing her gratitude, the young woman then turned her attention to the bewildered young man. With a gentle smile, she formally introduced herself as Mizumari Sakina, confessing her past relief that he hadn't asked for her surname during their first encounter. She went on to explain their shared origin, suggesting that since they had both been summoned as saviors from the same world, they might even hail from the exact same country. The revelation caught him off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as he processed her true identity. Offering a sincere apology, she admitted that she had kept her ability to cast the great magic barrier a secret, confessing that at first, she hadn't believed herself capable of protecting the entire kingdom of Othel. Her gaze softened as she glanced up at the tall swordsman standing steadfast beside her. A warm smile graced her features as she revealed that meeting him, and ultimately falling in love, had given her the courage and conviction to believe in her own strength. Turning back to the young man, she explained her own desire to use her immense magic to protect the kingdom, before gently turning the question back to him. She challenged his perspective, asking how he intended to proceed, pointing out that even with vast magical power, ensuring the absolute safety of the realm would be a daunting task. Frustration and confusion etched across his face as he grappled with the weight of his responsibilities. He argued passionately that as a summoned savior, it was his absolute duty to protect the world, voicing his deep concern that shielding only one nation in the midst of a conflict could inadvertently lead to the destruction of another. Unfazed by his outburst, she offered a piece of grounded wisdom, advising him to begin by simply focusing on the things he truly valued. With a reassuring smile, she warned that rushing blindly into the role of a savior without a clear personal foundation would inevitably lead to disaster. The advice struck a chord, leaving him momentarily speechless as he reflected on his own core values and the people he held dear. Acknowledging the irony of her own words, she chuckled lightly, admitting that when she first arrived in this world, she hadn't harbored any grand intentions of protecting anyone at all. Suddenly, the immense toll of her magical exertion caught up with her. Her legs gave out, trembling violently as her strength completely evaporated, sending her collapsing toward the cobblestone street. Before she could hit the ground, the swordsman moved with lightning speed, catching her gently and lifting her into his arms. Holding her securely against his chest, he murmured softly that they would handle the rest, urging her to finally close her eyes and rest. Resting securely in his arms, she weakly squeezed the dark fabric of his cloak, offering a soft, exhausted smile of gratitude. Her heavy eyelids finally fluttered shut as the last of her strength faded. The lingering traces of her immense spell slowly dissolved into the quiet air, marking the end of the ordeal. Sometime later, she awoke to find herself seated in a sunlit garden, where the eccentric deity approached with a cheerful offer of tea. She accepted the cup with a grumble, muttering that she would have much preferred sharing tea with Il. Unfazed, the deity poured the steaming brew, casually pointing out the irony that despite her disdain for the savior role, she had now cast the most powerful tier of magic twice. She countered by reminding him how easily Yuta had shattered her first great barrier, but the deity simply dismissed that initial defense as mere patchwork. The revelation caught her completely off guard, her eyes widening in confusion. He explained that her original barrier had been hastily cobbled together from the residual magic left over from stopping the previous savior. While sufficient to ward off mindless monsters, it was bound to vanish the moment a genuine, focused attack struck it. In contrast, he assured her that this new barrier was vastly superior. Through her continued use of magic over time, her overall proficiency and power level had significantly increased. Laughing heartily, he likened her progress to experience grinding in a video game from her home world, leaving her staring at him in deadpan exasperation as she realized she had unwittingly leveled up. She listened intently as the deity elaborated on her newfound strength. He explained that compared to her peers, her barrier and healing magic were unparalleled, though he casually noted that others surpassed her in sheer offensive power. Taking a slow sip from her teacup, she pondered this revelation. While grateful for the increased strength, she worried about drawing too much attention, especially since her recent display had likely already exposed her true nature to the public. Breaking her train of thought, the deity suddenly clapped his hands together, recalling the primary reason he had summoned her to this ethereal garden. He simply wanted to express his gratitude. He leaned forward with a knowing smile, offering a unique reward for her repeated assistance with the other problematic saviors. He proposed a touch of divine intervention, promising to suppress the rumors of her true identity and keep the word from spreading too rapidly. Setting her cup down with a soft clink, she immediately questioned him about Yuta, the newly arrived savior. The deity's expression shifted slightly as he admitted that, for various reasons, he could not directly interfere with the young man's path this time around. The garden around them seemed to quiet as he leaned back in his chair, resigning himself to the situation. He declared that they would simply have to wait and observe the young man's actions from afar. With their business concluded, his form began to shimmer and dissolve into the surrounding light. He announced that it was time for her to awaken, adding that he enjoyed visiting the saviors and looked forward to their next meeting. His final, enigmatic smile lingered in the air for a fraction of a second before vanishing completely with a whispered farewell. Her eyes fluttered open, the radiant garden instantly replaced by a heavy darkness that slowly cracked apart, revealing a blurry, familiar silhouette. Blinking away the remnants of a dream, she found herself back in her own bed, the comforting presence of the swordsman keeping a silent vigil at her side. She opened her eyes to the familiar, comforting sight of Il watching over her. A soft smile graced her lips as she murmured his name, the lingering warmth of her dream fading into the quiet reality of the room. He leaned in close, his usual stoic expression softening into one of profound relief. While she rested, the aftermath of the chaos demanded immediate attention. Yuta had collapsed entirely, his magical reserves completely drained from the ordeal. In the wake of the monster's attack, Illinois and Bjork found themselves overwhelmed, tirelessly managing the extensive recovery efforts across the battered town. The root of the disaster lay in a mysterious grimoire Yuta had acquired, a dangerous artifact that allowed another to hijack his magical output. Whispers circulated that the enigmatic Hagar was the puppet master behind the sabotage, though concrete evidence remained elusive, prompting an ongoing, tense investigation. Once the young savior finally regained consciousness, he was immediately summoned before the throne. Standing in the grand hall under the heavy gaze of the monarch and the royal guard, Yuta bowed deeply, his voice echoing off the marble pillars as he offered his most sincere apologies for the devastation. He kept his eyes fixed on the floor, confessing the bitter truth of his actions. He admitted that his impatience and deep-seated feelings of inadequacy had driven him to cast spells recklessly, desperate to prove his worth. It was a foolish gamble, he acknowledged, one that had directly endangered the very citizens he was supposed to protect. Clutching his chest with a mix of shame and newfound resolve, the young man declared that he had grossly overstepped his bounds as a savior. He stood firm before the silent king, stating clearly that he was prepared to accept whatever harsh punishment the crown deemed necessary. Before the monarch could pass judgment, Bjork stepped forward from the sidelines, breaking the heavy silence. With a respectful bow, the blonde knight presented a thick stack of papers, announcing it as a formal petition gathered from the royal guards, the castle staff, and the townsfolk themselves. The knight explained that the people of Othel had initially dismissed the young savior, unfairly comparing him to his predecessors. Yet, despite their doubts, Yuta's unwavering kindness and gentle demeanor had brought genuine comfort to the populace. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Il, Bjork bowed deeply, formally pleading with the king to show leniency. Back in the quiet safety of her room, she listened intently as Il recounted the throne room's events, letting out a long breath of relief. Because of the goodwill Yuta had unknowingly fostered, the king had spared him from the dungeons, opting instead to send him to an allied nation for rigorous study. Though strict surveillance meant they couldn't say goodbye in person, Illinois revealed that the young man had left a final message for her. Through IL's steady voice, Yuta's words filled the room, carrying a heavy weight of remorse for the chaos he had caused. He expressed his deep gratitude, acknowledging that her protective charms and swift medical aid were the only things that had saved the town from total ruin. As he prepared for his exile, the young man confessed that the ordeal had finally forced him to truly reflect on the heavy burden of being a savior in this world. The young man's parting words lingered in the air, a heartfelt vow to do everything in his power for the world and the people of Othel who had granted him a second chance. Recalling his earnestness, Sakina confided in her tall companion, her hands wrapped warmly around a mug. She admired the boy's inherent kindness, certain that his noble spirit made him far better suited for the mantle of savior than she ever could be. A few peaceful days passed, allowing her depleted magic to fully restore. Life settled back into a comfortable rhythm as she returned to the quiet routine of managing her book cafe and crafting magical items. The tranquil atmosphere was broken by the cheerful arrival of the blonde knight, stepping through the door to collect his daily order. As she greeted him, a wave of quiet relief washed over her. Whether by divine intervention or simple human decency, her secret remained safe, her true identity as a savior still hidden from the world. Glancing around the shop, the knight casually inquired about her cloaked guardian's whereabouts, only to learn he was out running errands at the market. Seizing the moment of privacy, she nervously broached a delicate subject, pleading with the vice captain to keep her extraordinary barrier magic and her savior status a strict secret. He crossed his arms, letting out an exaggerated huff of betrayal. With a playful pout, he complained that he had been kept entirely in the dark, completely unaware that he had been casually fraternizing with his savior all along, especially since his old friend had never breathed a word of it. Flustered, she offered a sheepish apology. His playful demeanor faded into a solemn, duty-bound expression. He agreed to maintain her secret for now, but issued a firm warning. Should the kingdom ever face such a dire threat again, his loyalty to the crown would compel him to report her abilities to the king. Flashing a reassuring wink, he smoothly countered her rising hesitation. He declared that the best solution was for her to help him ensure the kingdom never reached such a desperate crisis in the first place. Relief flooded her features as she eagerly agreed to the partnership. Elaborating on his reasoning, the knight explained that the monarch was a pragmatic ruler. Even armed with the knowledge of her immense magical reserves, the king would never force an untrained civilian to the front lines, vastly preferring to rely on his seasoned knights for combat. The logic resonated with her, easing the last of her lingering anxieties. Leaning in close with a mischievous glint in his eye, he reaffirmed his promise of silence. However, a sly smirk crept across his face as he plotted his petty revenge against his childhood friend for the deception, cryptically mentioning a specific message the exiled boy had left behind, leaving her blinking in mild confusion. He recounted the recent confrontation at the castle, describing how the young savior candidate had stood before the captain. The boy had confessed that when advised to focus on what he truly valued, only one person's smile had come to mind. Despite nursing a broken heart, the young man had refused to surrender. He declared his intention to study magic relentlessly, determined to become strong enough so that she would never have to clean up his messes again. Meeting the captain's stoic gaze, the boy had issued a bold challenge, vowing that he would not let the older man win so easily. Back in the quiet of the cafe, the vice captain leaned in, offering the story as food for thought. He pointed out the boy's earnest intentions and slyly reminded her that their world was perfectly accepting of polygamy, questioning how she felt about the young man's lingering affections. She shut the idea down instantly, her expression deadpan as she stated she had absolutely no interest in anyone other than her captain. The swift rejection left the knight sighing in mild disappointment, having hoped to at least fluster her with his rambling. Undeterred, he revealed the final piece of the exchange. He recounted how the captain had coldly replied to the boy's challenge, asserting that no matter what happened or who pursued her, he would never hand her over. The dark-haired swordsman had walked away from the gathered knights, his parting words echoing with absolute certainty. She was interested in no one but him, and he needed no one but her. Hearing that such a bold declaration was made in front of an entire audience, her composure shattered. A deep blush spread across her face, prompting a smug chuckle from the vice captain, who noted how happy the secret had made her. Right on cue, the heavy wooden door swung open, and the captain himself stepped inside, mid-greeting. The blonde knight immediately called out to him, cheerfully announcing that he had just shared some excellent news with the young woman, who enthusiastically agreed, leaving the newcomer utterly bewildered. With a triumphant smirk, the vice captain explained his petty revenge. Since the captain had kept the truth about the savior hidden from him, he had decided to expose the captain's embarrassing, heartfelt confession as payback, leaving the imposing swordsman glaring in silent irritation while the librarian hid her flushed face. He found himself suddenly hoisted by his collar as the swordsman demanded to know exactly what had been shared. The blonde knight struggled with a playful grin, begging for release, while the young woman simply watched the exchange, a soft giggle escaping her lips as she reflected on the sheer amount of chaos she had recently endured. Despite the bickering men beside her, a radiant smile bloomed across her face. She felt a profound sense of relief, confident that her quiet, peaceful life as a hidden savior was finally secure. Meanwhile, life outside the castle walls returned to its normal rhythm. Carriages rolled past the grand stone gates, and citizens went about their daily routines, oblivious to the true nature of their recent salvation. In the bustling streets, rumors spread like wildfire. Two townsfolk animatedly discussed the miraculous events, marveling at how the city's protective barrier had shattered, only to be instantly restored right before the monster horde could strike. As they gossiped, a solitary figure concealed beneath a heavy hood quietly slipped past them. The mysterious wanderer continued down the snowy path, eventually stopping before a quaint, familiar book cafe. Beneath the shadow of his hood, a knowing smile touched his lips as he mused to himself that the very savior who had cast the impenetrable barrier was living quietly right under the kingdom's nose. Stepping through the door to the cheerful chime of a bell, the eccentric deity lowered his hood and offered a warm, familiar greeting. He cheerfully announced his return to finish the book he had started the other day, playfully admitting to being quite the bookworm. Delighted by her returning customer, the young librarian beamed, warmly inviting him to settle in and make himself at home. Months have passed since the barrier's restoration, bringing a lasting peace back to the kingdom. The young man from another world has settled into his new life, mastering complex magic and earning a growing reputation among the knights for his eagerness to help the citizens. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, the young woman continues to keep her true identity a secret. She finds quiet joy in running her serene book cafe, the cheerful jingle of the doorbell announcing a new arrival as she carries a tray of freshly baked bread. The visitor is a familiar face, a tall figure with light hair sweeping across their eyes. She greets them with a warm, familiar smile, happy to see her friend. Drawn in by the delicious aroma, her friend compliments her recent obsession with baking. She reflects on how close they have become. As her only regular customer outside the knighthood, their shared love for books quickly forged a strong bond, leading to many shared days off exploring local bookstores. Though she occasionally wonders about the enigmatic visitor's true gender, she quickly dismisses the thought, knowing it matters little to their genuine friendship. She simply cherishes these delightful, peaceful changes to her everyday life. Later, under the shadow of a grand, towering cathedral, she walks side by side with the tall swordsman. The time has finally come to prepare for their wedding, and she gazes up at the magnificent structure where royalty and high-ranking captains traditionally exchange their vows. As they stroll through the bustling city square, a wave of anxiety washes over her. She confesses that her stomach is tied in knots, much like when she first met the king, but the swordsman offers a gentle, reassuring smile, promising her that she handled herself perfectly. Reaching out, he gently takes her hand in his. He suggests they ease her nerves by focusing on a joyous task, finding the perfect wedding dress for her today. Her worries meld away into a grateful smile, her excitement bubbling over. She eagerly anticipates seeing him in his formal attire, a stark contrast to his usual heavy cloak. He humbly replies that he will simply be wearing the standard knight's dress uniform, nothing overly extravagant. She playfully questions if he is truly comfortable helping her choose a dress, noting the strict protocols surrounding a captain's marriage. He looks down at her with unwavering affection, assuring her that he is more than happy to honor the kingdom's traditions for their special day. He listened as she clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of having the freedom to choose any dress she desired. Her smile widened into a radiant beam as she confessed that, above all else, she wanted to wear the one he selected for her. A faint blush dusted his cheeks at her earnest request. Regaining his composure, he looked down at her and confidently promised to take care of it. Soon after, they found themselves in a grand boutique, surrounded by elegant gowns and glittering jewels, carefully examining the exquisite options laid out before them. The fitting process proved to be a challenge. From behind the heavy curtain of the dressing room, she grumbled about the restrictive tightness of the bodice before timidly peeking out to check if he was still waiting. When she finally stepped out, nervously asking for his opinion, his gaze softened into a warm, affectionate smile as he assured her that she looked absolutely beautiful. By the time they finished, night had fallen, blanketing the quiet streets in darkness. As they walked home, she remarked on the late hour, expressing her gratitude that he had been there to help her choose. In the cool evening air, their hands naturally found each other, fingers gently intertwining as they strolled side by side. She looked up at him, her expression filled with a quiet, profound contentment, and he met her gaze with equal tenderness. Leaning closer to him, she softly declared her deepest wish, that even long after their wedding day, she wanted to continue walking by his side, forever. She had returned to the quiet comfort of her woodland cafe, the familiar pitched roof nestled among the towering pines. Inside, her eccentric friend Bran sat before a veritable feast, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he surveyed the overflowing plates of food. Wasting no time, he dug in, eagerly chomping down on the hearty meal with unabashed delight. Watching him from across the room, she smiled warmly, remarking on his impressively hearty appetite. Between bites, he explained that when he first started peddling in Othel, affording food had been his biggest challenge. He praised her cafe's low prices and top-notch cooking, while she quietly washed dishes, silently marveling at where he managed to put all that food. The meal suddenly reminded him of his trade, and he announced he had brought over some new stock. Intrigued, she immediately turned away from the sink, eager to see his wares. He laid out a beautiful assortment of items on a patterned cloth, revealing an array of delicate teacups, sturdy pots, and finely crafted bags. Kneeling beside the display, she praised the high quality of his selection, admitting it was incredibly hard to choose just one thing. He sat back comfortably, assuring her to take her time and that the choice was entirely hers. Sensing her interest in a particular set, he offered her a special friend discount. Thrilled by the steal of a deal, she happily agreed to take both pieces and asked to examine another cup. Holding the delicate teacup in her hands, a soft blush touched her cheeks. She realized that while she could easily use her divine pendant to conjure these items from thin air, there was a profound, simple joy in personally choosing things like this. She happily finalized her purchase, thanking Bran for the beautiful cup and a special item just for herself, beaming at her restraint in not overspending. Her joyful humming was interrupted by the sudden jingle of the shop's entrance bell. Turning toward the door, she was greeted by the cheerful wave of the blonde vice-captain, George, who announced that he and the stoic Captain Il, along with a few of their men, had decided to take their lunch break at her cafe. As the group of uniformed men stepped further into the cozy shop, George paused, his boots clomping on the floorboards, and politely asked if their sudden arrival had interrupted a business transaction. The traveling merchant offered a warm, reassuring smile, smoothly dismissing the concern by explaining that their business had just concluded. His charming demeanor had an immediate effect. The knights, including the usually composed vice-captain, found themselves momentarily captivated, their cheeks flushing as Sakina silently noted how universally attractive the stranger was. Shaking off the distraction, Sakina warmly welcomed Il home. The dark-haired captain replied that he would normally return the sentiment, but duty called them back after their meal. Behind his back, his subordinates began to whisper excitedly, marveling at how domestic and different their formidable captain acted around his wife. Their hushed gossip was abruptly cut short when George nervously pointed out that their captain had exceptional hearing. Il froze in place, his back stiffening as the weight of their teasing words settled over him. A heavy, awkward silence fell over the room before Il delivered a sharp, menacing cough, his face shadowed with embarrassment and irritation as the gossiping knights instantly snapped to rigid attention. With a single, piercing glare from their commander, the men hastily scattered, loudly declaring their sudden interest in finding a good book. Letting out a long, weary sigh, Illinois turned back to Sakina, deciding he would also read to pass the time until the food was ready. Soon, a peaceful quiet settled over the cafe. The knights dispersed among the tall bookshelves, settling into chairs with their chosen volumes, while Il stood patiently near the counter, waiting for his wife to prepare their midday meal. A warm smile spread across Sakina's face. With Bran and the book-loving knights becoming regular patrons, her quiet shop was finally blossoming into the bustling book cafe she had always envisioned. Her reverie was interrupted when an older, bespectacled knight asked for the next volume in his series. Bran smoothly intervened, handing over the very book he had just finished reading. The knight cheerfully thanked the handsome stranger, calling him gorgeous, which Bran accepted with his usual effortless charm. The knight eagerly clutched the book, explaining how he had struggled to track down this specific, thrilling installment. Bran leaned in, noting that the cafe seemed to stock almost everything a reader could want. Adjusting his glasses, the older man revealed that word of the cafe's impressive collection had spread rapidly among the ranks after Captain Il was spotted with a rare volume. He added that he had even found books here that were unavailable in his homeland. Intrigued, Bran asked if he wasn't from Othel, prompting the knight to explain he was on a long-term peddling trip and was incredibly grateful to have stumbled upon the shop. The bespectacled knight then turned his attention to Sakina, praising the cozy atmosphere and her easygoing nature. With a sly grin, he loudly teased Captain Il, noting that it made perfect sense why the captain visited so often, especially since he had suddenly gotten engaged after years of complaining about relationships. A dark scowl crossed Il's face as he sharply ordered his subordinate to be quiet. His sharp reprimand left Sakina caught in the middle of the banter, offering only a nervous, polite laugh, while Bran watched the exchange with an amused, knowing smile. Leaning casually against the counter, the handsome stranger remarked on how remarkably friendly the knights of Othel were. Il's expression hardened into a suspicious glare as he noted that in his homeland, subordinates rarely joked with their superiors, pointedly asking the stranger where he was from. He remained unfazed by the captain's intense scrutiny, smoothly replying that he hailed from the east. With a flick of his wrist, he produced an official permit, presenting it to the skeptical swordsman to prove his legitimacy. Before the swordsman could inspect it further, the blonde vice-captain chimed in, musing that perhaps their own king was a bit too lax with discipline. He acknowledged that while their nation was peaceful and the monarch cared deeply for the citizens, the soldiers and courtiers were usually kept on a much tighter leash. Building on his comrade's point, another knight proudly added that Othel's royal family was exceptionally approachable, noting that they would even take the time to chat with fresh recruits. Bran nodded enthusiastically in agreement, seamlessly blending into the camaraderie of the group. He listened quietly beside the captain as the other knights continued their enthusiastic praise. The blonde vice-captain and his bespectacled comrade beamed with pride, declaring that their monarch's leadership was the very source of their high morale. Sakina watched the lively exchange from behind the counter, a soft smile on her face. Soon after, the group of knights made their exit, calling out their farewells as they mounted their horses outside the cafe. Before departing, the blonde knight couldn't resist a parting jab, teasing the captain about looking so chipper after being seen off by his supposed fiancée. The dark-haired captain merely scowled, bluntly ordering his subordinate to shut up. With the boisterous knights finally gone, a heavy silence fell over the cafe. Sakina stood frozen behind the counter, a strained, nervous smile plastered across her face as she stared at the back of her remaining patron. The eccentric traveler sat perfectly still, his posture unreadable. Unaware of her mounting anxiety, he remained lost in his own thoughts. His usual confident demeanor faded into a solemn, quiet expression, his gaze fixed downward in profound silence. As the cloaked swordsman and the blonde knight took their leave, Sakina turned her attention back to the counter, apologizing for the commotion. Bran, however, seemed entirely unbothered, his eyes fixed intently on a menu. He cheerfully requested another course, remarking on how enjoyable the experience was. She blinked in surprise, stammering as she wondered how he could possibly eat more after the massive meal he had just finished, but she politely asked what he would like. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, he debated between a dessert or a sandwich before deciding he wanted both, specifically requesting an afternoon tea stand. She gently warned him that today's sandwich special was quite heavy, but he waved off her concern, insisting it was perfectly fine. With a soft sigh of resignation, she set to work, the sound of sizzling filling the air as she expertly prepared the meal. He watched her every move from across the counter, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation as the tiered tray of treats came together. Moments later, he sat before a beautifully arranged three-tiered stand laden with pastries, cakes, and sandwiches. He immediately picked up a sandwich, taking a bite with an aura of pure contentment radiating from him. A delighted hum escaped his lips as he savored the flavor. Watching him from the kitchen, she couldn't help but smile, commenting on how much he clearly loved to eat. She noted that even when consuming large quantities, he always seemed to savor every single crumb. Her observation caught him off guard. He paused, his expression turning thoughtful as he admitted he had never actually considered whether he liked the food or not. He explained that his energy depleted so rapidly that even after finishing the entire tea tray, he would likely run out of fuel again before dinner. It wasn't a matter of enjoyment, he clarified, but a simple necessity to keep functioning. She listened quietly, realizing she had mistakenly assumed his voracious appetite stemmed from the same passion he held for reading. A hint of melancholy touched his features as he stared at the half-eaten sandwich in his hand, softly wondering aloud what it actually felt like to truly like something. The unexpected vulnerability in his words left her momentarily speechless, a soft apology escaping her lips. Later, surrounded by towering stacks of tomes, he immersed himself in a book once more. It became clear that his habits of endless consumption, both of food and knowledge, were simply ingrained routines born from a time when he was told to eat and read, and having no reason to object, he simply never stopped. He questioned if she would consider those forced actions as things she genuinely liked. She hesitated, her eyes drifting away as she pondered if his words stemmed from a mere hypothetical or a deeply personal experience. Deciding to share her own perspective, she pulled a wooden stool up to the counter. The legs squeaked against the floor as she settled in, ready to offer her thoughts. Leaning forward slightly, she explained her philosophy. True enjoyment, she reasoned, came from a genuine desire to do something, rather than a strict obligation or necessity. The tall man considered her words carefully before posing a counter question. He wondered about the gray area. What if a person genuinely wanted to perform a task that they had also been ordered to complete? From across the polished countertop, she acknowledged the complexity of his point. She pointed out that while some directives align perfectly with one's own desires, others inevitably breed reluctance and resistance. To clarify, she presented a hypothetical scenario tailored to his habits. If a command to read were suddenly revoked, she asked, would he immediately abandon his visits to her cafe? The question hung in the air, prompting a flicker of realization in his sharp eyes. Her mind drifted back to her previous life under a demanding superior. She recounted how she had been burdened with countless unwanted duties, yet amidst the drudgery, she had discovered certain tasks that sparked a genuine passion, work she actively wanted to pursue. He murmured in quiet understanding as she clasped her hands together, her voice brightening. She declared her profound satisfaction with her current life, expressing a deep, enduring love for both managing the cafe and crafting her potions. She admitted that if her work ever became entirely unbearable, she would likely walk away, though her current commitments made the thought difficult. Emphasizing her present happiness, she listed her passions, cooking, reading, and magic, while pragmatically noting her desire to avoid working herself to the point of exhaustion. A warm, radiant smile spread across her face as she looked directly at him. Adding to her list of joys, she confessed just how much she cherished their conversations. Her words hung in the air, prompting a subtle shift in the tall man's expression. His eyes widened slightly, absorbing the weight of her genuine contentment. Setting his teacup down with a soft clink, a warm smile spread across his face. He confessed that the feeling was entirely mutual, assuring her that even if he were forbidden from reading, he would still find his way back to her cafe. Overjoyed by his response, she clasped her hands together, declaring him her one and only true friend. When he playfully questioned the captain's status, she quickly clarified the distinction. The captain was her beloved fiancé, a bond entirely separate from their friendship. She then casually noted that the wedding was fast approaching. Offering his most sincere congratulations, he wished her all the best for the upcoming nuptials. A soft blush dusted her cheeks as she beamed back at him, her heart swelling with gratitude for his unwavering support. Sometime later, the cozy warmth of the cafe was replaced by the crisp, snowy air outside. Standing by the doorway with a heavy travel pack slung over his shoulders, he regretfully informed her that his schedule wouldn't allow him to attend the ceremony, despite her earnest wishes. Though a flicker of disappointment crossed her face, she quickly masked it with an understanding nod. He offered a reassuring smile over his shoulder, promising to celebrate her special day in spirit alongside the rest of the townsfolk as she waved him off into the winter chill. Watching his retreating figure, her mind began to race with lingering questions about his mysterious background. She pondered his claims of being a simple peddler, wondering if perhaps he hailed from strict, wealthy merchant family that had used reading as a form of rigid discipline. Her silent musings were interrupted as she continued to gaze down the snow-covered path. In the distance, the traveler's silhouette grew smaller, quietly crossing paths with two cloaked figures making their way toward the cafe. Shaking off her thoughts, she turned her welcoming smile toward the approaching guards. The blonde knight cheerfully announced their arrival for a midday meal before their shift to relieve the captain, and she warmly ushered them inside out of the cold. Meanwhile, further down the frosty road, the departing traveler paused. With the fresh snow crunching softly beneath his boots, he cast one final, enigmatic glance back toward the warm glow of the cafe before continuing his solitary journey. Deep in the snow-covered woods, his solitary journey was interrupted. Two figures, their faces hidden beneath heavy hoods adorned with sunburst crests, materialized before him, demanding a report. Wasting no time, the operatives activated a glowing, intricate device. A dome of light expanded around them, sealing the area with a soundproofing spell to ensure their communication with their homeland remained an absolute secret. Through the magical conduit, a disembodied voice delivered grim news. Their nation was in dire straits, following the failed attempt to secure Utah. The voice warned that it was only a matter of time before the kingdom of Othel discovered their treachery and denounced them to the world, forcing them to halt their current operations. Desperate for an advantage, the voice shifted the focus to the young woman he had been observing. They questioned if he could manipulate this new savior into allying with their nation of Hagar, hoping her unique abilities could turn the tide in their favor. He remained silent, his gaze dropping to the snow-packed ground as the weight of the request settled over him. A sharp prompt of his name from the device finally broke his reverie, drawing a quiet gasp from his lips. Recovering his composure, he explained the futility of such a plan. He revealed that she was on the verge of marrying the captain of Othel's knights, meaning she would be constantly surrounded by vigilant guards, leaving no room for coercion or secret alliances. The voice from the glowing compass acknowledged the severe complication. They noted that her very existence was a massive obstacle, as she was the sole provider of the powerful barrier charms and potions that currently fortified Othel's military forces. Pressing the issue, the distant commanders asked if there was truly no way to exploit her talents for their own gain. His response was immediate and absolute, a single, unwavering denial that echoed in the frigid air. A chilling silence followed his refusal, broken only by the howling winter wind. Then, the voice delivered a cold, calculated ultimatum. If she could not be used, she had to be eliminated. The conspirators laid out a ruthless strategy, noting that her death would cause the protective barriers across Othel to gradually vanish. They planned to infiltrate her upcoming wedding, a gathering of allied dignitaries, using magical puppets to sow chaos and detonate the venue, a horrific plot to which he offered only a quiet murmur of assent. He listened in silence as the cloaked operatives finalized their deadly scheme. They instructed him to set the plan in motion, confident that their artificial saviors possessed enough power to infiltrate the upcoming wedding. The conspirators ordered him to maintain a close watch until the day of the ceremony, while the rest of their forces returned to Hagar to prepare. They callously reminded him that as long as he remained functional, they could mass-produce as many explosive puppets as they desired. Clenching his fist in the freezing air, he gave a curt, reluctant agreement. The operatives outlined their final political maneuver. They would offer Othel an alliance one last time, and if refused, the violent infiltration would proceed. With a heavy sigh, the eccentric god watched the spies vanish into the snowy woods, his thoughts drifting to the one place he found solace. Miles away, nestled in a quiet, snow-covered forest, a warm light spilled from the windows of a cozy cottage. Inside that very cottage, The young woman beamed as she opened the door to greet the tall swordsman. He stepped out of the cold, his face shadowed by exhaustion as he offered a quiet, weary greeting. She immediately noticed his downcast demeanor, her mind racing back to the troubling rumors she had overheard earlier that day. The looming threat of Hagar and their aggressive alliance weighed heavily on her thoughts as she studied his tired expression. Pushing her worries aside, she offered him a bright, comforting smile and suggested she prepare dinner to help him unwind. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly at her warmth, and he softly thanked her as he began to remove his heavy gear. Later, as they settled down with warm drinks, the conversation inevitably turned to the political crisis. She carefully asked if the neighboring nation had truly demanded an alliance under the same unfavorable conditions as before. He confirmed her suspicions, explaining that while Othel was currently protected by her magical barriers and their new savior, the situation remained a massive headache. He noted that Hagar hadn't completely cornered them yet, but their insistence on a formal deliberation before Othel could officially reject the proposal was deeply frustrating. Rubbing his temples to soothe a growing migraine, the captain revealed the most suspicious detail. Hagar demanded their final answer on the exact day before their wedding. A look of dawning horror crossed her face as she realized the enemy's timing was far too deliberate to be a coincidence. She listened intently as the swordsman outlined the gravity of their situation. He explained that their upcoming wedding would draw numerous high-ranking officials, including the royal family and foreign dignitaries, making it a prime target for nations hostile to Hagar. The weight of the political machinations pressed heavily upon him. He lowered his gaze, his expression fraught with guilt, and apologized for dragging his bride-to-be into the center of an international conspiracy. Refusing to let him shoulder the burden alone, she gently placed her hand on the table. She quickly dismissed his apology, assuring him that she preferred knowing the truth rather than letting the secret tarnish his own memories of their special day. Stepping behind his chair, she rested her hands affectionately on his shoulders. With a bright, unwavering smile, she reminded him that a wedding was a partnership meant to be shared by two people, through both joy and hardship. He looked up at her, moved by her steadfast support. She eagerly offered to assist in any way possible, though she playfully admitted her lack of combat skills, prompting a grateful nod of acceptance from him. The tension in the room melted away into a tender exchange. He confessed his profound happiness at simply being by her side, a sentiment she warmly echoed, her cheeks dusting with a soft blush. A comfortable silence settled over the cozy room, the quiet intimacy of the moment standing in stark contrast to the looming threats gathering outside their sanctuary. Her thoughts briefly drifted away from political assassinations and back to her own simple pleasures, her mind lighting up with anticipation over a new book that had just arrived at the cafe. Later, as they stepped out into the crisp, snow-covered landscape, she noted the heavy burden he carried, commenting on the daunting amount of work he had ahead of him to secure the event. Standing beside his horse, he corrected her assumption. He explained that his superiors had actually taken over the security preparations, having sternly reprimanded him for overworking and ordered him to spend more time with his fiancée. A revelation that left her blinking in surprise. She burst into bright, ringing laughter, delighted by the revelation that even the formidable captain wasn't immune to his scolding. Beside her, the swordsman rubbed his neck with a sheepish smile, admitting that quite a few of his superiors had recently put him through the ringer. His playful demeanor softened into a sincere, apologetic expression as he stood beside his white steed. He gently assured her that he never meant to cause her any worry, promising to share any new information the moment he received it, especially now that she was fully aware of the political situation surrounding them. With the heavy matters settled, he shifted the conversation to their mandated time together, asking where she would like to go on their upcoming day off. Her eyes lit up with immediate excitement, a bright smile spreading across her face as she eagerly suggested a specific, cherished location. She longed to return to the breathtaking, star-filled sky above the dark winter forest, hoping to revisit the exact spot where they had once watched the magnificent Aurora Festival. High above the snow-capped peaks, a solitary bird glides through the crisp, winter air, surveying the vast, frozen wilderness below. Down among the frost-laden pines, a hidden figure watches intently from the shadows of a heavy, white hood, their sharp gaze fixed on the path ahead. From this concealed vantage point, the watcher observes two figures, a tall swordsman and a young woman, strolling peacefully through the snow-draped forest, completely unaware of the eyes upon them. Oblivious to the hidden observer, the young woman smiles brightly, her breath pluming in the cold air as she remarks on the beautiful, sunny weather. Walking hand in hand beside her, the tall swordsman softly agrees, his demeanor relaxed. Gazing up at the clear sky, she muses aloud, hoping for similarly perfect weather on the day of their wedding. The words bring a gentle, almost wistful expression to his face as he tightens his grip on her hand, murmuring his agreement. Despite the warmth of his touch, a shadow of worry crosses her features. She silently notes how delicately he has been treating her recently, wondering if the looming wedding is the source of his unspoken anxiety. The crunch of their boots in the snow pauses as she breaks the quiet, calling out his name to draw his attention. Turning to face him fully, she speaks with a newfound resolve. She admits that while she once shrank away from hardship, his presence in her life has given her strength, urging him to rely on her more heavily. Looking up into his dark eyes, she firmly declares her readiness to shoulder his burdens alongside him, her voice steady and full of conviction. Her serious expression melts into a warm, blushing smile as she gently chides him to stop being so hard on himself, reminding him that today is their day off, a proper date. Taken aback by her earnest affection, his eyes widen briefly before he closes them with a soft, yielding sigh, a faint flush warming his own cheeks. He held her close amidst the falling snow, his voice steady as he finally confessed his deep love for her, declaring his desire for them to remain together forever. Overwhelmed by his words, she hid her blushing face behind her hands, teasingly exclaiming that it was about time. He offered a gentle, sheepish smile, admitting that he had wanted to tell her since the night of the Aurora Festival, but his own shyness had held him back. His expression then grew serious as he looked down into her eyes, acknowledging the inevitable hardships she would face carrying the heavy mantle of a savior. Pulling her into another warm embrace against the winter chill, he firmly promised that he wanted them to shoulder every one of those burdens together. A soft, radiant smile graced her features. Leaning into his touch, she whispered a heartfelt word of thanks, her heart completely at ease. As the days passed and the date of their wedding steadily approached, a quiet peace settled over their home. Just as anticipated, the looming threat from Hagar remained entirely dormant leading up to the eve of the ceremony. Inside the cozy house, the heavy cover of a freshly acquired book was eagerly pulled open. He sat comfortably on the sofa, already deeply engrossed in the pages. Standing behind him, she playfully noted that it was the new volume he had been so anxious to read, to which he absent-mindedly agreed, declaring his intention to be holed up with it for the entire day. Watching him, she smiled to herself, musing that while he was taking the day off, she certainly wasn't. Seeing his intense focus, she figured he wouldn't even think about lunch until she explicitly called him to the table. Carrying a tray of supplies, she walked away to tend to her own tasks, silently admitting that she couldn't really complain about his reading habits, considering how often she herself lost track of time in a good book during meals. She greeted her visitor with a warm, welcoming smile as Brand stepped into the room, offering a soft hello. Noting his recent absence, she casually asked if his work had taken him away for the past few days. Instead of answering, he remained eerily silent, his eyes hidden beneath his bangs, prompting her to call his name in mild concern. The tall man stepped closer, leaning into her personal space with a quiet, almost intense greeting. He fixed his sharp gaze upon her, questioning if she hadn't noticed something strange about the situation. Caught off guard, she could only stare back in confusion. He pressed further, pointing out her strict personal rules. He noted that, as an engaged woman, she stubbornly refused to spend time alone with other men, specifically recalling how she had constantly found excuses to decline invitations from the new savior candidate, Yuta. The young woman's breath hitched as the weight of his words struck her. A chilling realization dawned on her. She had never once mentioned Yuta to Bran. Stepping back defensively, she demanded to know how he could possibly have that information. Before she could react, a hand shot forward, its skin shifting into an unnatural, shadowy darkness, and clamped tightly around her arm. The imposter, wearing Bran's face, pulled her close with a sinister smirk, mocking how incredibly easy she was to capture. He continued his unsettling explanation, pointing out how easily she had welcomed a complete stranger into her life. He noted that even the usually cautious captain had accepted his presence, allowing the two of them to spend countless hours alone in the cafe without a second thought. Pressing further, the imposter asked if her fiancé had ever once questioned their closeness. The question struck a chord within the young woman. A sudden realization dawned on her that Aiel had never shown a hint of jealousy or concern regarding her time spent with this supposed friend. As he gently grasped her hand, a chill ran down her spine. She realized with growing horror that despite knowing absolutely nothing about his true nature or origins, her instincts hadn't warned her to pull away. He smiled, stating matter-of-factly that her blind trust was entirely by design. The facade completely dropped as he laid out his true mission. He had infiltrated the kingdom to gather intelligence on the newly summoned savior. Stumbling upon her cafe had been a mere coincidence, but discovering her engagement to the captain of the guard had presented an opportunity too perfect to ignore. The pieces violently clicked into place. Her eyes widened in absolute terror as the name of the enemy nation formed on her lips, the horrifying reality of the spy in her home finally taking shape. He didn't let her finish. With a sickeningly sweet smile, he confirmed her worst fears, his grip tightening slightly on her arms to ensure she couldn't bolt. Leaning in closer, his expression morphed into one of mocking triumph. He whispered that given her unique position, she should have been the most vigilant person in the entire kingdom. Panic surged through her veins, drowning out the lingering effects of his spell. Every instinct screamed at her to break free from his grasp and run to find Aiel before it was too late. She desperately tried to yank her hands away, but her movements were cut short. A sickening, wet sound echoed in the quiet room as a dark, unnatural shadow began to pool and manifest between them, cutting off her escape. She watched in stunned silence as tears welled up in the impostor's eyes. Despite his deception, he confessed that his time there had been genuinely enjoyable. His heart warmed every time he was welcomed. The young woman's expression softened, the initial shock giving way to a profound, quiet empathy. Listening intently, she absorbed the dark truth of his existence as he revealed that Hagar had not sent a man, but a construct, a genderless puppet created solely to follow orders. His hands trembled violently as he reached out, admitting that until now, he had never once questioned a command. Leaning in close, his voice dropped to a whisper as he playfully, yet earnestly, placed the blame squarely on her shoulders. A genuine, bittersweet smile graced his face. He explained that she had taught him how to live, how to refuse things he disliked, and embrace what truly appealed to him, granting him his first taste of personal preference. She murmured his name softly, her heart aching for the conflicted puppet. He wiped away his tears, his grip tightening with newfound resolve. Grasping both of her hands firmly, he urged her to call for the captain, promising to divulge everything he knew about Hagar's plot. His reflection mirrored in her wide eyes. He pleaded with her to hurry, warning that his time was rapidly running out. Without hesitation, she turned and screamed toward the stairwell, her voice echoing through the building. Instantly, the heavy thud of boots sounded from above as the swordsman sprinted down to answer her desperate call. He rushed down the wooden staircase, his dark eyes wide with sudden alarm. Calling out her name, he demanded to know what was wrong, but the words died in his throat as he took in the scene below. Stopping abruptly on the steps, the swordsman stared at the cafe floor. Sakina stood near the counter, her expression a mix of surprise and concern, while the eccentric stranger with the patterned shawl held both of her hands firmly in his own. The pale-haired man calmly tilted his head up, meeting the captain's intense gaze without a hint of Il strode into the room, his dark eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. He immediately questioned Sakina, demanding to know what was happening. She hesitated, her gaze dropping as she struggled to find the right words. Sensing her uncertainty, the cloaked figure beside her gently squeezed her hand, offering a silent reassurance before she could speak. The intimate gesture did not go unnoticed by Il. He stared at the stranger, a flicker of confusion crossing his sharp features as he tried to place the unfamiliar face. Breaking the tense silence, the light-haired stranger addressed him directly, declaring that their presence in Othel was mandated by the highest rulers of Hagar. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. His eyes widened in sharp surprise, his jaw clenching as the implications of a Hagar operative infiltrating the castle sank in. He froze in place, his posture rigid with suspicion as he glared across the library at the pair, assessing the sudden threat. Amidst the standoff, the stranger's hand slipped away from Sakina's. With a soft, almost melancholic tone, the operative murmured her name. The operative then stepped forward, calmly instructing the captain to stand down. In a flash of protective instinct, Illinois lunged, grabbing Sakina by the shoulders and pulling her safely behind him, demanding to know what game the intruder was playing. The stranger merely offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Unfazed by the hostility, the cloaked figure confessed the dark truth they had just shared with Sakina. They revealed themselves to be nothing more than a puppet, a fabricated, counterfeit savior engineered by the nation of Hagar. Elaborating on this grim reality, the artificial savior explained that because a true otherworldly hero had never appeared in their borders, Hagar had resorted to creating magical substitutes. However, they admitted with a hint of resignation that their artificial powers paled in comparison to the genuine abilities possessed by true saviors like Sakina. He lowered his gaze, confessing that he had witnessed her recreate the magical barrier. At the time, he hadn't realized how dear she would become to him, and had dutifully reported his findings back to Hagar. A heavy sorrow laced his voice as he admitted his regret, turning his attention to the imposing swordsman standing nearby to share a critical warning. The warning hung in the air, painting a grim picture for the capital. The operative revealed that Hagar intended to unleash a swarm of artificial saviors during the upcoming royal wedding, aiming to plunge the celebration into absolute chaos. He noted that all other fabricated puppets had already retreated to their homeland to prepare for the assault. Hearing the sheer scale of the threat, the young librarian's eyes widened in disbelief at the thought of such devastating power being entirely man-made. The operative grimly confirmed her fears, warning that while the kingdom had repelled massive armies before, these artificial beings possessed enough raw destructive force to obliterate the entire nation. Despite the looming national crisis, her immediate concern shifted to the man standing before her. She pleaded that if this invasion proceeded, he would be caught in the crossfire. A soft, genuine smile broke across his face, touched that she would still worry for his safety even after learning he was an enemy spy. The swordsman and the librarian stood in stunned silence, absorbing the weight of his gratitude and the terrifying reality of the impending invasion. Breaking the quiet, he elaborated on his unique position. While the expendable foot soldiers could be wiped out if the attack failed, he was the irreplaceable prototype. His orders were to retreat to Hagar rather than risk the front lines. As long as he and the core power source remained intact, his homeland could endlessly mass-produce more artificial warriors, completely indifferent to the cost. To demonstrate, he pulled back the fabric of his collar, revealing a dark, polished gemstone embedded directly into his chest. This stone, he explained, was the singular wellspring of magic for all the puppets. His seemingly endless appetite was not a quirk, but a necessity to constantly refuel the immense magical energy drawn by the others. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, his tactical mind immediately catching a flaw in the enemy's logic. He pointed out that if the gemstone was an irreplaceable, one-of-a-kind artifact, it made no sense to risk sending its host in a hostile territory. He sharply questioned why a lesser, expendable puppet hadn't been sent to gather intelligence instead. A bright, almost cheerful smile returned to the operative's face as he revealed his defining flaw. He was the only artificial creation burdened with genuine emotions. Any espionage requiring complex human interaction naturally fell to him. He casually confessed their original, sinister plot to manipulate a newly summoned hero into attacking the capital before dragging him back to Hagar. His smile softened into an expression of relieved defeat. He admitted that their grand, destructive scheme had completely unraveled, entirely thwarted by the librarian's overwhelming magical prowess. He held her gaze, his silence hanging heavy in the room. Sakina stared back, her eyes wide, her breath catching in her throat as she braced for his next words. His pale eyes narrowed slightly, the weight of his true purpose reflecting in their depths. He finally broke the quiet, his voice steady as he addressed her directly, preparing to deliver the final, crushing truth of his mission. He delivered this stark revelation. His superiors had commanded him to eliminate her. Instantly, the tall swordsman stepped forward, his body becoming a physical shield between the young woman and the operative. The swordsman's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist, his jaw set in fierce defiance. Behind him, she watched with fraught concern, but the operative's next word halted the escalating tension. He looked them dead in the eye and stated, with absolute clarity, that he was rejecting his orders. His mind drifted back to the simple meals they had shared in the cozy library. He confessed that until she had welcomed him, he had never known the profound, comforting warmth of genuine laughter with another person. Returning to the present, he explained the sheer impossibility of destroying that newfound warmth with a single act of betrayal. She whispered his name, deeply moved by his unexpected loyalty. He lowered his gaze to the floor, noting how her face had lit up with joy at the prospect of her upcoming wedding. He admitted a quiet desire to witness that happiness himself, declaring that his decision was final. Looking up with a bright, unburdened smile, he announced his new path. He would no longer force himself to carry out despicable orders, choosing instead to protect the things he had grown to cherish. His sudden declaration of loyalty left the captain and the librarian staring in stunned silence, absorbing the weight of his words. Turning his attention to the tall swordsman, the youth formally requested that the captain clean up the impending mess in Hagar. When questioned about what he meant, he explained that his homeland would soon fall into chaos, requiring their intervention. He elaborated further, a confident but somber smile crossing his face. As the prototype, he was the only one capable of keeping the other artificial saviors from running completely rampant and destroying everything in their path. The captain immediately pressed him, asking if he could stop the others at will. In response, the young man revealed a dark, polished gemstone resting in his palm. He admitted with a hint of resignation that the researchers who created him still held sway over the stone, meaning he couldn't entirely prevent them from forcing his hand. The grim reality hung in the air. As long as he and that cursed gem existed, the two people who had shown him kindness would remain in mortal danger. Realizing his intent, the librarian gasped in horror. He offered her a final, wistful smile, whispering that he truly had wanted to attend their wedding. Suddenly, a complex, glowing magical circle erupted beneath his feet, bathing the room in a harsh light. The swordsman instantly threw his arm out, shielding her from the surging energy and warning her to stay back. She cried out the youth's name in desperation, but he only offered a gentle, parting glance, softly confessing how much he had cherished her in the quiet warmth of her book cafe. Embracing his fate, he clutched the dark gem to his chest as his body began to dissolve into brilliant, ethereal light. To protect them, he declared he would exhaust the very energy that fueled his fellow puppets, sacrificing himself to neutralize the threat. Meanwhile, miles away, the imposing walls of the royal capital stood resolute under the morning sun, unaware of the sacrifice unfolding. Inside the grand council chamber, the king and his advisors were abruptly interrupted. The royal guard stationed along the walls suddenly jolted as if struck by an unseen force, their eyes going blank as they simultaneously drew their blades in eerie unison. Far from the chaos at the capital, the impostor god staggered, his strength finally giving out. He weakly instructed the captain to handle the rest, as Sakina and Il rushed toward him in a panic. He collapsed onto the wooden floorboards, completely unresponsive. The librarian and the swordsman dropped to their knees beside him, desperately calling out his name and pleading for him to stay conscious. Leaning in close, she noticed the dark gemstone embedded in his chest had lost its ominous luster, its magic almost entirely drained. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic beeping interrupted the tense silence, emanating from the swordsman's pocket. He quickly retrieved the magical communication device, his expression hardening as the vice captain's frantic voice crackled through. The blonde knight reported an urgent, troubling message from their operative stationed near the Hagar border. The report detailed a scene of absolute devastation. A massive, inexplicable explosion had suddenly ripped through the enemy territory, completely leveling their castle and interrupting a critical gathering of their high-ranking officials. The swordsman's eyes widened in sudden realization. This catastrophic event was exactly what the fallen impostor had meant by cleaning up. Through the device, the vice captain promised to rendezvous with him shortly to explain the rest of the chaotic situation in person. Wasting no time, he threw his heavy black cloak over his shoulders and ordered the librarian to come with him. However, she remained kneeling beside the unconscious man, her head bowed in quiet apology. Looking up with a gentle, reassuring smile, she softly insisted that she would stay behind and wait for his return. The tall man paused, his intense gaze lingering on her for a long, silent moment. Relenting, he issued strict instructions for her safety. He ordered her to head straight for the royal castle if any danger arose, but otherwise to remain hidden inside the cafe, promising to use teleportation magic to return the second he had a grasp on the escalating crisis. With those final words, he turned and sprinted out into the freezing landscape, his dark silhouette quickly shrinking against the vast expanse of white snow as he raced toward the capital. With the swordsman's sudden departure, she stood alone in the quiet library, the weight of the escalating crisis settling over her. Turning her attention back to the floor, she knelt beside the unconscious boy. She gently adjusted his cloak, musing aloud that her companion was likely wondering why he hadn't simply taken the puppet into custody before rushing off. Sitting back on her heels, she looked down at his still form, her soft voice breaking the heavy silence of the room as she addressed him. A profound sadness touched her features as she confessed how much she had looked forward to his visits. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked if he had sacrificed his own life just to protect her and the kingdom. Her mind drifted to memories of his bright, carefree smiles. She admitted she never suspected he was an operative for their enemy, especially since his supposed mechanical nature seemed entirely fueled by his comical obsession with devouring his favorite meals. Reaching out, she gently brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead. A bittersweet smile touched her lips as she recalled how he had spent his time utterly engrossed in fictional adventure novels, learning absolutely nothing of strategic value for his masters. Her expression softened into one of deep affection. Regardless of his origins or his hidden directives, she declared that to her, he was simply a normal person, and more importantly, a cherished friend. Her gaze then shifted to the dull, lifeless gem resting on his chest. A sudden thought struck her. If she could somehow replenish its depleted magic, perhaps she could save him, reasoning that his creators surely lacked the strength to control him any longer after he had expended so much energy. Yet, hesitation gripped her, and she clenched her hands tightly in her lap. She wrestled with the dangerous possibility that restoring his power might inadvertently give their enemies a weapon to strike at the kingdom once more. The internal debate raged for only a moment before her resolve hardened. Whispering a quiet apology to the absent swordsman for the trouble she was about to cause, she declared that they would face the consequences together. Instantly, a brilliant, intricate magic circle flared to life beneath them, illuminating the room with its sudden, surging power. She poured enough energy into the spell to cast a great magic. Yet to her dismay, the power simply wasn't accumulating. Staring at the dark gem, she could almost hear the agonizing cries of the countless people it had hurt, a chilling reminder of just how vile Hagar truly was. Looking down at the boy's peaceful, unconscious face, she spoke softly to him. She told Bran that by demolishing Hagar's castle and taking vengeance on the guilty parties within, he had inadvertently become the true savior of Hagar's citizens. A bittersweet smile touched her lips as a quiet sniffle escaped her, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to keep her composure. Pushing through her sorrow, she knelt within the radiant glow of the magic circle. With her hands pressed firmly against his chest, she channeled every ounce of her remaining strength into the spell, desperate to bring him back. But as her trembling hands rested against his unmoving form, a crushing realization washed over her. It was no use. The spark of life had already faded, and Bran was truly gone. Utterly exhausted and defeated by grief, she collapsed forward with a heavy sigh, resting her head against his shoulder. Beneath her limp hand, the mysterious gem on his chest emitted a faint, lingering glow in the quiet. Deep within the snow-laden forest, smoke drifted lazily from the chimney of a secluded, warmly lit cabin, offering a quiet refuge from the biting cold. Inside that very cabin, the young woman slowly blinked her eyes open. She pushed herself up against the headboard, the heavy blankets pooling around her waist as she took in her quiet surroundings. Her quiet moment was interrupted as the tall, light-haired man entered the room, carrying a steaming cup of tea. He greeted her warmly, noting that she must be cold after being unconscious, and handed her the cup to help restore her magic. She accepted it gratefully, letting the warmth seep into her hands. Leaving her side, he stepped toward the frosted window, his gaze drifting outward as he revealed that the puppet they had encountered had actually provided them with something valuable. He explained that the sham savior had surrendered crucial intelligence regarding the secret research conducted by the Hagar operatives, information that would prove immensely useful to King Othel. Hearing this, she let out a soft sigh of relief, a gentle smile gracing her features as she took a sip of her tea, genuinely glad that his intervention had yielded such positive results. She quickly lowered her cup to apologize for the trouble she had caused. He brushed off her concern, admitting he simply hadn't expected her to wake up so soon, nor had he anticipated her immediate assumption that he would revive the puppet. To clarify the situation, he recounted how the swordsman had convinced the king that his magical expertise could restore the puppet's consciousness. He then held up a small, glowing communication device, from which a familiar, frantic voice suddenly emanated. Through the device, the swordsman and the blonde knight could be heard in a state of utter panic, shouting over each other about her sudden collapse and the confusing mention of a puppet, forcing him to calmly order the chaotic knights to settle down and explain themselves. Back in the quiet cabin, she cringed, her shoulders slumping as she lamented causing such a massive uproar among her friends. He merely smiled, turning his attention back to the snowy landscape outside, noting that the Hagar faction would likely dissolve in the wake of these revelations. He continued his explanation, detailing the geopolitical fallout. With their leadership dismantled, some of Hagar's citizens would migrate to neighboring countries, while Othel would assume governance over those who chose to remain. Sakina listened quietly, absorbing the weight of the changes. The once hawkish nation of Hagar had effectively ceased to exist. Following the release of his devastating magic upon their castle, the country's leaders had gathered their remaining puppet soldiers for one final, futile review amidst the crumbling ruins. Returning to the present, he noted that the relief supplies sent by Othel included several of her specialized potions. While there had been injuries, he assured her that everyone, save for the royal family and top officials, had survived and the seriously wounded were already recovering. A wave of relief washed over her face as she expressed her gratitude that she could help. However, he added a caveat. Othel's allies were now burning with curiosity, desperate to know how she had managed to brew such extraordinarily potent remedies. Clearing his throat, his tone shifted to something more official. He announced that the king had entrusted him with a direct message regarding her recent, unauthorized involvement with the Hagar puppet. She swallowed hard, bracing herself for a reprimand. Instead of a harsh penalty, the royal decree was a mandate for production. Because Othel now needed to mass-produce unprecedented amounts of medicine, she was officially ordered to tutor the nation's doctors, sharing her methods to create her exceptional products. She blinked, her anxiety evaporating into sheer bewilderment. She asked if that was truly the extent of her punishment, to which he offered a simple, affirmative nod. Shortly after this revelation, she found herself fully recovered and summoned for her very first official audience with the monarch. Standing beside Captain Surrey in the grand throne room, she faced King Othel. The monarch looked down from his dais, his voice echoing as he formally addressed her transgression. She had resurrected an enemy spy without official permission, an act that demanded some form of disciplinary action. Yet, the sternness in the king's voice quickly melted into a gentle, almost paternal concern. He leaned forward slightly, his expression softening as he gently chided her for constantly running herself ragged for the sake of others. He concluded his judgment with a warm directive, instructing her to relax in the future and allow Captain Surrey to handle the heavy burdens when warranted. Beside her, the tall swordsman stood at attention, silently accepting the king's mandate to protect her. The monarch listened quietly, offering only a thoughtful hum as the young woman bowed her head, her voice trembling slightly as she offered a sincere apology. She was quickly dismissed, the ruler expressing regret for summoning her before her magical reserves had fully replenished and urging her to get some much-needed rest. Taken aback by the unexpected leniency, she let out a soft gasp, while the tall swordsman beside her offered a reassuring, gentle smile. Watching the pair, the ruler leaned back against his ornate throne, resting his chin upon his hand as he assured them he would send along the necessary official orders. He offered a warm, grandfatherly smile, revealing that a chorus of voices, from the castle knights to letters from distant allies, had all passionately pleaded on her behalf, making it impossible to judge her harshly. Overwhelmed by the support, she later sat up in her own bed, clutching her hands to her chest as she wondered if the crown was being entirely too forgiving. She reflected on the carefully crafted official narrative that the kingdom's rulers had simply ordered her to use her potent magic to revive the fallen puppet, keeping her true identity as a savior hidden from the public eye, a stroke of luck she half attributed to divine intervention. Settling back against the pillows with a contented smile, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, thankful she would be fully recovered in time for her wedding, while her betrothed sat quietly nearby, his eyes lifting from his book to softly urge her to rest. Her peaceful recuperation eventually led to a sunlit garden tea party, where she looked across the table in shock to find the eccentric deity himself casually sipping from a delicate cup. They sat in silence for a moment, a spread of elegant pastries and freshly poured tea resting between them, a picture of domestic peace sharply contrasting with the sudden, divine intrusion. He casually poured the tea, prompting her to notice the familiar teapot, The eccentric visitor admitted he had borrowed a few items from her cafe. She sighed, resigning herself to the situation, noting she couldn't reopen the shop yet anyway, and had just finished a cup before her nap. Settling into his seat, he confessed that she constantly kept him on his toes. He recalled his initial disbelief at making such an unusual person a savior when he first brought her to this world. Taking a quiet sip of her tea, she mused internally that it would have been far stranger if she had actually been eager to be summoned. With a bright smile, he praised her for unexpectedly resolving the situation in Hagar. She blinked in confusion, quickly denying any involvement and insisting that the credit belonged entirely to Othel's people and Bran. He raised a finger, gently correcting her. Her true crowning achievement, he explained, was simply how her way of life inspired those around her. He pointed out that her influence had profoundly affected both Yuta and Bran, guiding them toward better paths. Leaning in slightly, he elaborated on his philosophy, stating that a true savior's mere presence should naturally balance and enrich their surroundings. She looked away, her expression uncertain, quietly doubting that she actually lived up to such a grand expectation. He reminded her of the night she floated a glowing blossom upriver during the national festival, yearning for peace. The magic she had poured into that simple act, he revealed, had mingled with the land's natural energy and taken deep root, ensuring that Othel would flourish for decades to come. Furthermore, he declared that her very existence in the kingdom acted as a divine shield, one far more powerful than any traditional barrier magic. Her eyes widened in genuine shock at the revelation, gesturing to the peaceful garden around them. He called her the most level-headed savior he had ever chosen. While others treated this realm as just another temporary world, she had truly made her home. Hearing this, she smiled softly, resolving to attend every future festival and create countless more memories with Il. Modestly, she told him he was giving her far too much credit. He playfully countered by pointing out that she barely even used the magical pendant she had originally wished for. She simply shrugged, admitting with a small smile that she genuinely enjoyed the mundane act of shopping. Listening to her simple reasoning, he smiled warmly. Her true secret, he observed, was how remarkably grounded she remained. By choosing to earn money, buy everyday goods, and genuinely interact with the people, she had perfectly woven herself into the very fabric of Othel. He allowed a moment of quiet to settle between them, the silence broken only by the gentle flutter of a passing butterfly. Breaking the stillness, the deity offered his sincere gratitude. He confessed that of all those chosen, she was the savior who had most perfectly realized his hopes for the world. He elaborated that her mere presence had been a balm to the realm. As memories of her quiet, steadfast support for the knights and citizens of Othel drifted through his mind, he affirmed that she had saved their world simply by existing within it. His warm, approving smile caught her off guard, bringing a soft flush to her cheeks as the weight of his praise settled over her. Recovering her composure, she took a delicate sip of her tea and humbly deflected the compliment, insisting she was merely living life exactly as she pleased. The deity chuckled, entirely satisfied with that simple truth. Leaning forward with a sly glint in his eye, he casually mentioned his desire to attend her future wedding, noting that marrying a citizen of Othel would permanently anchor her ties to their realm. She could only sweat drop at the sudden, forward suggestion. Changing the subject, he reached for a sweet pastry from the table. He admitted that her cafe's excellent tea and food had sparked a newfound curiosity within him, turning him into quite the snacker, a surprising personal change since their first encounter. Watching him enjoy the simple pleasure of a meal, she realized how remarkably human he had become. With a warm smile, she invited him to visit her cafe anytime, not as a divine overseer, but simply as a welcome guest. The invitation brought a bright, genuine smile to his face. He wholeheartedly agreed, declaring that sharing a table sounded infinitely more enjoyable than watching over the world in solitary silence. Their peaceful camaraderie was abruptly interrupted when a sudden rustling sound from the nearby bushes caught her attention, making her eyes widen. And high above the bustling streets, the grand cathedral stood as a beacon of pristine stone and towering spires, ready to host a momentous occasion. Inside one of the cathedral's ornate chambers, the young woman sat adorned in a breathtaking, lace-trimmed wedding gown. She bit her lip, her heart hammering against her ribs as the reality of the day finally set in. Her anxious reverie was broken by a familiar, teasing voice suggesting she relax. She gasped, nearly smudging her makeup in surprise, as Bran stepped into the room flanked by royal guards. She scolded him playfully, admitting that the pressure of facing so many dignitaries was finally overwhelming her. As she looked at the delicate floral arrangements nearby, she reflected on how swiftly time had passed since the chaotic conflict with Hagar. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Turning back to her guest, she expressed her genuine delight that the king had permitted the visit. One of the accompanying knights chimed in, explaining that Bran's invaluable intelligence regarding Hagar had earned them special privileges, including escorted visits to her cafe. She admired her friend's restored appearance. No longer hidden behind a disguise, their natural fair skin and striking blonde hair shone brightly. The former spy, meanwhile, confessed to having doubted they would be allowed inside given the high-profile guest list. Reflecting on this, The former spy mused on the unexpected leniency of the Othel kingdom, recalling quiet moments spent gazing out at the peaceful city they had once infiltrated. Shifting the mood, the blonde youth eagerly brought up the royal chef catering the reception, playfully expressing jealousy. When they promised to try and recreate the best dishes for her later, a bright, genuine smile finally broke through the bride's nerves. Noticing her brightened expression, they gently asked if the anxiety had faded. She nodded enthusiastically, her confidence restored. Though barred from the main guest list, Bran assured her they would be watching and celebrating from separate room. Right on cue, a sharp knock echoed through the heavy wooden doors, announcing that it was time. With a final, grateful thank you to her friend, she stood tall, ready to walk down the aisle. She closed her eyes as the delicate, sheer fabric of her veil was gently draped over her head, completing her bridal attire. Turning to Bran, she offered a heartfelt thanks for his protection. He teased her gently, noting that she had caused him quite a bit of trouble, but added with a laugh that her time in Othel had clearly softened her. Stepping out into the grand, arched hallway, she was greeted by the sight of her escort and Bran, who cheerfully complimented her stunning dress. She looked up at the older gentleman beside her, expressing her deep gratitude to Mr. Surrey for his support on such a momentous day. He smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling at the corners, and assured her that it was his absolute pleasure. Having no relatives of her own in this world, she gently looped her arm through the crook of Aiel's father's elbow, ready to be walked down the aisle. As she prepared to take her first steps, her thoughts drifted back to the family she had left behind. Warm memories of her mother, father, and grandparents flashed through her mind, a silent tribute to the loved ones who couldn't be there. A serene, bittersweet smile graced her lips as she whispered a quiet, internal declaration to them. She was finally getting married. Together with her escort, she stood before the towering, ornate doors of the sanctuary. She offered a silent prayer to her family, asking them to watch over her from their distant world as the heavy doors began to creak open. Beyond the threshold, bathed in the ethereal light of the grand stained-glass windows, stood Aiel. He waited patiently at the altar, dressed in a pristine, formal uniform that matched the solemnity of the occasion. As their eyes met across the aisle, a profound sense of peace settled over them both, their faces lighting up with matching, radiant smiles. She finally reached the end of the grand aisle, stepping up to the ornate altar where her groom awaited. The cathedral was filled with esteemed guests, knights, and royalty, all gathered to witness the union. He gently took her gloved hand in his, their fingers intertwining. Dressed in a pristine, decorated military uniform, Illinois gazed down at her with a soft, reassuring smile, while she looked up at him through her delicate veil, her heart full. The officiant's voice echoed through the grand hall, declaring that on this special day, they would be wed under the watchful eyes of all those present. Among the crowd, their closest friends and allies, from the eccentric Bran to the loyal knights of the guard, watched with warm, proud smiles. Even his father, standing among the distinguished guests, beamed with quiet pride, his eyes crinkling with joy as he witnessed his son's greatest moment. Seated upon his throne, King Othel was overcome with emotion, dabbing away tears of happiness alongside his equally moved companion. The cathedral fell into a reverent silence as the officiant posed the final, binding question, asking if they vowed to love each other eternally, through times of tranquility and tribulation alike. Without a moment's hesitation, their voices rang out in perfect unison, clear and full of absolute certainty as they accepted the vow. With the vow sealed, he reached forward, his hands carefully grasping the edges of her sheer veil to lift it over her head. As the delicate fabric was pulled back, she closed her eyes, a serene and radiant expression gracing her features in the soft light. The veil fully lifted, they locked eyes once more, sharing a tender, intimate smile that spoke volumes of their shared journey and the bright future ahead. She closed her eyes as he leaned in, their lips meeting in a tender, lingering kiss to seal their vows. The delicate veil of her gown cascaded around them, framing the quiet intimacy of the moment. Turning to face the world together, the newly pronounced husband and wife stepped out before the grand iron doors of the cathedral. A roaring cheer erupted from their gathered friends and family, washing over them in a wave of joyous celebration. The jubilant echoes rang out across the sprawling city, rising above the towering spires and bustling streets. It was a peaceful, vibrant world, one where they had both finally found a place to truly belong. Hours later, the grand festivities gave way to the quiet comfort of their own home. Outside, snow drifted gently onto the roof, but inside, a warm fire crackled in the hearth as the couple sank into the plush cushions of their sofa, letting out a synchronized sigh of relief. Loosening his tie, the swordsman asked if the long day had worn her out. She admitted to a lingering fatigue, though the excitement of the day kept sleep at bay, a sentiment he entirely shared. Leaning her head back, she offered a soft smile, telling him how dashing he had looked in his formal uniform. His eyes softened with affection as he returned the compliment, assuring her that she had been absolutely breathtaking in her wedding gown. Shifting the conversation to the days ahead, she noted his upcoming time off and wondered if he wanted to travel somewhere. He chuckled, confirming he had a few days of leave, but confessed he would much rather stay in and relax with her. just as she had likely suspected. He then brought up their eventual honeymoon, suggesting a trip to an allied nation famous for its breathtaking landscapes. The mere mention of the word brought a flustered blush to her cheeks, though she eagerly agreed to the idea, comforted by his promise that they would take things at their own pace, balancing their time between the cafe and wherever the wind took them. As the comfortable silence settled between them, he reached across the space on the sofa, gently resting his large hand over hers. The sudden, tender contact caught her off guard, prompting a quiet, questioning murmur. Looking up at him, her face broke into a radiant, unburdened smile as she confessed her excitement to spend the rest of her life by his side. His expression mirrored her profound happiness, his eyes crinkling with warmth as he wholeheartedly agreed, sealing their shared promise for the future. She sat closely beside her new husband on the sofa, the quiet intimacy of their home wrapping around them as night fell over the snow-dusted roof. The next morning, she descended the stairs with a yawn, only to stop short in the kitchen. Resting conspicuously on the counter was a large, ribbon-tied present bearing a bold label from the eccentric deity who had brought her to this world. Opening the box, she discovered a cookbook inside, complete with a note suggesting she try the recipes. Though she decided to save the book for lunch, she immediately tied on her apron and set to work preparing a familiar breakfast. As she finished, heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs. Il appeared, his hair loose and his expression soft, offering her a warm morning greeting, which she returned with a bright smile. A sudden, bashful silence fell between them. They exchanged shy, fleeting glances, both acutely aware of the slight, endearing awkwardness of their first morning as a married couple, prompting a soft giggle from her. To break the ice, she presented the meal, a plate of neatly cut, thick sandwiches accompanied by fresh fruit and steaming tea. His eyes widened in immediate recognition. She beamed, explaining that she had recreated the exact same meal he had ordered during his very first visit to her cafe. The memory washed over him, bringing a nostalgic smile to his face. He recalled the deep frustration he had felt back at the castle dealing with the cruel savior, and how those simple sandwiches had been the first truly good meal he had eaten in ages. Taking a bite, he praised the familiar, delicious taste. Watching him enjoy the food brought a look of pure, contented joy to her face. As they finished their breakfast, the conversation shifted to their shared hobbies. He eagerly mentioned a newly released sequel to a book they had been waiting for, and they happily agreed to clean up quickly so they could settle in and read the story together. He settled into the comfortable armchair opposite his wife, a book resting open in his lap. Across the small table, Sakina mirrored his quiet focus, completely absorbed in her own reading as the morning light filtered into the room. As the pendulum clock ticked away the peaceful minutes, she turned a page with a soft rustle, pausing only to take a delicate sip from her teacup. Setting the porcelain cup back onto its saucer with a gentle clink, her eyes softened behind her glasses. A profound sense of contentment washed over her, a quiet realization that she was truly, deeply happy. Across from her, he lowered his book and removed his reading glasses, his attention shifting from the pages to her. She caught his gaze, momentarily wondering if she should return to her story, but the overwhelming warmth in her chest demanded to be acknowledged. Unable to contain the feeling, a radiant smile bloomed across her face as she confessed aloud just how incredibly happy she was. The words had barely left her lips before a deep blush rushed to her cheeks. Flustered, she quickly waved her hands, stammering that she was just thinking out loud. He simply watched her frantic backpedaling with a tender, knowing smile. Closing the distance between them, he stepped behind her chair and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Gently taking her hands in his, he leaned in close, his voice a soft murmur against her hair as he echoed her sentiment, affirming his own happiness. Outside their quiet sanctuary, the bustling city lay blanketed in a pristine layer of winter snow. The era of grand battles and thrilling, perilous adventures had finally come to a close. The days of dramatic, romantic highs and lows were behind them now. Instead, they found joy in simple moments, like standing together in the crisp winter air as he carefully adjusted her scarf against the cold, their loyal horse waiting patiently beside them. What remained were peaceful, ordinary days surrounded by their dearest friends and allies. As she stood in her kitchen, preparing a meal with a contented smile, she knew with absolute certainty that she would continue living in this world, dedicating her days to doing what she loved, alongside the people she cherished most. For her, and the man she loved, the future held only the promise of peace. Their quaint, snow-dusted cottage stood nestled among the towering pines, bathed in the warm, gentle light of the winter sun. A fresh trail of footprints led to the welcoming front door, a silent testament to a life finally free from conflict, where they would savor the joy of these quiet days.